SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Welcome everyone to the last week of the Northern League of Legends Championship. We're sitting on week 7 and it's do or die for a lot of teams. So every single game today is so important. We'll talk about them later on, but who are we going to talk about those games? Well, let me introduce you to the desk. We have the most intelligent person that ever watched League of Legends somewhere. But on desk today we have Duckling.
Somewhere, okay, so that's not me. Thank you for the nice intro, Ashram. We're gonna have a blast here. We're gonna talk some League of Legends. We're gonna talk about the playoffs. I'm really excited to see how this turns out. I think there's a good chance for tiebreakers. So anything can happen today.
Exactly. We have today and tomorrow for the normal week, and if that doesn't solve everything, we'll jump onto Friday for another day just to get the tiebreaker. So get ready for that one. And keep yourself attent because we're going to talk about who's going to be casting, who's going to be to the Summoners Rift. It is, well, actually, I think it's Aragon and Hiprain.
It is. Hello. How you doing, mate? You alright?
When did that become?
What happened? Aragon is different.
What do you mean? What? Aragon is different. He's in Berlin now, isn't he?
I have moved. Yeah, I guess this is the
You
first
have
time
moved.
seeing
Look at
it.
him. Yeah.
I'm kitchen
Did you have
now,
to-
just like veteran.
Wait, you have a kitchen? Or well, because that's a thing, right? Like Archer will know this. You have to have your own kitchen when living in Berlin. Like this might be really alien to anyone who lives outside Berlin. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. But living over in Berlin, you have to take your own kitchen to your new flat when you move. Did you have to do that, or did this one come pre-installed?
Fortunately, unlike Archer, not.
It did.
Well,
So
that's a
yeah, because
skill
Archer
issue
didn't
for
even
me,
have
I
light
guess.
things. He didn't even
And
have
the
light
first
things,
thing
bro.
I
It was
had
insane.
was a couch so Hiprain and Shimano could sleep on the place, even without light bulbs. But yeah, well, it looks like you're settled up. You're doing fine, Aragon. Hiprain. Talking about today's games, I'm just going to give you a few seconds for that one. It's quite important. Anything you want to stand out right now?
Oh my word, there's so much on the line right now. There's a bunch of teams who are very, very close to making it or not making it. It really is do or die. There's 2 days left of the regular season. Like you said, we might have tiebreakers on Friday at this rate. I hope we do, because I've been loving this split. And it's been so much fun seeing like all of these teams in such a tight race to, well, for the top 4 for that spot at playoffs.
Aragon?
Aragon's just broken
he's in
down.
Berlin.
I think
There
I
he
heard
is.
everything. I think I heard everything. I just adjusted my mic. But I completely agree. I think we've had such a tight end of the split as well, with loads of teams in the middle of the pack. So I'm excited to see how that all pans out. I want to see who makes it.
Well, let's see who makes it, but before we see who's making it, let's toss it to the desk yet again so we can talk further on about what's in store for today. But for you, by the way, if you're the best at predictions, head on to Twitter. So you can win the last mouse from SteelSeries. There you go. This is the last weekly community prediction contest. So you can win a SteelSeries NX5 wireless mouse. It's your last opportunity. You can take this one away from Middlecott. I believe that's the one from Middlecott. And this is the beauty you can take home. Obviously, it is wireless, just like our headset, by the way, just putting it out there. SteelSeries, having all those lights, and I think you can tune the lights and everything. Like, there's a lot in this mouse that you can do. And the fact that it's so ergonomic makes it so interesting that actually puts me to shame, because I want that one. Duckling, thank you for participating on that one.
No, I mean,
was just
it's a
giving
nice
you...
mouse. You know, I let the product speak for itself. A good product doesn't need to be sold. You look at that mouse, I don't need to say anything. You see how sexy it looks. You see you want it in your hand. And that's... Let's move on with this conversation.
You know what? I'll give you that one. But moving on, you know what I'm going to give you? I'm going to give you the opportunity to defend yourself, because on week 1, you made some predictions, some
right, I did.
statements. Let's go bold or go duckling.
Oh, yeah, these didn't go too well, did they?
We'll finish first in the regular season with Yulbu being the standout performer. So, Verdant are right now trying to fight to actually be part of playoffs.
Look, give me some credit here. I think Yulbo has been one of the standout players on the team. I think Erol has been up there as well, to be honest. Those have been the strongest two, in my opinion. But in terms of hype, Yulbo was the least hyped on the team in my opinion, and I think he has turned a lot of doubters over to his side. I think he has performed well. The problem with Verdant is the inconsistencies. They have good games where they look like a top team, and they have games where they look honestly woeful, to be honest with you. So the inconsistencies have really ruined their split, and had they been more consistent, I think they should have contested for the top 2.
So that's an interesting one. On second, you said Agony Pain will be City's Rookie of the Split candidate and help DMG make playoffs.
Oh, don't talk about that one. That was the big one. I was going very bold on it, and now I am broke because that is the worst prediction I've ever seen. Agony Pain has by no means been awful, but having talked with him as well, he himself has not been satisfied with his performance. I think he's done decently in lane, but he struggled to really take the lead and move it out into the rest of the map and, really carry a team to victory. Which has been a bummer for me to see. I still have belief in many of the players on DMG individually. They just haven't clicked together as a 5-man unit, and if they stick together for summer, maybe they work something out, or if they change some parts up, maybe they do better. But this split has been absolutely horrible for the team, and I was very wrong in that prediction.
Yeah, it has been flames for DMG, and we talked about it. They're showing some lights at the end of the split. They're locked in on last place, so playoffs is not a reality, Duckling. But at the end of the day, they did come through. They made some changes in the team, and it seems like they're getting together. They got a second win as well during this split, which is quite important for them if they want to look into summer split. So there's some light at the end of the tunnel, but not for your predictions or go bold in the last one. Duckling says either natives or Nord will miss playoffs. I see something.
I'm gonna take that one. I think that's a decent pick. I mean, it was the safest bet out of all of them. This was my safe prediction out of the bold ones. These were just, I thought one of the teams would miss out. Nord have performed, I would say, a bit better than expected, and natives have performed a bit worse. I expected both of these teams to be fighting for 4th and 3rd place. And at the moment, Nord is in 3rd, natives is in 6th.
Yes.
So natives the biggest underperformers here. I thought there was a middle part of the split where this prediction seemed to be completely correct in terms of the level as well and how I thought it would play out. But natives have just had a horrible second half of the split, and that's really cost them. And they are now sitting, I think, with just a 5% chance to make playoffs, something incredibly low for a team that was, in the beginning of the split, untied 1st place. So very, very tough for them. But that prediction is correct. Give me a couple of poro stacks or whatever you said you would give me for that. Because
give it like
I
3.
think it will be correct.
Yeah.
3,
I'll give you
it was
3.
not a
That's,
lot,
that's
but it's
more
something.
than 0, okay? Because the other 2, I mean, come on, you went broke on those ones.
Yeah,
So
broke.
let's understand how the teams are sitting right now before we start the last week 7 for the Northern League of Legends Championship. In standings, we have Lions Creed in 1st place, followed by the 2nd place, which is Venom Crest. Both of these teams are already qualified for playoffs, as you can see with that little green P. On the other side, then you have Nord on 3rd, Verdant right now sharing the 4th place with Lightside. Natives and Ready are fighting for an opportunity, and DMG is locked out of playoffs with only 2 victories as it stands. So these are the standings. There's so much to talk about, but before we do so, I want to toss it to the schedule so we can actually understand how important these games are right now. Verdant, as we stated before, is fighting for an opportunity to jump into playoffs, but they're fighting versus the team that is on the 2nd place, which is Venom Crest. A really, really tough game ahead of them. Natives versus Lions Creeds. This is another one. If Natives wants to take, if they want to take a shot at playoffs, they need to win versus Lions Creeds, which is a hard task. It's like a mission impossible, but they have to do it. They could hire Tom Cruise, I don't know. Ready then versus DMG. It's last opportunity for Ready as well. All of these games are like less opportunity, no matter how you look into it.
Yeah, I think that all of the games really do matter here. It is such a tight end to the split that we are having. I think in a couple of years, we haven't had this close of a race for playoffs, so it is incredibly excited. All of the teams, even Ruddy now, are dreaming about this playoff spot, knowing that it can actually happen. And natives as well. Disappointment if they don't make it. Verdant, massive disappointment if they dropped out here. And so much to play for all of these teams. And not just for the teams fighting for the last playoff spots, but also for someone like Nord and Venom Crest, because while they haven't guaranteed playoff quite yet, or I think Venom Crest actually have, they haven't locked a top 2 spot. So they need to win a couple of games to get up into that top 2, because what does that give you? Well, it gives you a bye in the 1st round of playoffs, and you also move up to the upper bracket, meaning you are allowed to lose a best of 5 and still be alive in the battle for the last EMEA Masters place. So top 2 is crucial. top 4 is also crucial. Every team has something to play for here, except for DMG. They're just trying to play spoiler.
Not exactly that. On the interviews we had with DMG, they stated the fact that, okay, this was our second win, but this is not going to be our last. We are still looking for more victories. Obviously, their schedule is not the easiest, but they stated that they're going to take another W. And every single win they may take on this last week could actually move the entire standings, which means we have to look into the folding sheet. And this is so important. We did it in Berlin. We're going to do it right now online. So, Lions Creed supposedly will take the first place, but there's an opportunity for Venom Crest to take it away, but it's only 12%. So we're not going to look into that one. We're going to look further on, because second place is almost locked in as well, as you can see from Venom Crest. And then we get to the interesting part, which is third and fourth place. So that safety net that you just described, the first and second place, almost locked in for either Lions Creed or Venom Crest. Almost, this is quite important. This is an important word. But the third one and the fourth one, Duckling, what can you tell me? Let's start talking about this.
Yeah, like what I'm really looking at, right? The further down we go the table, obviously the smaller that, or the less of a chance there is of making playoffs. But look at Natives in particular here, right? They were first place a couple weeks into the split, sitting at, I believe, a 4-2 record, if I'm not mistaken, after 3 weeks of gameplay. They now have only a 5.5% chance of making it into playoffs. That is not that big, and it also means that even if they win both games, there is a chance that if the other games doesn't go their way, they won't make it into playoffs. I have a big folder sheet made by one of our lovely guys behind the scene on my right screen. As the day progresses and this updates, I'll keep looking at the scenarios. At the moment, there are still more than 200 possible outcomes, so anything can, theoretically speaking, still happen. But as we move towards the third and fourth game of the day, I will have a clearer picture of what can actually happen, where do we find the tiebreakers, and is anyone locked out of playoffs? And I will keep updating you guys on that on the broadcast as well as the day progresses. But for now, I think the most interesting teams to look at are Ruddy and Natives, to see can they win their must-win games today.
Okay, because I have some words that we might be able to bring someone else into this conversation, which is kind of important, but I'll give him some time. Listen, okay, yeah, let's introduce him. We were talking about the most intelligent person who ever watched League. It's not him, but we got Foxtrot.
Thank you. At least you didn't get that intro.
How dare you?
Welcome.
Hello, what's up?
So we're talking about the foldy sheet and the percentages that we have for all these teams. So I would like to correlate them between the games we have today and the chances that the teams have to jump into playoffs. We call this the last chance, do or die. Natives and Ruddy, in my opinion, are the teams looking to either do it or we die. And just to point it out, Natives are going to be fighting versus Lions Creed on today's game, which is not an easy one. I don't even know how to point this out. Like, Natives has a really tough schedule.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for both these teams to squeeze in, to be honest. Like, and this is the beauty of having such parity in the league. It's like we get to this point and we still don't know what's going on. We still don't know who's going to finish where, and the top few spots are so close together and highly contested. It's actually really hard to squeeze into that last playoff spot. So yeah, both Ruddy and Natives are going to have a difficult time of it. But not only that, I fully agree with you, Archer, mate. I do think this, I mean, it has to be. This is you genuinely cannot afford to drop another game. You know, they're both 5 and 7, and you know, obviously 6 and 6 teams. There's the thing is, right. So they're 5 and 7 outside a playoff spot, and there's a team above them that's still not in a playoff spot, Verdant, right? That is trying to get in as well. So it's like you're really having to fight up against it here, and as you mentioned, like strength of schedule wise, it's going to be even more difficult. Lions Creed certainly not an easy customer to take on.
If I may, there's also an interesting storyline, because I know like Natives and Ruddy, they're not allowed to fumble. So on one side, Natives has to fight versus there you go. Natives is going to be fighting Venom Crest, and then on the other side, they're going to be fighting Natives. This is interesting for them. And Natives is going to be fighting for them, sorry. So that is today's game, and then tomorrow's. Ruddy is going to be fighting the MG and Venom Crest. It's kind of doable, but there's another team that we're not focusing that could actually move the standings. North is sitting in third place. there's a 7% chance they end up in 5th. And what this means is they'll be fighting versus Light Side, which is the redemption arc. Remember, we talked about Light Side, the way they're climbing up the stair. So if they win versus Nord, and Nord then has to fight versus Lions Creed, which is tomorrow, there's actually a big possibility that Nord might not make it if they lose today's game. So out of a sudden, a team that we all thought could make playoffs, and they should make playoffs like first or second, could miss playoffs. Obviously, there's other things that we need to take into account, the second half of the split, but there's like a 7%, which is, in my opinion, way bigger than 7%.
Anything can happen, right? That's the big takeaway that we're saying at the start of the day. When you look at the folder sheet again, you can see, I think it's even Verden to have like a 9% chance of locking top 2. And at the moment, we're discussing if they even are about to make playoffs. So if things, go their way, they could actually be pretty close to the first place I predicted they would finish at. So anything can theoretically still happen. There are very few limits at the moment in our league, and that's what makes these games so exciting because yes, we've seen some of the teams play, we've seen all these teams play each other before, and some of the games have been stomps. But now when your life is on the line, some teams just turn into different beasts on the day or look uncharacteristically bad due to their nerves. And that's what I'm about to see, because I think these couple of days could be the days where we have the biggest upsets, because either some teams just completely smurf it, or they completely choke it under the pressure, because the pressure cannot be higher. As you said, Nord fighting for top 2, but also fighting to even make playoffs with 2 games to go. I mean, how do you feel in this scenario? You're feeling pretty good at the moment, but a couple of games goes against you, and all of a sudden, you're sitting with your tail sticking out of playoffs, and all of us, anything can change within a matter of hours here. And the nerves must be going like a roller coaster in these players. I'm excited to see how they deal with this pressure.
And it's a best of one as well. Like, in my opinion, I used to play competitively in League of Legends, and the best of one, deciding your entire life, at least for the split, and getting into EMA.
No, I like
when
that.
You play,
This is your entire life.
Do or die.
Yeah.
I would
feel
miss dinner if I would fail a game. Like, it's not even NLC. It would be like for the normal tournament to win a mouse. And now you can win a mouse, but just by putting predictions or being middle cut, So I'm just saying. So
Lucky we're
in
not
the
him.
first game, Verdant versus Venom Crest. It's a tough one for Verdant, and we just pointed out like they have a possibility of even making second place, but they have a big possibility to be kicked out of playoffs and getting on 5th place. In your opinion, gentlemen, what do you believe is the highest take on this game right now? Because I was watching into a lot of stats today between players, and Verdant has a lot of power. They have a lot of firepower, let's call it this way. But I don't see a lane where specifically they can say, this is our lane.
I think that's a good point, to be honest. Yeah, like who's the standout? Who's the standout superstar for Verdant, right? That is a question that we haven't really answered just yet. The thing is as well, but you also look up and down the roster and like, where's the weak point? And I'm like, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? But obviously, a 6-6 record kind of speaks for itself. It just seems to be a team that's quite mediocre, quite average in comparison to everything else we have. And yeah, Venom Crest have been on a tear. Like they've really, since a bit of a shaky start, that they've been absolutely solid. It definitely is going to be difficult to bring them down. I think if I were to kind of highlight something, I still think I think maybe mid-side or something, like with Errol or maybe Gooby and from PlayStation as well, are good people to take a look at. Because I think Venom Crest's top side has actually been one of the better top sides in the entire NLC when you combine Lenny with Zubac. Like, they've just been so insane. So I would like to see Verdant play through the rest of the map, and maybe they can make something happen.
You know what? Let's talk about an also important thing, because this is so important for the talent team. We have some pretty... Oh boy. I mean, we waited for you so you could just
66
talk about
points,
it, Fox.
Foxdrop.
I don't know how that's
I
happened.
have 6, mate.
Initialize was almost close to negative points. You're standing with 22.
Crazy. That is crazy. I've looked so much at the right side of the screen, right? Because I've been in the bottom half all split, that I've forgotten to look at who leads this thing. 66 points. That is insanity.
I just send
Crazy,
it.
man.
I send it every
Crazy.
day. This is the thing.
You full send it.
5
points.
I like your predictions today, Foxtrot. I like them. We almost have the same predictions that last game. We aren't quite in agreement about what will happen. I've gone a bit bold here, going for light side. I want to catch up to Ashram, and I want him below me when this is all done. That's my revenge for trolling me in the last game. But Foxtrot, normally when our predictions line up, it does go pretty well. So 3 games
does,
today.
to be fair.
We are both in
Yeah.
agreement, and hopefully we are correct in that in those first three games.
Duckling, do check your WhatsApp at the end of the day. I kind of need help. Moving forward then into the first game. No, you gotta help me on predictions, man. I'm
mean?
fumbling, man. No,
Yeah, you're
I'm going
fumbling.
down.
I'm not
going
giving you
down.
any help, buddy. You don't deserve
I
any
don't
help
want
in this
your help.
situation.
I'm talking about Fox, not your
Oh,
help,
yeah.
okay?
That would make more
Look-
sense.
Okay.
Fucks up, don't help him. Don't help him, man. Don't help him.
What can I say?
Check your
He doesn't
PayPal.
deserve it. Check PayPal.
Check PayPal. So we're about to jump into the first game. Is going to be Verdant versus Venom Crest. We were talking about the fact that we don't have a specific lane where we can highlight Verdant, but on the other side though, Venom Crest, we can highlight how many of these players?
There are many to talk about. I think
Yeah.
that it feels so rough to pick one out. Not because there aren't any that I can pick out, but when I look at them, they all are able to stand out individually. But I have to highlight Lenny. I've been blown away by this rookie here, man. What a player. This guy is insane. I can't even remember a game where I haven't seen him get at least one solo kill. It is almost every second nature to him getting those solo kills. I think when you look at the roster, Super as well has been phenomenal. I really like Party. Those have been the three biggest standouts. But Painful and Deadheart have been rock solid carries. Just playing safe in the fights, positioning correctly, carrying the team fights alongside. They are great all around. But I'm going to have to point out Lenny. And I think Doxy, to me, has had such a roller coaster of a split that if he has a bad day, I think Lenny could take full advantage of him and maybe solo kill him twice or three times maybe.
And I think, honestly, what's great about NLC this split, and it's something that you don't really say a lot in EU in general, to be honest, or maybe even Pro League as a whole in the current state, but like top lane is just popping off this split. You know, when you look at who we've got in the top side, like Banderas and Lions Creed, I think has been really solid. Lenny's been like really good. Obviously, we've got Nile, Bucci Gang. He's been tearing it up in the top side. Doxy, I still think has had like some pretty solid performances, especially on like the like Gnar and stuff like that. You know, LVS even on DMG, who's a 2-10 team. I think LVS every single game, like kind of just doesn't lose lane, right? Like I just think we've got so many talented top laners. It's always the lane to watch. Which is strange to say because who wants to watch top lane? But I generally think here in NLC it is the place to keep your eye on.
It's quite important. Finally, we get some relevance in the league. It took some time, okay? It really took some time. Oh, I've just got some information that the game is delayed a little bit. So as soon as we can, we jump into Champion Select. Don't worry. It's not Casters Press Play. We would love that. It's on Aragon, and he's sitting in Berlin right now. So internet connection is kind of delayed.
Baby.
So go on to Twitter at Aragon and complain. Do something like, actually, can you start the game, Aragon? That would be lovely. And then we can talk about that one. In terms of a champion select, and I was watching both teams, the champion pool is not that shared between both of them. So it's almost like they can pick whatever they want specifically to their players, because on one side you have a team that likes to play Reset City, although it seems like Venom Crest is running away a little bit from that style because teams are getting the hang of it. But on the other side, Verdant is looking for more poke. We don't want to fight on your face. Do you think, like, is there a way Verdant with their playstyle could get the upper hand on this one? Like a surprise cheese?
One of the strengths that I originally had noted down for Verdant at the beginning of the split was the capability to flex with their players. I mean, PlayStation has a broad champion pool for support. Gooby is one for experimenting. He loves to try different things, loves to bring mages or tanks down in the bot lane. He's done it multiple times before as well. We've even seen the Swain here once in the NLC. So that's what I've missed from them, because it has been a lot of regular games. I would love to see them spice up the draft. Doxy has a big champion ocean as well. So spice this up, try something different here. If it fits, bring something different down to the bot lane for Gooby. I thought he had a great Swain game when he whipped that out. So something like that again, maybe to try and throw Venom Crest off. I do know there has been some issues with side select, and I am genuinely worried what this might mean for Verdant, because Verdant were too late to submit that they wanted to be on red side, so they end up on blue side instead. If they didn't know this 10-15 minutes ago, what about their whole draft? What about all the cheese they might just have cooked up? This could change quite a lot, actually, especially because I feel like Verdant sometimes have to just have drafts where the game isn't easy for them, where they've had to work harder to build the leads, where they're relying on something that might have been meta a couple patches ago but isn't as strong anymore. It's rough to say with Verdant, because it's hard to trash the team when we see them had so many good games, but it's also hard to praise the team when they've had so many bad games. So I really don't know where they stand.
I will say, as a footnote here, or even actually headline for this game. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not in bold, but like italics in a larger
Being
than usual
fancy,
font.
yeah.
Yeah. The last time these two teams played each other, Verdant and Venom Crest, Verdant won. Okay, which is already a bit of a surprise because, Venom Crest overall being a better team this split. They didn't only win, they smashed Venom Crest, right? It's a 24-minute game. Verdant only have 2 games this split underneath 30 minutes. And it was a 24. Like, it's the fastest game they've had this split by over 5 minutes. Like, they absolutely dumpstered Venom Crest the last time this came around. And you guys were talking about cheese. How about a Senna Ornn bot lane, which is what they whipped out Gooby and PlayStation last time. Like, even that in itself is kind of odd. And Cassiopeia mid and stuff. Like, genuinely, this has the makings to be another banger game.
So let's see what happens with that one. As soon as we're capable of jumping into Champion Select, we heard the news. We still need a few minutes because the teams are getting ready. There's a small delay. And with that in mind, we'll toss it to a small break before we come back. But be sure to head on to Twitter and put in your predictions. We're still in time so you can win that last Steel Cities wireless mouse. It's your opportunity, and we take this opportunity to toss it to a break. I'll see you soon.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what we never done. Oh yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Look who's back! We're ready to jump into Champion Select of the first game. It's still the first game, so calm down. We're still looking into Verdant versus Venom Crest, a high-stakes game for a lot of teams. Not only these two teams, but for the rest of the entire table. Because, well, depending on this game, it can affect the life of other teams. And this is so cool. As long as we go along the day, all teams will be affected by all scores. I love this.
Yeah, this is
got
really
champions.
exciting. And one thing I did mention before the break, just want to say that initially Verdant did want to be on red side, but they didn't do their side selection in time.
Yes, sir.
So that has thrown them on blue side. Obviously, with these TI issues, they have now had a little bit of time to cook up a different draft instead. But I do assume this will mean that there are some changes to how the pick and ban will go. In the beginning, though, I do like what Verdant have got going here. Banning away Subek's Viego seems like a really, really good choice. Both Smolder and Varus, something that Deadhound has had success on. So good removals, but from Venom Crest, they are taking these flexible picks and removing them, which is really, really good, limiting the flexibility that Verdant do have available to them. Something that I didn't necessarily like.
Is that a thing?
I know Talia has risen in priority, but I'm not really the biggest fan of it. I think it's something that can often lead to you lacking a bit of damage, especially if Gooby goes to something non-traditional AD carry here, you will lack damage. So I think Gooby now just, his hand has been forced into going something more traditional, while Venom Crest do get some strong picks with already securing Subek his hands on that Ivan.
All right.
I had the same face as you, Fox. We have the same.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Talia from the mid lane, obviously going to be wanting to move around a lot and stuff. So, yeah, I do think she's good as kind of like a setup style champion. And we'll see if okay, we're just racking through these picks here now. Right, so Ashe is a flex right now. It could be either, okay, it's going support.
Okay.
So these guys are making up for lost time here with the delays. They're like, you know what, slam. That
If
is
you want to
locking
do
all
it
their
like
picks.
this, slap in a Vex as a support for Passy to fight versus the Kalista. I'm just saying. If you want to jump, might as well make it painful. Painful looking for the Yone right now. He's going to lock it in. Jinx with the AD carry. This is quite an interesting take in the Champion Select.
Very mobile AD carry, right? I think there is a lot of instant trading power from the side of the double range from Verdant. This means if Venom Crest want to go towards that melee support, they might struggle a little bit. They could win the all-ins, but they will be poked out beforehand most likely. I like Verdant now have very strong pick potential, especially if they pair that up. I mean, Talia works with good pick potential as well if you have some guaranteed CC, which should be there with the Ashe Arrow. So together, these three can definitely pick someone like a Yone or Jinx off very quickly. But moving on to what's happening in the rest of the draft, getting that Akali ban down does tell me that they aren't quite sure where this Talia is going. Interesting to see that being removed still, while Verdant look to trim away the support pool and remove some strong engage supports that would pair well with the Yone and the Jinx, of course.
It is a flex for jungle, but I haven't seen jungle Talia in a hot minute.
I don't think Yulbu plays this. It's not a Yulbu champ in my eyes, so I very much doubt it. He could have practiced it, but without me knowing. But after many, many years of watching this guy, I've never seen him play a champion in this style, so I very much do doubt it. Maybe it's just Venom Crest making sure that flex won't be happening and allowing any two good mid lane champions to slip through the cracks. Regardless, though, Verdant still targeting those engaged supports in the rel with that Ivan already being guaranteed for jungle, getting the rel off the table makes sense as well. Excited to see what they now pair up with the Jinx. I think that Temkench could be a smart choice. It really denies a lot of the pick potential that is coming through you have with the Ashe Arrow. So I really like this. I think it's a good idea. Now you have a way to keep your Jinx safe. You already have the Ivan shields. It is going to be so hard to get your hands on Deadhound in this game.
And now you just need like a role filler top lane. Ideally, someone that can engage though, because this is something that Venom Crest are still lacking. There's a lot of protection, which is good, and you know a lot of enabling some high damage output carries in Yone and Jinx. But who is gonna, you know, if you want to get to really to round out your composition, then you're lacking that right now. It is Jarvan on the other side, however.
Bring in the nod, yes, please. I love it.
Okay. Yeah, we got
That
some
makes
sick
sense.
combos coming through and some low mobility on the side of Venom Crest. They could be very, very vulnerable in this combo.
I think we could see Lenny go towards something like the Cassandra here. He's played it so much throughout the split.
Yeah,
It's not the
that's true.
best matchup, But with how good and proficient he's been on the champ, I think he's just able to force it through regardless. Obviously, there's a chance he wants to go with something very hard counter pick, but he doesn't need to. I think they've already got success from draft. Yeah, you just need more engage. No need to overcomplicate it. Play the Malphite, just survive the laning phase. Be that engaged for your team. I think Venom Crest, they have a very safe, easy to execute comp here. This is, and saying this, I mean this with praise. This is bronze level draft in terms of, it's so easy. This cannot fail, right? Like it's something I could give to 5 bronze players, and they should be able to win because Verdant, the burden of execution on their composition is so high. They have to reach the highest level they've played yet this split to make this look good. Because Venom Crest, they have stock, standard, easy to execute composition, and I really love what they've done here.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, Duckling. I think it's such an easy composition to execute, and I do have some question marks on the Talia at this point, because if you're roaming, like, I don't really think you want to roam into Malphite. Like, who cares if you're putting Malphite behind it? Does nothing. So if you're aiming more towards bot sides, you've got Ashe and Kalista trying to punish a Jinx and Tahm Kench, like, I guess, but that's not even the easiest thing to do either. So yeah, I do like what Venom Crest has done here. I put 5 points on Verdant, and I'm sweating a little bit, just a tad. I'm clenching, but yeah, I do think
I've heard that one before. I've heard that one before, and you're sitting alone with 66 points. I don't trust you anymore, Foxdrop. Well, it's time to trust these teams to take us into the Rift with the highest game possible. Both teams need this victory on one side to look into that second place for Venom Crest, on the other side to stay afloat for that 4th place. Well, it's time for our boys, if they're awake still. It is Hip Brain in Aragon. He's in Berlin. Actually, yeah. Take it away.
Welcome to the caster desk. Apology for all the delays that we had getting into this action, but looking at the drafts, I thought the Venom Crest comp looked fun. You didn't agree with me. You said you preferred the look of Verdant, so I'm interested for your thoughts on it.
Yeah, so I really like what Verdant have to work with. I think they have insane amounts of priority down bot side with Kalista Ashe. They're going to absolutely pummel the bot side of Tahm Kench and I believe it was Jinx. And they also have a strong mid lane jungle 2v2, which they can play through into bot if they like, or play to invade the Ivern, which is a way that you attack him usually. Usually the counters into Ivern are stuff that can invade and destroy him in his jungle, stuff like Nidalee, stuff like Rengar, but you don't pick that, right? So Jarvan plus priority is fantastic, and I think you have a bunch of really easy set plays of Verdant too. Now, Venom Crest, they do have great scaling, right? At the very least, you have Yone into Talia who can survive, and then you get to a point where you have a great front to back. So that's what Venom Crest are banking on, but it's not as fun in my opinion.
I will admit, though, as much as the mid lane might be, he shouldn't be in too much danger on the Yone versus the Talia. When it comes to team fighting, the Unraveled Earth really messes with Yone, because obviously you don't want to be dashing over that. You get stunned on it, you can get caught. So if he uses E, he can get caught out on it. His ult will get him caught out on it. There's so many tools that he has that can just be shut down by Talia, basically blocking off a section of like a river in a fight or a part of the jungle, making it very hard for them to advance onto. I do like the fact that they've got that Tahm Kench, though. It does give a bit of a safety net. Obviously, bot lane as a laning phase, going to be bloody miserable. I mean... Ashe Kalista, just not fun. Just not going to be fun for a Jinx and a Tahm Kench. So scaling is there, but it is quite hard for that bot lane. So I want to see what tools they have to either accelerate that or just try and cause pressure elsewhere on the map, which can then eventually lead into Jinx getting a bit of free time to kind of get some balm under their belt. Just as a quick update as well, we have had, unfortunately, another little pause. We are remaking the lobby, so won't be as long of a wait to get into this game, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer before we get into this first game of the day. It's irritating because this game means so much to all of these teams, and when we looked at the foldy sheet, as confusing as they are, Venom Crest are locked in. They can't go lower than 4th right now, so they're locked in for playoffs, but ideally they want to stay on that higher end of the playoffs so they can avoid, first place in the first, or technically second if they're not there. They kind of get a better choice of what they want to be playing, who they want to be playing against going into that playoffs. I believe they play 3rd, or I can't remember if first gets choice. I can't remember that one. I probably should know the rules of the league.
Higher seed gets choice, right? Every single time.
Yeah, sure. I'd assume it's normally that. So yeah, they're either way, you'd like to be in a position where, the higher you place, the more kind of control you have over your fate, so to speak. So I'm excited to see, how this game's going to go. I think Verdant haven't been as impressive to me this split. I don't think they've been bad. I mean, they're 6-6, which is not a bad scoreline. I mean, it's 50% win rate, I guess. So, you know, not the best, not the worst. But I feel like out of all of our teams in the front running right now, or not in the front running, but in that running for those last couple of spots in playoffs, I feel Verdant are a team who really have to do a lot to prove to me that they are capable of making it the playoffs and also capable of surviving it. Because I just feel like I've been very disappointed by them in a lot of their games recently.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the names, right? Doxy, Errol, Gooby, even PlayStation. Like, you see all these names, Jolbu too, and you think they're going to perform extremely well. Huge history in some of these players like Doxy. And I think the tail end of the split just hasn't been there for them as solid as it was at the start. At the start, I think you could definitely see. I remember Duckling talking about how they were 6-0 or something, or 5-0 at one point, and being really proud of his Danish brethren. But like, it's been a rough one towards the end of the split. And I think on the flip side, you have Venomcrest, who they're a bit up and down generally, but recently have been looking decent. So I'm just a bit worried. I think the comp discrepancy is a little high. The problem that I have here for Verdant is, because they've been shaky, is that Varus Ashe as a kind of duo lane, these kind of perma-pushing, squishy range bot laners, Ashe in particular, if you ever make a mistake and you fall behind, the game is just done. These are incredibly fragile comps where you just start to get run over if you do not accelerate, if you do not find the plays, or you mess them up. So one bad TP down bot side from Lenny could spell the entire end of the game if they're, for example, overextending, trying to secure plates, which is the general game plan of these bot lanes.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how the game kind of plays out, though, because we talked about scaling, we talked about that. You know, I feel as the lanes go, it's pretty clear cut what Verdant need to do, but I feel like you do get to a point where the ease of execution is going to be a big thing for Venomcrest, right? Like you've got that Malphite engage, you've got the shields from the Ivern on either to the Yone or the Jinx, depending on who you want. You've got that safety net in the Tarkan. She's got a lot of tools to be able to navigate and control fights. All you really need to do is just work around the unraveled earth and don't get caught by the terrain, I guess, with the Gnar. But other than that, it's relatively simplistic in their tools to be able to execute on those fights. Now, unfortunately, this break is still taking a little bit, this pause is taking a little bit longer than we did expect. So, unfortunately, we are going to have to throw to yet another break, and then we'll hopefully be back with this game as quick as possible. So we'll see you in a moment.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what we never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NLC. Apologies about those delays, but issues have been ironed out. We've gone through Champ Select again, and I believe the players are successfully loaded into the game, so we should get into this first game of the day any second now. We are about 20 minutes late, but it happens. This is welcome to the nature of online broadcasts, and if you've ever been part of or watching the NLC or any of the regions that make up the NLC prior to its conception, you're used to this at this point. We live in the server issues, in the player internet issues, and all of that. But it looks like it wasn't an issue with the players, so we shouldn't expect any more pauses once we're into the game. We talked a little bit about before the break about the Champ Select and how I thought that as we get later into the game, Venomcrest kind of have an easier team to execute. I'm curious if you believe that because you noted that scaling is definitely in Venomcrest's favor. But when it comes down to actually managing fights, do you agree, or do you think Vern actually still have a load of tools they can work with?
So I think it's an interesting discussion. I think ease of execution also comes with having easy tools to use. And when you've got to survive versus a Callista Ashe, no priority mid and no priority top, and potentially be invade, I think that actually makes it kind of hard to play. Even though your champs are simple, you've got to survive with very few tools to mid to late game where your front to back is strong. And that's difficult, right? Being able to mitigate every single play that potentially Julbu looks for on this Jarvan, I don't think that's an easy task. So I'd actually say Verdant's composition, despite having harder champions, is much easier to play because it's very simple, and in knowing what you have to do, for example, looking for invades onto the Ivern using bot and mid prior, diving bot side with good trades onto the Tahm Kench and the Jinx, it's that discussion, right? Would you prefer to have easy tools that are hard champions to play, or easy champions to play but you kind of get bodied a bit early?
Yeah, I mean that is always the question, and I feel like sometimes, especially myself, I do have a bit of a bias towards leaning towards the team fights and do they actually shine in team fights? And sometimes you have to go, well, it's not about the team fights. This team may find themselves in team fight situations, but they may just have the tools to disengage or sacrifice a player to get out. It's about the smaller skirmishing. It's about the objective control, and in this case, like you said, the lane control of the teams.
And I think it comes down to the ability of the players as well, really heavily, right? You have to be pretty good to play Ashe, etc. bot lane, because like I commented before the break, these bot lanes are very fragile, right? You fall behind and suddenly you're just getting rolled over by the scaling, and you accelerate the enemy team because your win condition is to perma poke under tower as they're farming and secure platings and then spread that lead too. So it definitely comes down to how good are Verdant's bot lane and bot side in general at accelerating using this lead and the tools they have been given.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the key thing. So I guess then really we look at the junglers. It's an Ivern, so, not expecting a lot of ganking pressure from him. He's more going to want to grab his camps, be there for when the Jinx needs him. But on the other side, it's a Jarvan. So what are we expecting? Where's the attention going to go? Because he's going to have a pushing bot lane, so it's very hard to really find an early gank there. It's a Gnar versus Malphite, so again, gonna have a lot of pressure in that lane. So do we expect this just to be a really miserable game for the mid Yone, or do you feel like there's other tools and other avenues in which he could look towards?
So I'd expect them to play mid into bot or just straight into bot. He could do 3 camps in bot side invade. Honestly, the world is his oyster. Julbu can do absolutely anything this game because he has stronger 1v1 jungle matchup and he has 3 lanes of priority. I wonder if Yone can potentially trade HP to secure priority in mid at all. I'm not sure if that's even possible in the Yone vs Taliyah matchup, but it's a range versus melee champion, so I'm going to assume that Jarvan can actually do absolutely anything to shut down the Ivern, or potentially on some kind of 3rd wave crash or some 4th wave crash or something like this, Gubi and PlayStation can orchestrate a dive down bot side. I imagine top is just going to be pure scaling in isolation. You probably don't ever want to go there outside of maybe securing some grubs for yourself. But again, Julbu, he can just do anything he wants. He has absolute pick of the litter here.
And I think the one thing that we haven't really hit on is Zubak is the one on the Ivern. Now, Ivern, I think is like pretty turbo broken at the moment as a champion, but Zubak to me is a player, and I feel like to everybody here, Zubak's the player who typically plays the carries. Like we think of things like the Viego and champions like that really suit his style. So it's interesting to see the Venom Crest now that they're locked in for playoffs, are playing around with alternative playstyles where they don't lean on Zubak to be their primary carry, to be their stunning star. I can't just remember what got banned. I'm assuming the Viego was banned off the top of my head.
Belveth?
Yeah, it was so long ago, I've totally forgotten where we were on the bans. But it's interesting to see that Zubak, they're leaning into him as a supportive player this time around. Yeah. And if this works, and if this is proves to be a really good tactic for them, this is amazing because this opens up more avenues for playing as you get into those playoffs. And remember, the playoffs are a best of series. So when you have avenues that aren't just Zubak carry or Zubak on strong fighting champions, and you actually enable him to be a support or a tank or something that can, play for the team rather than themselves, it suddenly makes going into playoffs and playing against them a lot harder because you can't just look to outdraft Zubak on his carries when he has other avenues. Here we go. Time for the game. Sorry about all of the wait, but we are getting ready to go into our first game of the day. Let's roll it. And here we are. Game number 1. Around the time game number 2 was meant to start. Verdant versus Venom Crest. Let's see who's going to be able to pull it out the bag. Venom Crest locked into playoffs, but Verdant still needing to find those wins. Every one of these next 2 games they've got coming up this week really matter for them and for their chances to make it to that playoff spot.
Yeah, absolutely. This matters a lot for Verdant because we have a lot of teams in that middle of the pack. Some good amount of wards coming down bot side. I expected some kind of invade. You have Talia level 1 as well as Ashe level 1, Kalista level 1. A lot of rundown, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it. I'd love to see them maybe look for some kind of invade, drop a deep ward, and scout out the Ivan start. And that's exactly what they're going to do because of the power of their level 1. Not involving the Ashe though, which is a lot of their power too. Ward on the race is going to see when he gets there as well.
Yeah, I wonder if Jolbu's going to go for that. I'd actually really like to see Painful just place a ward somewhere around the red, and that could then give Zubak the information he needs, whether if he's going to get invaded or not. But it looks like Jolbu actually moving towards his own red, so we'll be clearing upwards, matching Zubak on his clear. And it looks like Gooby and PlayStation, they're looking for a bit of cheese with all that damage they've got, but Venom Crest are very much aware of their start. They saw them on a ward heading over, so they should be safe in this lane.
So the importance of tracking jungler when you have these kinds of perma-pushing lanes and priority in every single lane is that you see the enemy jungler, and then you know your bot laner knows that they can punish and harass without risk of getting ganked. Wait.
Is Jolbu going to run over Dragon Pit and just go for the blue? He is. He's just flagged and dragged over. There's no wards. Oh, there is a ward. He's been seen. Okay.
Right. But this is exactly what we're talking about, right? They have free prio, absolute free real estate in every single lane. They can do anything they want to. And you can see Jinx already kind of hovering. I want to see Ashe move soon. This might be a little bit early from Jolbu. He's done red buff into invade because of this new pathing that opened up this season. So they're going to need to crash bot and then have Gooby and PlayStation move up here. You could see how much time they have because Yone's stuck under tower 2.
Yeah, Zubak looks like he's going to be able to get out. Didn't actually warm his grump up, so he's going to lose at least one camp here. Should be able to move over and pick up those wolves, but yeah, Venom Crest, they are unable to really do much of anything on this one. Zubak catches himself the route onto Jolbu, steals himself the camp, flashes away to safety. He's only going to lose one camp, and Jolbu did waste a fair amount of time for that, did burn a summoner spell. The question is it's a bit too early to go for a dive onto Venom Crest. They're way too healthy.
Honestly, that was a really good end of the deal for Zubak there. Managed to secure both the blue and the wolves. Doesn't lose anything, really. Just this grump and has a level lead. Out of all the plays that could have happened, I think if PlayStation stuck around topside and continued harassing on these camps, they would be able to lose a lot more. There's a level down.
Oh, he dodged it!
Level 2 to level 3. I think nothing much is going to happen. They don't have the firepower. There's absolutely no firepower in this draft. And you just go back up topside now. Now he has prio in top and mid. What can he get done with that? Is he just going to clear upwards, or is he going to invade the rates? I have to keep an eye on that. Jolbu.
Well, so I actually had a thought that, like, Zubak probably shouldn't have gone bot at all, and he should have just accepted that camp was down, and he probably could have cross-mapped with Smite and stolen the blue buff from Jolbu. And I think he's realized that is a potential for him. He can set this crab up and just quickly run over, pinch the blue buff. And Jolbu, I actually think he's set himself further behind than maybe he should have here. This is going to be a really lovely little steal here coming in from Jolbu.
It's a bit of a disaster. I wonder what happened down bot side on that slow stack and why PlayStation wasn't able to sit around with the Jarvan and bully out the Ivan, because they had full priority down bot side, but PlayStation just stayed in lane. He was level 2, but that's more than enough on an Ashe to bully out the Ivan together. Maybe that they were concerned that Deadhand and Patsy just could have been left the wave, or at the very least the Tom Kench could have. But Zubak...
Doxy's got no Mega. Is going to be able to jump away, though.
I think, yeah, they had to make this play really quickly, right? Because of Errol's priority in lane, he could just hover to top side, and any kind of extended play would have Errol eventually joining. So they had to make it quick. And Zubak, Doxy, just kind of eating a lot of pressure here on a ward. So he would have cancelled that with Boomerang. Zubak identifies this, and he has to leave. Yeah.
Ooh. Painful trade there for Painful. He's going to get himself a little bit of hurt, but he'll be all right.
I mean that's the thing with Yone, isn't it? Like, you kind of just item abuse, you kind of rune abuse with second wind D shield, and you sustain through the lane with all your shields. It's not really fair, and when you have a kind of a low damage mid laner, early on at least, on Talia, you're happy scaling up into it. This is why this, I was wondering if they were going to flex Talia into the jungle role and counterpick Yone a little harder, but they didn't end up doing that. And some deep vision. This early game is going really well for Venomcrest. Venomcrest are playing this extremely well. I think it's off the back of a couple of Verdant mistakes, off the priority they had, but this kind of lead is unexpected. I think they should be very much further behind.
I mean, like, Deadhound just took the crab as well. Jolbu did not get a single crab at the beginning, and yes, it's been a while since like the crabs were super important for the junglers, but that's still, you know, a little bit more he's unable to pick up. Now, the big thing is, yeah, I think I've talked quite a lot about how Zubak is actually doing a good job of staying in this game. Deadhound on the other side is down. He's in a CS deficit right now to Gooby. As expected, down 2 levels, though. That is a pretty significant deficit to find himself in already.
I was extremely surprised when I saw the Tom Kench come out, right? You usually pick Tom Kench and stuff like Vi, etc. that can defend you from a single target burst. But when you pick Tom Kench Jinx, your lane is so hard to play, and you're kind of relying on Goopy PlayStation. It's kind of disrespectful, honestly. You're relying on them to not be able to punish you in lane very hard. Trade's coming out. I think you could just ult here for some harass. Lenny, this should be it.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, he's got Zubak. In comes Peter Crouch.
It was a bait.
No ultimate for Doxy. It was a bait all along. This should just be first blood, although Doxy's done a lot of work to Lenny. Lenny secures himself first blood. Beautiful gank from Venomcrest on the top side.
So that was super nice. He knew that Zubak was nearby. He holds the wave as long as he can, stalling, tanking the ultimate, because every single Gnar does this. Every Gnar walks up to you with Mega Gnar and wants to use the ult cooldown because it's the only time you can use it. Put it on cooldown again for some harass, and he baits him in with that, finds the gank with Zubak, and Doxy falls.
This is the power of the Ashe though here from PlayStation. Just checking to see if the grubs were getting done as a victory prize there from Zubak. Not the case. Zubak did not go and pick those ones up. But remember, they're actually worth a fair amount of experience if you can get those crabs. Not crabs, grubs. Got the name there for a second. If you can pick up the grubs. So see if Zubak wants to look and turn his attention towards that. He is on an Ivern, so not particularly the fastest taker of the grubs. And now PlayStation is just harassing Zubak out back in towards his own jungle.
Yeah, Crash coming in for Deadhound and Patsy. They have a timer to move here if they want to. Maybe they're going to use that just to cover Zubak, but Ping's coming down onto the grubs. Now, you can imagine, even with a kill onto Doxy, he's still going to have priority in this lane. So Jolbu going to be really happy. And this is what we're talking about. All the champs select, right? They have priority in every single lane. First move, they can get absolutely anything they want. So it's on them to snowball this before the scaling comes online. And they're doing that with grubs. And what's good here is they're mismatching grubs and dragon spawn timers. So once they take these grubs, they're going to be down when dragon's up again. And that way there's no room for a crossmap.
Man, Zubak is really zoned off this wave as well. Level 4 to level 6 versus Gooby. The wave is not in a position where they can even really get in range of it for experience. They are struggling that front. Painful's just going to shove a wave in. But I feel like Venomcrest need to send 4 bot side and just try and get some pressure and alleviate some of the nastiness that is happening here for Deadhound.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. He's going to receive a wave here. You see that. They were pushing into him, so recovered it a tiny bit. You're still 25 CS down. It's not that nice. Zubak's on the way. But I'd be a little bit worried here. They don't have ulti on Tom Kench here, so I think there's a real world that there's a 2v3 if they go for it. And I think they see it too. But mid lane push in for Talia as well. He could also hover down to bot side and then they can't play. So I want to see them hit this tower now because they have grubs. So they can cross map, they can burn the tower extremely easily.
Word.
Every single hit onto the tower down bot side with the Callista Ash is going to do even more damage over time. And that plate win condition comes online.
Lenny!
Is that one shot?
Lenny! What?
Base damage. Lenny, the hero of the team. I swear, every single game we cast of this guy, he is solo killing in lane. Whether it's on Malphite, clearly, whether it's on Cassante, he always manages to find it somehow.
Bro is a menace.
He is, isn't he?
Oh my word. Could you imagine being like, yeah, I've got the easiest lane out of everyone here. Nara into Malphite. I'll just sit and harass him with range and getting solo killed. Oh, that is rough. That is real rough. I mean, we saw, like, he actually did a fair amount of damage with an early trade on Doxy, and I think he just started to feel it there. Oh, hold on. Painful's found himself a good opening. That is not where Errol wanted that knockback to be going, and Painful's just going to flash into the pocket and finish himself the kill up. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Venomcrest surviving the early game.
Yeah, mitigating the early potential and winning the solo lanes through the help of Zubak. Zubak managing to survive the early invades as well. He's kind of putting on an MVP performance, managed to win every single lane as well, and that's the duo of the Ivern and Yone, right? You have a bunch of shields, you can be a vessel for shields extremely well, get the on-hit damage from the Ivern, and use it to run down the Talia because you haven't been punished by the lane matchup.
Oh man, Doxy now playing very, very scared. Lenny petting the Nara a little bit too hard there. As Zubak finds PlayStation, but PlayStation gets away. Now we're actually going to see the Tom Kench making a break for it. Parsi has flash, has heal, is going to have to use it as he's out of there. Ash, Arrow, and Cataclysm used for just a flash of Parsi. I think that's an overall win there for Venomcrest.
Yeah, and you can see the shifting down to mid. Look at mid push, right? They've got huge mid priority coming down, so they're going to zone off the Jinx and the Tom Kench from collecting this wave. Now that wave has been cleared, so the threat is largely gone. Look how far back the other wave is that they've got to wait for if they want to play this. So they're going to decide, no, we're not going to, because it was all the way back at tier 2 tower, and that's their timer gone. Verdant running out of options for this early game.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, Dragon spawning up soon. Could look towards that one. Zubak needs to be careful, though. He could find himself getting caught, flagged, dragged. No Cataclysm available, but infinitely slowed. Has the bush. Can he put it up in time? Knockup comes in from Painful to save the day. Zubak holds his summoner spells and gets out.
Yeah. So now they're going to fall back onto Dragon, and there's no grub spawned, right? So there's no opportunity to cross map. This is what I was talking about with mismatching the spawn times. Take Dragon, then grubs, then Dragon, and they're not up at the same time, so the enemy team can't take them in response to your Dragon. Now, they can play and transfer all their vision and pressure to top side. You can see pings coming down as well. They want to contest these grubs. Both teams seemingly moving over. You can see Tom Kench moving through mid as well.
Oh, Errol going to get jumped in onto here by Painful. Painful actually misses the Q, so it doesn't have that knockup.
Oh my God.
That champion is so balanced. He's just so... He missed like 2 Qs and he still just auto-attacked him down. I hate that champ.
Wow, that was... doesn't even have completed Kraken. That's components to a completed item.
He's full build, bro. He has Noon Quiver and attack speed boots. That's full build on Yone.
No Seraph Shield to save him up there. And they're going to have to wait now. If you're the side of Verdant, the one with the proactivity on your team, you have to wait for the spawn of the Talia to be able to contest these grubs.
Deadhound needs to be very careful. Jolbu may just come in for the dive onto him. Sees him on the ward. Ash Arrow goes a little bit wide. Teleports coming in. Deadhound puts the traps in if he can, if possible. Painful misses the ult. Now finds himself caught inside. The Cataclysm is going to get gobbled up by Parsi. Spat back out with the shield. Comes in forward with the E. Gooby recalls his Pokemon and gets him away to safety. Are they going to re-engage? Yes, they are. Catching onto 3. Chasing forward. Teleport coming in onto Daisy. Jolbu trying to make his way out, but he flags and drags. In comes the rocket through the goalposts. It goes. And Venomcrest, they used a lot of teleports there, brought 5 down and don't actually find anything for it.
Yeah, a lot invested, but you could see, right, how powerful the composition is. The redemption coming down, the complete redemption into the Tom Kenchi, into the shields from the Ivern. It's so much to peel Painful, who's been having a really good game. And that's the single target burst that mitigates the single target burst that Verdant are running here. So it's a stylistic counter if they're even or ahead. And you could see that evidenced in that fight. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right in that. Oh, it's going to be rough this game, I think, for the side of Verdant. They're running out of time. You can see them running all the way straight to the grubs. They have Prio in topside and mid, and pings are coming down.
Oh, boy. Zubak doesn't quite hit it, unfortunately. But yeah, I think the grubs may be in trouble now. That could be a 6 grubber. And with that teleport from Lenny, he gave up. Oh, hello. Painful. Not going to get himself caught out this time. Does not have that ultimate up and available.
It's
Does
just a
not
kill.
have flash. It's just a shutdown.
Maybe that champ is balanced. No flash invested either. He's flash up in 5 seconds. So it does look like that's going to be a free grubs now. And six grubs, like you were saying, it's going to help them accelerate towards this third dragon fight. They can probably pressure down bot side extremely well once this gets taken. Probably pressure for the first tower as well, using the grub buff. But doesn't look like anything more is going to happen. Verdant team comp playing it out as expected. Oh, it's Rift Herald. I've trolled.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing. Forgot. Okay, so they only got 3 grubs, which is ultimately all right for Venom Crest to just lose out on just the 3 and not get the full 5 or 6 over. Errol going to make sure that Jolbu's able to get this rocket.
That was
That
close.
was terrifyingly close. If that hit Jolbu, there could have been a world. I don't know the exact damage at this point, but
Yeah.
it was close. It was a solid attempt there from Deadhound. Get the feathers. There's 3 of them in. Okay, don't worry. Doesn't want cooldown reduction.
Yeah, I mean, it's a jinx, I guess. Maybe that's the thought process. Not worth changing up your pathing. I think Riot's stance on Infernal Cinders, at the very least, interesting little tidbit, is that you shouldn't completely change up how you're going. I might have to hold that, though, as it comes down.
Oh, he's in danger. He's going to get a Giga Stun here. Goes in for
Is he
the
in danger?
knock-up onto PlayStation. Ults away. Painful. Champ's not balanced, bro. Champ's not balanced.
Just gets away, loads of ways to mitigate the CC, and that's one of the reasons why this is a decent matchup alongside being free scaling. Now, what can be done off of that? Lack of ulti means there's a lot less combo power, and now you're going to secure Prio a bunch of times as Errol into mid again. You can move that into bot side here, but the problem is the Jinx has been... He's fallen behind a little bit, but slowly, you know, he's going to start scaling a little bit as well. But look at the...
it's still 50 CS and 2 levels at the moment, which is rough. And, man, Jolbu hovering around this side, just desperately trying to find that opening. Tracks go down, painful. Sorry, PlayStation going to be able to get out thanks to the blast cone and not getting caught out by the grubs. Is there a dive potential?
Yeah, I
don't
think
think
the
so.
wave is a little thin, right? You can just kind of clear it if you're Deadhound. And they don't have enough of a stacked wave to bring down Errol. The wave would be cleared by the time he got there, so they decided to call it off. Also a bit scared of Zubak where he might potentially be, and just going to settle for this dragon, which spawns in 30 seconds time. They have so much vision around
Oh,
both
they know where
sides.
he is.
So the engage comes through.
He's flagged, he's dragged, he's got Daisy, he's got the flash if he needs to throw it out down. Catches out with the Q onto Jolbu. Not even necessary. Zubak, honestly, serious patience in this guy. He doesn't just instantly panic flash. Multiple times now, he just holds it until the opportune moment.
I think, he has to hold the flash, otherwise he gets ulted by Jarvan, and then he can't flash out, right? So he has to wait until he gets ulted. So I think Jolbu there just settles for a chunk, and then he's very happy because that chunk probably confirms the dragon. Now, everyone TPing down. Venom Crest don't want to give themselves for free. It is third dragon. But no completed item for Jinx, so this could be a little bit tricky. They have brought down Lenny, and there's the Mega Gnar.
Teleport.
He has Blast
They got
Cone.
it coming in
Watch the
from
flank.
behind. He, like you said, he has got it. It's going to be timing out relatively soon, though, as he's not going to be able to get it. Gooby getting chased onto, but is going to be able to break away thanks to his flash back to Dragon, as Daisy has kept it aggroed here for the side of Venom Crest. Lenny just zoning everybody away. Gnar has lost Mega and is on that timer. Ash Arrow comes in, lands onto one. They're going to immediately throw everything down onto the back line. Lenny catches the knock-up onto multiple members. He's still alive. Gooby coming in on the flank. He's going to be able to find this kill, but Pazzy gets the gobble off. That's going to be painful. Aggroed up by the Dragon, but he's healing. He's knocked up. Dragon secured there for Verdant, and members dropping left, right, and center. 2 down. The Weaver's Wall is used to break them off. Zubak and Deadhound just going to catch the wave, make their way to safety. Venom Crest, a very, very scattered fight on their front.
And I think the biggest issue there was that Lenny, before the fight even started, he managed to get caught out by Errol's W and then chain CC'd by the knock of the EQ from Jarvan. Before the entire fight started, It was a tongue twister, wasn't it? The fight started, he was chunked to 200 HP, so he managed to get an ult onto only the mini Gnar. And that's just the power of the single target damage coming in from Verdant.
Oh, man, that was a really, really lovely fight there from Verdant, especially when, you know, the early game didn't go as they wanted, but it's Infernal Soul for the team who have the early power. This is the best setup they could have hoped for on the Dragon front. They maybe would have liked to have put bot lane a little bit further behind to find those opportunities, but alas, they were unable to do so. And now Deadhound has that Kraken Slayer finished up, is now move over towards that mid lane. Let's see what they can do with this. See what they're going to be able to try and achieve now that Deadhound is starting to come online. Still probably needs an item or two before they really hit that mega Jinx moment.
That fight was backbreaking, wasn't it? Take a look at Talia's items off the back of Errol with that W. Now he has 2 items. He can run around the map and be incredibly strong, avoid any Yone engage, as well as the Malphite engage. And now they're going to convert this.
Oh, hello.
There's a tower down bot side. I think Gooby should be okay here.
Yeah, he's actually going to get... Oh, no, he's not.
Spoke too soon.
A little bit too late. Painful goes down, though, in response.
Yeah, I thought he had time to stall until Julbu and PlayStation made it over, but it wasn't quite enough. I wonder if Ash threw out the ulti. Maybe he'd survive, but... Now, what's going to happen in response? With that collapse, the numbers down to bot side. They have time to get uptime on this turret. Errol could potentially clear this out, but has to be a little bit afraid of a dive.
Yeah, he's going to be able to hold the wave as it got low. A little bit more tanking comes out. Errol. Lobbing stones. Not able to really make much of a connection. But yeah, I do worry that, you know, Lenny definitely misplayed in that previous fight. So he definitely needs to look at the next fight, positioning a little bit better for it. Not finding himself getting caught out quite so easy. Baron's spawning up soon as well.
Yeah.
So I don't think they really have the pressure to be able to go for Baron, but they are still going to... Zubak's going to secure himself the crab to make sure that they don't try and sneakily backdoor this Baron away from them.
So importantly, there might be a 3k gold lead on the side of Verdant right now. At the very least, 2.5k. But it isn't that real. They kind of 1.5 items across the board outside of Errol being the exception. So in terms of combat power... they're fairly even. Lenny even having an item over Doxy. So if a fight did break out now, it wouldn't be too bad outside of if Errol managed to find a W on someone secured. Now they're going to lean into Errol here on the side lane. Errol going to get some free time on this tower because Jolbu's covering him. And you have Perma-Prio in the mid lane, so you can permanently push and hover topside too. So you just keep doing this to any side lane that you want, and you can eventually just take that turret. Now, they're going to have to play for tier 2s eventually, but Dragon, importantly, is in a minute 45 seconds. So this game has been really accelerated extremely well by Verdant with the mismatching objectives, and now it's all about getting to your next spike before the next dragon spawns, because this is what decides the game, right? Has your scaling come online fast enough to be able to contest the soul point fight, or the soul fight rather? Or has the enemy early game been too strong for you to contest that?
Well, still a little bit of vision clearing. Painful's actually jumped in onto Doxy. Painful... just, like, quite happy to trade 1-for-1 every fight if he can. Like, just super, super aggressive on this Yone. And he probably is the only real mid-game spike they've got right now. Yeah. As Deadhound is still playing catch-up, is still 2 levels down. I mean, is equal in items pretty much to Gooby, although Gooby has just finished up that Rage Blade on this build. We'll see what Deadhound gets at their next build. They're probably still not quite at their next item.
What I wouldn't have minded seeing was kind of trying to look for some kind of engage on someone to pop a flash before the next dragon fight, because it's so impactful. You Cataclysm someone, they have to flash out of it, right, if you're Jolbu or Ash arrow them. But they haven't managed to find it. Now, Deadhound is still going to have flash and all the tools to be able to disengage with the Tom Kenchel. Same for Painful. They're super slippery champions in general, but now everything comes down to Dragon. You have full vision bot side for the side of Verdant, which means you could potentially find any kind of TP flank. But watch the single target. If Verdant manage to find a pick onto a single target, they win the fight. If the fight extends and the peel is enough, then Venom Crest win. That's a dynamic that we need to keep an eye on.
All right, 22 minutes on the in the game. Dragon spawning up in 10 seconds time. Verdant have the inside track on this one. It's going to have to be one hell of an engage from Lenny. As all of this vision is just so comfortably in control here by Verdant. They are going to nestle and bully their way forwards.
Here's Mininar.
As Daisy gets
They
summoned.
have a timer.
Oh, Jolbu. They're trying to find him. If Painful can get it, he's unable to do so. The wall comes up. That is not what Venom Crest need right now. Although they could potentially go over the wall. Daisy's been summoned up, chasing onto the Gnar, who's just going to be eating a lot of this. Lenny's lost half his HP already. Dragon, low HP, secured. That's Soul. In jumps Lenny, only in onto 1. Ash goes wide. A 3-man ult from Painful, but he instantly blinks into the arms of Doxy. Flashing, gets himself caught out, gobbled up by Pazzy. On the way out of here, down goes Deadhound. Venom Crest are crumbling apart. Painful's trying to get his Q chance up so he can break away. Over the wall he goes, but Doxy's got the pressure onto him, and he's able to secure the kill. Venom Crest crumble at the Baron.
And that's just, isn't it? That's the nail in the coffin for the side of Verdant. They just managed to find the exact fight. It all starts with them trying to engage onto the Mininar, trying to pick off Doxy before the fight starts, but the stalling before the dragon comes in. And they managed to secure that soul fight. Venom Crest tried to find the fight as well afterwards, but it isn't enough, and you've got to feel like, with that soul off the window, Their only real win condition now is if they manage to potentially steal an Elder Dragon.
Oh, this is going to be a hard one. Deadhound still hasn't really got any items. He's still a way off coming online. And Lenny ulting just a single target. Constantly losing too much HP, stepping forward a little bit too early into these fights and getting heavily chunked out. There is scaling, but Venom Crest, every little play that happens, it just gets harder and harder for them to hit those scaling criteria. At this point, I really think Deadhound needs to be 3 items before he's really going to be able to take over a team fight. But time and time again, we see Pazzy having to use his ult on someone else, on either Lenny or Painful, and not there to protect. As Painful, he gets himself caught out by the Ash Arrow, over the wall he goes, down he is. Jolbu secures that kill.
Yeah, and that's the power of mid-prio, right? You push mid into shifting top side or bot side or whichever side lane you want to, and then you can collapse on anyone who might overextend for CS. And yeah, whilst he's had a fantastic game, Painful, finding the solo kills, finding the 2v1s, just hasn't really transitioned, and they needed to transition any kind of lead into 3rd or 4th Dragon. But every single time, Verdant just managed to outdo them in terms of execution. Now, they're going 4-1. I wonder what spells they'll need to cast and be able to hit the tower and find some kind of uptime. I wonder when the wall's coming down. There it is.
There it is.
Freely hit turret.
You're not really going to be much of a contest. Lenny does have R if you can find an opportunity. Gooby and PlayStation will be a big one, but Painful's not up, so they don't really have the wombo combo. But there's Pazzy getting womboed. Massive shielding coming in onto him, and Doxy takes him down. Daisy knocking PlayStation up, not really getting much of anything in response, as this tower's still under heavy fire. Venom Crest, I don't know what they can do here. Their base is just in shambles right now.
Yeah. The problem is they haven't got that easy engage. They've got to pull the trigger on some kind of lane with the Malphite ulti. They have to, or else they're going to bleed out. But it looks
he's
like
dead. Lenny's
just
lost all his HP. He has to ult the safety. There's nothing they can do here. Deadhound is tickling them with these auto attacks. Verdant, they really want to make it. They really want to get all the way as the Sarah Shield saves Errol from the Jinx R.
And
Two
you got one more
inhibitors
lifeline.
Down.
You got one more lifeline if you're Venom Crest, right? So they have to be able to find an engage now. Otherwise, they're going to bleed out the time, right? The super minions are going to pile in through top.
Oh,
mid.
Gooby.
As Patsy, he just
He's
gobbles
got
them
the
up.
gobble. They got everything. They got Gooby. Lenny takes the kill. That is not the person they want, but Jinx is excited. They're keeping the chase up on the PlayStation. PlayStation's got the move. They catch the knock-up. In comes Daisy. In comes Lenny. Everyone else gets in range. They get some healing off, but look at the work being done. Look at the turnaround. Doxy and Errol come in to save the day. Painful catches onto 2. Gets a whole chunk of damage out of there, but he is 1 versus 3. Caught out by everyone. Gonna get some movement speed from the Embers, but Doxy's keeping the damage onto him, keeping the damage alive. Painful can't land a Q. It's the ace. It's the game. Verdant have done it.
Yeah, clean and clinical from start to finish. The invades not going the best, but then with the objectives, the neutrals managing to mismatch them to take a soul as early as 23 minutes. Verdant putting an incredibly convincing display.
There were some positives there from Venom Crest, but overall, Verdant, they just hit a moment where they realized they were stronger, and they just ran away with that game. Venom Crest just got to a point where they couldn't do anything but watch that game fall apart from them. I feel like, you know, there's a few things that maybe are a little bit too greedy in the draft there coming in from Venom Crest. I'd love to talk about it more, but we are behind. So we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then back we'll have our analyst desk and get prepared for game number 2. See you in a moment.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Verdant, do it again. They take down Venom. Oh boy, they take down Venom Crest, keeping their hopes and dreams alive. Ah, come on, get it out, get it out.
I mean, I'm proud to be Danish today. 26-minute game. I thought that draft was hard to execute, but they executed it well. Horrible early game. Who cares, man? We just scale even without a scaling composition. They played those fights so well. I want to give credit to Yulbo. Incredible game from him. He was on point with the smites. He was on point with the team fights, and it was just good night to Venom Crest because they got dunked on here. Verdant are well and truly alive. This is crucial for their playoff hopes and dreams. As the Danish Dane says here, I think they're gonna make that top 2 now. What can stop them? They're gonna get that top 2. I'm saying it here.
I just love the fact that he started talking about the team and he goes to we. It's not even the team itself. We. I'm part of the team right now. Like
I was just in that
watching
congratulations.
backstage when they do things wrong. He's like, "What are you doing? You're trolling. It's always you when they're bad and we when we're good."
Look,
just saying,
no.
you're fair with the fan, bro.
I think I say we as well when we're sitting in the green room, right? What are we doing? There might have been a point in the split where I lost that for a couple of games, but I mean, once we are looking good, we look very good. Now, to be completely honest, right? I think this just encapsulates Verdant so well because we've seen games where they've gone this crazy draft and they have lost this game in 30 minutes looking horrible.
Yeah.
But then there are games like this where when it clicks, this team looks very good in all 5 lanes. No one looked bad here. And someone like Erol, who did have a rough early game, looked really good in the middle to late portions of the game, the 20+ minute mark. So this just encapsulates this Verdant roller coaster we've been on this whole split with. Some games, they look like a top team in our league. And other games, they look not good at all.
But Erol's game at the beginning was terrible, right? Is that what you're saying?
I think this was one of his worst early game performances. He did get caught on a couple times.
Then let's
I love Erol, but come on, don't come here.
Nah, he was calling you out at all. He was calling you out. What do you have to say to your Danish friends?
I mean, I agree. I think I ran it down pretty hard. Props to Painful though. He played really well lane phase. And I think I haven't played Celia in a long time, so my fights are way better than the laning.
But tell me something, okay? You can be honest. You're on a safe space. Yone is not okay as a champion, is he?
I mean,
you can be honest. That one when he killed you with only a recurve bow, at all.
I mean, yeah, but there's a lot of champions that can like counter him a lot. So if he gets CC'd once in a fight, he just kind of gets one pop. So yeah.
True. I'll give you that one. So tell me something.
I mean,
yeah.
He played well in lane. Like as I said, props to him. I definitely have to work on my laning phase. It's probably my weakest point right now. But that also, yeah, I haven't played that much League as I used to do before. So.
Oh, but you kind of need to, due to the fact that with this victory, the hopes and dreams are alive. There's a way to go for that 4th spot. Are you looking excited for that one? Do you think it's possible?
I mean, yeah, I think my goal, like every split, is obviously to win, but I'm happy with playoffs because I feel like that's where you prove yourself and that's where the games are like BO5s and not BO1s. Because some of the games people have won against the better teams are kind of drafts that are cheesy. So yeah.
Okay, your next game is versus natives. It will be your last of the split, at least of the regular split. What can we expect for tomorrow?
I mean, hopefully a win, I guess. But Nulu and I mean Selfie, he's a really good laner, probably the best laner in the league in my opinion. So I hope I beat him in lane this time, not like before.
Let's see what happens at all. Thank you so much for the interview. I'll toss it away back
problem.
to the desk. And I'll see you tomorrow. Good luck. There he goes. The Danish Dane with the Dane and the Dane. Foxtrot. We're about to jump into the next one because we're kind of behind on schedule. This game
Tad.
took a little bit longer than expected. It is Natives versus Lions Creed. And we were talking about the possibility of Verdant making playoffs for the 4th spot. They're facing each other tomorrow, Natives versus Verdant. And if Natives lose this one, it's kind of a done deal.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
officially out.
and
It's Fox. It's
exactly.
Fox.
My mistake. I got too excited to talk about the
Fox,
Daily Team. My
talk
bad.
with me.
I didn't. I didn't hear you say it's Fox. I thought you said it's fat. So I was looking at the matchups. I was like, what is he shouting that? Am I hearing this right?
No, I was
But
talking
no,
with you,
it's
Fox. I
Yeah,
was-
that's cool. I'm here.
Oh, gosh.
But to be fair, you're not wrong. It would be like that if they lost today. So, especially since Verdant just won, right? Because Natives are really hoping that Venom Crest would win because Natives aren't trying to get to the top spot in playoffs. They're just trying to squeak in into 4th. So, people around them in the standings need to lose, one of which was Verdant, right? And they just won. So yeah, it's not looking too hot, to be honest. Verdant now with 7 wins. Natives have 5 wins with 2 games left. So yes, they have to win every single game if they want to try and push into 4th place. As you mentioned, obviously it starts now against good old Lions Creed, who are the best team in the league. So they're certainly up against it. It's going to be a difficult game, but Natives, they have shown flashes of brilliance, and today is going to have to definitely be not just a flash of brilliance, but we want to see a full glow, a hue of brilliance today, or it's all over.
It's one of those games where both teams are looking for the W for different opportunities. By the way, we're just having a small delay, not due to the teams, it's with the server. Calm down, Duckling, you got this.
No
But the
more
idea,
issues,
if Lions Creed wins today, they lock in 1st place due to the fact that Venom Crest just lost their game. Lions Creed started the day with 87.5% chances of making it 1st. So that is a big one. Winning this one, it's like locked in, we're good to go. And on the other side is, Natives lose this one, they're out.
Yeah. I mean, for Natives now, they obviously cheered for Venom Crest in the previous game because it would have helped their odds. They can no longer afford to lose any of their games, as you said, and going against our very likely 1st place team in our regular season, it's going to be tough. And not only because they're 1st place at the moment, they've had such a strong second half to the split because pretty much all the losses for Lions Creed came in the first half,
They're on a
where they were a
6-game
shaky
win
team.
streak.
Like, I just realized, fucking,
Yeah.
you were talking about our undisputed best team in the league, and I wholeheartedly agree with that point. But just go 3 weeks back to how we were talking about them in the middle of the split. We were not saying this. We were asking questions about Lions Creed. What is going wrong here? What is going right? Because they did have some good games, but some bad as well. Like, their second half of the split deserves a lot of credit. They've really, really stepped up their level. They are consistent, and they are really good at League of Legends. And the consistency is the key thing, because it's been quite a while since I've seen them have a bad game. And for Natives, who has had a shocker of a second half of the season, to me it just seems like such a big mismatch here that Natives really have to pull up a big upset to stay in the playoff race, and they have their backs against the wall here.
When you look into the players, though, you think like, okay, the jungler for the Natives has to unlock a lot of potential for the lanes. And then on the other side, you have the MVP almost, Johan. Is that a way or an idea that you can steal a specific champion and can not even make you fight versus Johan, but look for the lanes?
I think it's going to be difficult. The problem that I find is like Lions Creed have stepped up massively in the second half. In fact, Lions Creed's last loss, if I'm not mistaken, I could be chatting utter rubbish here, but I'm fairly certain this is true. The last time they lost was against Natives. Natives beat them, and Lions Creed was like, "Screw that noise, never again. We're not losing any more games at all," and they stuck with it. So it's Native. If we're just going to go off that, Natives has beaten Lions Creed before, right? But it was kind of like the neutered, tempered form of Lions Creed. And to answer your question a bit more directly, Archer, I think the thing that I find so difficult about challenging the Lions is like they just have such a wide champion pool. It's really hard to get them in draft. they can play so many different like roles and styles and have different carries in their different lanes as well. So it's crazy to get that initial advantage. I would hope to see natives pick something a bit more comfort, and like Errol was saying in the last interview, I think Nulu can show us some more. So I'd like to see him go maybe like his Azir or something like that, which he's done really well in the past.
They often look into taking at least Lion's Creed to take out the Nocturne, which could be a weapon for natives, but every single time they try to play it, it's always banned. It seems like the players don't allow them to play with the Nocturne. That could be a possibility. But let's jump into the Champion Select. There we go, Twisted Fate to start this one off. Let's see where natives is going to land.
Yeah, a lot of questions for natives here. Can they step up to the level we saw earlier in the split? How will they tackle the draft? It feels like there are a lot of strong players in Lions Creed you need to try and shut down. And it is very hard because we've seen some games where I think teams in draft have had a pretty good read on how they need to try and shut down someone like Johan and Tim. But then Lions Creed, they, for example, have drafted the Lucian Nami to big success as well a couple of times that they've locked it in. So, I mean, the problem with Lions Creed is you can't just shut one lane down and expect no other lane to step up. They are strong enough to step up in every single lane. So I do like the counter ban, getting that utility off the table. I do really, in general, just like banning out the flex picks because it does make the opponent's draft easier to read, removing some of those strong variables. But for the side of Lions Creed, they are hammering down on some of these champions that can either take over the late game that are weird to kind of play against, like the AD carry Twisted Fate, or the Kalista who can really also snowball the game heavily. So, I like what both teams have going on here, especially getting that Akali ban. That's crucial. Temp's been phenomenal on that pick.
Yeah, it is Temp's most played champion. And he is just taking over games with that, absolutely. But again, even if you're banning the Akali, he can play so many different styles of champs. It's honestly just so hard to play into Lions Creed. You will get the last pick, though, if you are native. So you can maybe hold out a little bit there to see if you're able to get that last advantage in the draft. We'll see what the final ban is here for natives. Lucian wouldn't be too surprising. We see they're getting taken away from Jinjo quite a lot, and it is one of his better picks. It's going to be the Ashe instead. You mentioned as well you liked banning away the flex picks. Well, Ashe obviously being one of those in support and ADC, but something that isn't a flex pick and very much will be going over to Jinjo is this Smolder. We've seen it be used to honestly pretty high effectiveness. I think it's a really strong pick in the meta right now. First pick in that ADC.
Yeah, but it does leave a couple of the strong champions open. In particular, the Maokai seems like an obvious choice, getting some guaranteed CC as well. I do like that. I mean, overall on the Smolder debate, I think he's a decent enough champ, but definitely has his weaknesses as well, which is pretty much a sign of a good champ design, right? But if it's first pickable, I don't know if the strength is that strong. I feel like you have to spend quite a lot of resources to play around it. I do also like this approach, something we have seen before, getting the Hui, which can likely end up going bot lane here to get that extra range and just try and poke out the lane, try and deny as many resources away from the Smolder early on as possible just by dominating the lane so much. I do like this idea, but it's somewhere where my own mind isn't really made up on how I like the matchup and who I favor in it. Regardless though, I do see why both teams have gone for that decision. Locking in this Volibear though, certainly more interesting. Not something I'm seeing readily in the meta at the moment.
Yeah.
That is a big question in my eyes, but certainly a champ that I can see Johan abuse his strength to the maximum.
Is it purely a jungle thing that
That's
you see,
the
or do
thing.
you ever see it
go
top?
top laner.
Do you see it flex or not? That's it,
Yeah.
right? So I wouldn't be too surprised someone like Banderas wanted to flex it, but obviously you kind of just stick to its comfort. Where, yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm sure the bans will kind of tell us a little bit more. The Hui, though, I do find really surprising, though, for natives, like not a single Hui game in their history, in their repertoire. It's not something they're known for at all. And it will be bot side. It will be Rusty Sniper on the Hui here. Now this team is already exceptionally high on magic damage, right? When you've got Maokai, Hui, and Victor, they're gonna have to try and find some more physical damage, but it's gonna have to come from Smurfit, surely. Like this, you can't get that. Well, I mean, I guess unless Maokai support, which he could be as well. It's going to be tough. Yeah, I think natives are really need to diversify their damage profiles here.
I think it's interesting. I do see the point with going with the Hui bot lane. I discussed it a bit earlier. But Rusty as a player, is he really a Hui player? doesn't
Yeah.
scream that to me. So he has a lot to prove here, and this would add a lot to him as well as a player and as an all-round player if he successfully brings this out and looks good on it. Top lane bans do to me signal that both teams think that this is still open and this Volibear is going towards the jungle. I think it is a very good point because Smurfy will likely go for something damage oriented to bring an AD damage into the mix. So banning away some of these brutal champions that we know, like the Fiora that Banderas has a lot of success on, does give Smurfy a higher chance of getting a good matchup. Now, no, let's see what lines we go for here in the last bans. Could go for the jungle. I do assume that Malphite to go support in all honesty, so could go towards that or just look to trim out Smurf's pool even further, which wouldn't surprise me either.
That's the question, though. What is the top lane going to be? For me, this is the big, the big moment here for Native's draft. Trying to find that suitable top lane for this team comp. You will. I would be very surprised if it's not your last pick here for Natives. But at the same time, what are you running at this point? That's I'm not going to talk about that. I don't think that's happening. But yeah, we've seen. Oh, I mean,
What
I don't
is
know what's
happening
happening.
today?
I mean,
What?
is this a way top or? I was.
I thought about him as a support, like a weird idea,
no.
but
I don't think
this
that's
is,
happening.
you
Or maybe
know?
There's no
it has
way
been
that's
played over in
happening,
LCK in support. I think it was Sparrow who whipped it out at the start of the LCK split.
What is going on?
This does kind
There
of.
is ways to flex this champion as a support. There is a world where you can.
There
do
is a
it.
way. There is certainly a way.
Yeah.
But
There's
I
a way.
do.
Yeah. Good fun.
I do want to see what Lions Creed have been cooking up here. Yep, I like the Kazanti. I think it's strong. Removing the Nard does remove something that's strong against it. We know Banderas can play it. It's quick. It's guaranteed to succeed pretty much. So now, what do you pair your support or your AD carrier with down in the support position for Kasing? It's not gonna be this Camille. Otherwise, I won't be believing this draft. Yeah, the Rakan, a bit more stock standard, offers both something offensively and defensively. I think they've got a good draft. Johan, excited to see how he performs on this Volibear, who isn't really in the meta at the moment, but has a lot to offer in the jungle role.
It seems
But-
like such a Johan champ, does it not?
yeah, it is
Volibear?
certainly a Johan champ, and this is something he played as well back in 2022 when we had the studio in Berlin, and Volibear was meta all the time. I even myself abused it to get high diamond in solo queue. Champ was broken, everyone played him, and Johan utilized that success as well. So I just want to see what natives have been cooking up here. Surely this is not Smurfy playing way topping, right? No, it is the way bot support.
It is way support. It is way support.
I was getting
I-
confused. Like that was a world, but
I don't know if I
know
like
about
that though.
one.
I mean, I can't comment too much on the individual 2v2 matchup here and how it plays out. I've never seen Hui Sari paired up together. But
Yes,
it's not
it's
something
so
to me
whack.
that screams, oh, the synergy here will just lane bully Ginger and kissing out. This seems kind of crazy, to be honest. I don't know what natives have been cooking up here. I don't know if they're cooking up a delicious soup or it's all just burning, but it is do or
Yeah.
die for them, and they are certainly
That's the thing.
throwing their hat in the mix with something.
So predictions before we toss it to the casters. Who do you believe is gonna take this one?
It's madness, but I'm not. I think it's delirious. I don't think it's a good kind of mad. So yeah, I'm sorry. I think I'm gonna. As much as I love the spice, I'm leaning towards Lions Creed.
Yeah, I'm a Dane. I'm not good with spice, so I'd go with Lions Creed instead. I think they've got the stock standard composition, salt and pepper. It works every time. 5 points
gonna be
on them.
actually.
Yeah,
I think the
actually.
draft.
Yeah,
from-
he's gonna.
from
I've seen this
Native.
once before down in the LFL second division. They've played 3 times and has had a load of success. Regardless, though, let's throw it to the guys who are smarter than me and Foxdrop and
Hang
send
on,
it on
it's
to the
not
casters.
even me, okay? It's not even me, man. It's them, okay? I respect it.
We love you,
I'm
Aragon.
disappointed.
We love you.
Aragon.
We love you.
Take it
Don't
away. Well, actually,
You know, for once, I actually agree with them.
Surprisingly.
What
What
do
you did a flame duckling, man? Damn it.
I'm gonna flame him. I was completely lying. So, I think Lions Creed draft is incredible. I think that it's really, really good. It's very on point with the meta. I think it's the most meta draft that we've seen. Volibear Duckling actually is incredibly meta on this patch because of the buffs it received. He's a top lane jungle flex at the moment. He's got like kind of a zombie build going on, but he's really, really good right now because he counters the meta junglers in terms of 1v1. And if you pair him off with some kind of prio lane like the Orianna, you can consistently invade and isolate that 1v1 and really punish the enemy jungler. So that's what Lions Creed are going for. Johan, expect a lot of proactivity.
I'm super excited to see him on this champ. It's one we've been waiting to see the return of, but we are going to throw ourselves straight into this game number 2. And here we are, game number 2, Lions Creed versus Natives, another game which means everything to Natives. In fact, I think they need to win all of their games this week if they want a shot at making it into that top 4. Lions Creed not locked into first, but after that loss actually from Venom Crest, that actually might have changed it. They might be all right. Anyway, Tempt is going to get himself roboted up, and Shirakatami.
Yeah, a lot of range, a lot of magic damage actually coming out from Natives here. I'm a little bit concerned of the damage split because it is 4 dedicated magic damage dealers with like a mixed AD carry damage dealer from Rusty. Now, of course, if he gets fed and if he's on parity in terms of items, he'll be fine in that regard. But it just means that if Rusty Sniper gets bursted down, magic resist value goes through the roof. But as I was saying before, I think onus is on Johan. He has a lot of potential for making plays. Maokai can too, but they don't really have a lot of setup in any lane. They have a lot of scaling, a little bit of push with Victor, but Volibear right now has a lot of tools to be proactive, mainly through mid lane, but maybe he can transfer that up to top or bot side as well. But I'd imagine what he's going to do though, because this is what you do into Maokai generally, is you're going to attack with priority against the enemy jungler.
Okay, so you said this is a bit of a zombie build. What does that mean? What can we expect from the build from Johan?
So, in the jungle, you just go regular build, right? It's not the zombie build. In general, you have Sundered Sky as the jungler. It's not that special because it's incredible statistic. But in top lane, you go Ingenious Hunter. You have Undying Despair or whatever the item is, which you heal every like 5 seconds or whatever, depending on how many people are around you. Spirit Visage and Fimbulwinter, and you just keep proccing it with Ingenious Hunter reduce cooldown, and you never die, right? That's why it's the zombie build. But a little bit of trading in the lane currently. So what happens with these kinds of lanes with Hui support is that you typically play it into stuff like Renata or weaker laners, which you can outrange, and you just poke. And with these trades, you can eventually maybe set up into dives. That's the idea anyway. You affect the enemy condition in lane, and Yaki is going to pat down the bot side. So I wonder if that's going to happen. If the trades are good enough from Rusty Sniper and Shirakatami, maybe we'll see some dives down bot side.
Yeah, Johan going to be on the other side of the map, although he thinks that he's going bot lane, so Johan may be looking to make an early appearance on that bot side. There is that one ward in the Pixel Brush, so they will see him coming in, and this is a very, very big wave. He's just making sure and shadowing a potential for any poke, any dive, any opportunity to find a kill. Not going to present itself. I like that. He gives up his own tempo to secure his bot lane from being knocked out of the game in the first, like, 4 minutes of it.
Yeah, my only concern now is that Jinjo and Kasing are going to be pushing out this bot side wave, and you have Jakey on this Maokai down bot side, so they could be pinging, or they could orchestrate, rather, a gank on the slow push back. And Volibear's top side now, right? He had his window to cover bot side, and now he's gone. Now he's going to clear out his top side. And there is an opportunity for Maokai to punish on the wave state back now. Johan, I think he's just going to wave clear, clear his camps, and then recall and head down bot side. I think that's the main avenue of attack. But I would have liked to see him do a bit more. Maybe invade bot side. I know he tried to look for a gank, but typically you really want to attack this Maokai.
Yeah, that should be his game plan. Right now, though, he doesn't kind of catch up a little bit on the farming front as he gave up some of that tempo. Yaki going to get his hands on to the crab. So just a little bit more accelerated than Johan, who is going to be on his blue and then heading towards that crab himself momentarily. Maybe looking for something topside onto Smurfy. Seems he is currently out of mana and trading versus Banderas.
Yep, full clear coming in for the Maokai into a deep ward. Going to spoil out that Wraith respawn camps and maybe be able to make a play elsewhere because of it. Also going to be able to be useful to track if an early dragon is started up. I wouldn't be surprised to see potentially native started up because of Maokai damage to dragon, as well as that perm push down bot side with that double range. It makes an easy objective. But you can see, with the priority mid lane, invading respawn camps. And this is exactly what Volibear wants to do. He's incredibly good attacking the main jungler. He's going to yoink it and, and dip, really.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Jinjo just getting himself pretty heavily bullied up. Kasing did eat most of that damage there with his shield and then gets the Q. The Gleaming Quill Hill off onto Jinjo. Jinjo still getting pretty heavily chunked out and poked out in this lane, as expected. Remember, it's all about... I can't remember what the magic number is now. It's 225, I want to say?
25.
Yeah,
yep.
225.
So
I remembered it.
You have various breakpoints. You have 25, 125, 225, and each one, even better than the last. Each one also helps you stack faster because you gradually get more and more AoE, then your Q last hits more minions, right? So There are some really interesting interactions where if you lower the wave low enough, you can just Q once and get a bunch of stacks at a time. But Native's gonna utilize their top lane priority to secure a bunch of grubs. That's great, but now I imagine the Volibear can just either cross map to steal camps, gank bot side, or stop the dragon. And it does look like he's gonna go attack the camps.
Oh, he didn't. The Gromp respawns the second he lost vision on it.
tower.
Oh, actually, hold on. He might find himself a Huey here, a little painter. As we're looking mid, but
Yeah.
Shirakatami had to use his heal, and he's 106 HP after that.
I think the problem is he tries to run and gank Hui, but Hui just fires that in a line fear. And you know how Volibear just has to run in a line? I think that's
Yeah.
incredibly hard to avoid. So they're just going to walk on out of there. Zeri, of course, has the ability to dash over walls and get away incredibly easily. Surprised they didn't try to convert that into a dragon. Maybe not too sure if they can contest it with this Smolder. And they're more so just going to play to scale. I want to see some skirmishing around bot side, especially with this Volibear. Not too dangerous skirmishing, because they are weaker 3v3, but any kind of skirmish is really good for Smolder as long as they live, because of the stacking of spells and champions. So bringing Volibear down is never too bad.
Yeah, I think he's just looking to catch himself a little bit more farm. He is down a level to Yiki. Remember, the Void Grubs, they're actually worth a pretty significant amount of experience, so Yiki being able to pick those up early has definitely helped him get back into this game, although they are looking for Rusty, who jumps over the wall. That now is going to be on cooldown. Jinjo's getting some damage off. They've used a lot of abilities. Ghost has been burnt here by Jinjo. In comes Yaki, though, to make sure that they can maybe find a turnaround. Carpet comes out, and that is just going to be all she wrote on that gank. Ghost burnt by Jinjo, and not really anything more they're able to get off that. Overall, Natives are going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, the champions don't really do that much early, right? Rakan, Smolder, they're kind of not the best kind of setup, and don't have the most firepower early, so not going to be able to force a fight onto the Zeri Hui in terms of just being able to match the 3v3. Instead, just going to settle for some more farming of camps and scaling up. They do have an insane team fight, right? As the game goes on, they have Cassante Disruption frontline, as well as great ball delivery. But it's all about getting Smolder stacks, and to do this, they're going to have to concede early game. So Lion's Creed, taking a more tempered approach to the game. Not going to have huge amounts of prio like we saw with Verdant last game to be able to play through easily, but rather going to have to scale and maybe deny Ornn these honey fruit. If we can take a look at that skirmish in topside river. He does have red buff. This could be a kill here.
Oh, Smurfy, yeah, he's in some danger. In comes Tempt. He's got himself the ultimate. The W's already used, and they're going to get the kill. First blood over to Tempt, and there's still a grub left as well, so they can grab that little grub. Pick that up for Johan. Get him that one for the team at least. Put it onto reset.
Natives doing exactly what they need to do, right? They're getting most of the grubs. They're getting Dragon. They're stacking up, using this priority down bot side, trying to play against the Smolder clock. Didn't opt for the center, but rather the Zeri to have a little bit more agency alongside the Hui. But yeah, a bit of a slow game. I think this is pretty expected with the lack of setup in any single lane that we have here, and rather just slow poke and attrition lanes, like for example the control mage mid lane, and just going to be some neutral objectives taken away. Just one going over, and this is important, right? Because the bonus XP you get from camps as jungler only applies to the first grub you take, so going to be able to manage to pick that up. And actually, Sniper be trading a little bit with the ult.
Yeah, just getting a bit of damage off. Nothing too major at this point.
Yeah.
And honestly, Johan has not been able to really get those solid invades. I think he's taken like 2 camps away from Yaki so far, but nothing really that major. So
yeah, it's only really been onto the rates. I think the problem is they don't have anything to work with topside in terms of priority. It's just kind of a handshake scaling tank lane, which Cassante can do okay in. And then bot side, they can never win any kind of 3v3 because they have a Smolder, right? So naturally, their options are very limited to only being able to invade using mid-prio. And doing that, they managed to take away a couple raid camps, but that's it, right? Whilst they have attacked the Maokai, I don't think it's as much as you'd like. Usually you want to really, really hurt the Maokai because he's super weak early. Regardless, handshaking scaling is never bad when you have a Smolder. And the game's going to go on, and I think in terms of who outscales who, I don't think Smolder is contested. I've seen a lot of Smolder, Zeri handshakes in the LCK and the LPL now, and it seems like Smolder always kind of auto-wins on stacks. I was talking to Banderas, actually, the other day, and he was saying, you know, on 225 stacks, Smolder isn't auto-win competitive because of coordinated play, lockdown. Like, they have Maokai to lock down the Smolder, but I do think it's incredibly strong. So once we get there, we'll have to track how Jinjo plays it.
And yeah, like you said, they don't have the Maokai to lock down the Smolder, but Smolder has tools and a team that can really form a brick wall in team fight scenarios, and that's what you're saying about the opportunities. Banderas low HP up here on the top side, but meanwhile in the bot lane, Jinjo, he's had to use the flash, Mum gets called in, and Natives get sent packing. Nice little attempt though.
So ult burned from Smolder. Gonna deny some neat little tech where you can ult the wave to insta-clear if it's not a cannon wave. So gonna be forced to stay and farm up the wave and be trapped under tower now. No TP
Johan
lane, but engage.
Johan jumps in, Shiwakatami. He has no way to get away. He's got the flash, though. He's gonna try and burn it, but Jinjo's able to secure the kill. Jinjo now getting himself locked down, rooted up. Yaki looking to try and find the damage onto Kasing. Kasing trying to make his way out.
He's under
the
tower.
He goes. He jumps away to safety. Yaki, he's in danger. Jinjo just gifted 2 kills like that.
Oh, that's a disaster, isn't it?
Yeah,
Jinjo just
bad.
gets a load of stacks. Double kill on the Smolder, accelerated to his ER even sooner. Oh, it's not exactly not what you want to see. You have a bunch of priority. Try to force a fight with Rusty Sniper and the ultimate and the Ghost, but it just isn't enough. Sorry, I'm a bit scarred. When it comes to solo queue versus Smolder, you're kind of just looking bot side, and it is not fun to play with. It's not fun to play with against, because you always know that the second he gets that, he's just going to pick up a bunch of random kills and scale to infinity. As, I do love watching top lane.
Top lane. Man,
It's always fun, isn't it?
just 2 champs who can clear waves. That's all they do, and then tank later.
Yeah, it's quite curious how Smurfy invested R5 into picking Ornn. A little bit of a red flag, because usually you wanna counter pick R5 to get the best possible counter pick you can. Right, and it does look like he said, you know what, guys, I'll pick for the team comp, round it out with some more magic damage. I don't really have an answer once they banned out Aatrox Gnar. And even though there probably are some picks that you could have picked, Smurf is going to pick for the team. So, whilst it's okay, I'd rather use that counter pick resource elsewhere.
I mean, you can't always play. You can't always be the hero, right? Sometimes someone's got to be that guy. He's got all the help and all the stats.
I think there was room for some kind of AD kind of counter pick into the Xante, whether it's a range champion or something that's set up to play through, because the other lanes, whilst you can play for bot side, something with direct set might be nice. I'm thinking stuff like Camille would be great, but maybe it's not a Smurfy pick. Anything like an Olaf would be fantastic, but I am rambling.
Oh, hello.
Little pink ward comes down.
Oh, Kasing gets them all, Mum! And the shockwave! It's a huge wombo! Yaki's able to limp away from the fight, and now Rusty actually looking to turn it around. They get the shutdown onto Jinjo. The Death Rays are just coming in huge there from Nulu. Johan has to flash away. Kasing clears the wall. They trade out 1 for 1, but ultimately, Jinjo, the shutdown goes over to Rusty Sniper. What a turnaround!
Yeah, Rusty Sniper sees that all the threats are down, right? Everything was used. Rakan W, Rakan R, and the Smolder R. And the second that's down, he can just run amok, right? He has the Ghost, he pops his ultimate, and he just chases, and that ult does not stop going if he's still hitting. So, manages to find the rundown angle, and pops a bunch of flashes. Huge skirmish coming out from Natives.
Absolutely beautiful coming in from Natives. What a turnaround. Saw, though, a taste of the wombo. If Lions Greed hit that with, like, another set of items on, that's such a done fight, right? It's such a wrap at that point.
Yeah.
So usually, things like that you got to be careful of. Do not get caught in chokeholds versus teams with lots of AoE.
Usually, you see Smolder with stuff like Vi, stuff with easy setup to guarantee the ultimate. The ultimate's not the most impactful thing, but usually when you guarantee it can be huge in chokes like that, like you identified, but it's bot lane priority.
Alright.
Johan's contesting.
The Ghost just got popped by Jinjo. They're coming in. They get the slow onto multiple members. Dragon gets secured by Yaki with the smite. They have the ult. Mum comes down, and Yaki's toasted.
That was a brutal fight. Yeah, so crucially, what happened there with Johan contesting that dragon was he managed to sidestep the Wave here. And because of that, he could just run down Maokai and stun him up, and they managed to secure the Smolder. And that seemed a little bit strange to me, because I thought Smolder was a 200-second cooldown, and they just fought using it. But it looks like the Essence Reaver CDR is going to pay off, and they're going to have it for a single fight. Now, what can they get off the back of that? Johan invading here. And they do have the tools to contest. Johan R is almost up with the buff cooldown.
They pulled it away a little bit too far, but they're going to restart it up.
Maokai's up.
Yaki's coming in. He does have that ult coming up in a second. Then in jumps Kasing, lands an knock on multiple members. Shockwave onto the back line. Gets Rusty Sniper and Shiva Katami. Nulu has to jump away to safety, but Johan is taken down. 10 flushes forwards. Instantly finds himself caught out. Rusty limping away with a very, very low amount of HP. Jinjo takes to the flight, but he can't get over that wall. He is able to clear this one. Kasing limping away as Nulu takes him down. They trade out 3 for 1 across the board. Massive win for Natives.
And I think it was so hard to chase into that flank, into that choke. You saw Tempt flashing in as Oriana to finish off a kill because he just could not get in there. I think Kasing and Johan might have gone a little bit too deep, separated from their carries, so that Jinjo and Tempt could not hit. And you feel like that was a bit of an overextension. The play lasts too long, and Yaki manages to respawn to contest that blue buff again. We should have gotten the blue buff and gotten out.
Yeah, a little bit too overeager there coming in. I think they felt like they had a really good opportunity to go in. And time again, you do see Lion's Creed landing these huge wombo combos, but it's just too early in the game. They like Oriana and Smolder, they need some time before they really hit those major spikes. I mean, there's a full item on Tempt, but it's not even really a full item. It's like a half-baked item until you get the Seraph upgrade and you have that shield and a little bit more mana to work with. Ooh, Jinjo.
Yeah, and you can see, the pain of the 3-0 Zeri now with 1.5 items. This doesn't really compare having Jinjo. And there's what we talked about. You use the ultimate. I think it might have been a little bit late there, but you use the ultimate to clear the wave, and then you come back on a cannon wave, and that way, you actually don't miss that much farm. But I think it was a little bit too late, and now he feels forced to stay. Chunked in the tower, he's kind of trapped.
Oh my word, Banderas gets himself to knockback. He's playing like a lunatic.
Yeah, I think on this patch, Cassante was actually nerfed a little bit, so blind ability is a little bit down, but Banderas doesn't care.
I'm still going for it. He's finds the ult down. Smurfy just jumps away, though. In comes the Ornhorn to clear the wave. Actually, it's because Tempt's in the area as well. That is a scary thought. There's a robot here.
Yeah.
He wins. Robot or goat.
Johan's on the way as well. He has ulti, but Smurfy's he's going to walk out there. And now they have to trade tower. Look down bot side. Void grubs over to Natives as well, so they're going to hit towers extremely hard. First blood tower might just go over to the bot side for Rusty Sniper. Going to leave so they give him isolated gold. And they're going to try and trade a topside tower for it, but it isn't first blood tower to the side of the LC, it is to Natives.
And it's not even solo gold onto someone like Tempt. Tempt's going to have to share that gold with Banderas. So, not quite the cash injection, but they... Oh no, it's not Banderas, it's Johan. Not quite the cash injection, but Natives just got. And speaking of cash injection, that was a big one because that has actually pulled Natives back into this game. They are now tied equal with Lion's Creed, and we can see where that gold distribution is. It's 500 in favor of Tempt, it's 900 in favor of Rusty Sniper, and then, you know, kind of marginal leads everywhere else across the board. It's going to be a close one, but again, Lion's Creed not completely upset with the state of this because they've still got scaling. They still want to wait a little bit. Now that the Seraphs has been upgraded and you've got the Haunting guys onto Tempt, like he's almost got his Leandries, his second item, which is going to be a major power spike for Tempt.
Yeah, 2 items to 1 though on the AD carry. I imagine LC won't want to contest that and rather play for scaling with a Smolder and wait for him to get an item spike as well. So if I'm them, I would rather cross map topside and potentially play for that tier 2 top, but it does look like they're going to try to contest.
Dragon number 3,
despite
man.
Being items down. It is Dragon number 3, but this is a very powerful Rusty Sniper here. Phantom Dancer static shift completed out, has full summoners. Maybe look for a summoner pop before this. But it isn't an accelerator Smolder. He still doesn't have 225 stacks.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many stacks he has got right now, but Banderas, he's actually popped Ghost. He's running in onto Nulu. Nulu's been caught. He's got the ultimate so he can steal him away. Uses W to displace himself. In jumps Johan. Ultimate comes down. They're going to throw everybody in, looking for Nulu. Tempt's come around in onto the corner. They've found themselves the shutdown. That gold goes over to Banderas. Get the knockback onto Smurfy. Smurfy losing so much HP. He is annihilated. Banderas now may find himself caught out on the bottom side of the fight. Tempt ults in, trying to get some damage off, but he does lose his life. Shockwave lands onto 2 members. Rusty Sniper and Yaki eating that one up. Jinjo still has his ultimate if necessary. Ultimately, though, they traded a mid laner for a jungler, so the ability to be able to secure this dragon is going to be somewhat diminished here. No Shockwave. All they've got is Jinjo's ult.
But Banderas has TP, right? So if they can soft contest this, it's still 4 versus 4. Azeri has no ultimate or ghost. So Banderas maybe could work a way in. The problem is they're split with a front-to-back composition, so they could turn on Jinjo attempt if they want to. But it looks like Banderas might just have the angle.
Kasing's in low HP. He is able to jump away. The teleport came in from Nulu, who rejoins that fight. Rusty Sniper can't finish up Kasing. Dragon gets reset. Johan, he's a long way away, but he's on the way. I think they're just going to have to give Jinjo maybe a hero ultimate coming in. In comes Mum. Not going to be enough. Gets a bit of poke off, and that is all she wrote on that front. Banderas is going to make his way out, and Lion's Creed get the inside track on the mid lane.
Yeah, it's just an item diff, isn't it? Despite being relatively similar goal, that 2 items Zeri, Rusty Sniper, putting in a bunch of work. The second that all the threats come down, Zeri can just absolutely take over fights, and we saw that down bot side where the entirety of Lions Creed just had to get out of there. But crucially, Banderas managing to find the pick onto Nulu before the fight even started, onto that Victor with the CC chain, with the Volibear and the Cassante. But it just wasn't enough. You use all your tools and suddenly Rusty Sniper just gets to take over the fight.
I think that's the major thing as well, is the fact that they picked Nulu off before the fight could start meant that you didn't have that kind of big burst damage from the Victor. So the fight was a little bit more favorable for Lions Creed, even though they did unfortunately use Johan, so they weren't able to pick up that dragon. But Baron's now up. Lions Creed, they got Jinjo in the mid lane just catching waves. He's got himself the Spear of Sojin, so he's going to be a lot quicker at picking up the stacks in this wave. And fortunately, we have ourselves a pulse, so we're going to come back. Hopefully, won't take too long. Just looks like a quick disconnect. Standard online League of Legends stuff. As my camera's gone real blurry. What's going on? There we go. I'm back.
Yeah. So the thing is with Smolden, now is when he can really accelerate the rate at which he gets stacks. He just WQ a wave and it dies, and he gets stacks from the entire thing. And with all the fights that are happening, he's got to be looking for 225 stacks by the time the 4th dragon rolls around, because that's where the entire fight and where all your scaling needs to culminate.
Yeah. I mean, he's got, like I said, the Spirit Sojin, the Essence Reaver. Cooldown is not an issue anymore, and neither is mana for him, so he's just going to be able to be permanently clearing waves and catching mana, and catching stacks. He's pretty online at this point. The Orianna also now on 2 items as well, and this is the thing for Lions Creed is, as this game goes later, they do get those more and more items, and those champions do come online. But then again, on the other side, Victor also wants a couple of items before they become relevant. Zeri. So it kind of comes down to that scaling argument. You were talking earlier in the game about how once 225 has been hit on the Smolder, the game feels pretty rough in competitive, just because of how much power and utility that champion has. And Jinjo, 4-1 right now, is very much the hero of their team. So eyes for me very much right now are on Lions Creed. And I think the saving grace, if you compare this to the last game, it was a Infernal Soul. So it was like such a doomed soul to be giving up when you want time to scale. This is a Kentek Soul, so not quite as potent. I'd argue probably the best Drake you could have if you're going to give over a soul to the enemy team. Getting the Cloud Soul is... Cloud. Chemtech is it's alright to give that up.
Yeah, I definitely think LC are going to be happy with that. My big question is if Jinjo on this Smolder, even when he does have 225 stacks, is he going to be able to find uptime versus the long range of the AoE of the Victor, with the Maokai up, with the Ornal, all these different threats that are going to stop him from auto-attacking? Is he going to find uptime in that mix of all of that? Now, they do have Cassante to block a Maokai ulti, for example. My other question is, do they have the ability to find the Ori Ball delivery? They have a Rakan plus Ori Ball, that's fantastic. But can they actually get into the mix of it? Or is Rakan just going to get perma CC versus the Maokai?
History to me says they can, because they've consistently been able to do that, and they've actually been able to hit relatively big shockwaves. Not like full team shockwaves, but at least like 2 or 3 consistently. The communication seems to be there. You would expect that from Lions Creed. They've just been on an upwards trajectory since they last lost to natives previously. So I feel like, I think they can. I think the biggest issue they had was they were doing big wombo combos when they didn't actually have the damage to have that to stick. So I'm going to be interested to see, now that the damage is going to stick, how is this going to look? We're back into the game. 21 minutes on the clock. And is that Barra getting started, or are they just clearing wards? I can't see what's going on the minimap.
2 items across the board. They might be starting this just to force a fight. They are very comfortable in the item spikes. I'd love to see Jinjo's stacks right now. But it does look like they're ready to pick a fight. Yeah, before 4th dragon, so that should be a turn here. They do have a plan.
Sad. Nulu, man.
Disaster.
Nulu must be in Berlin. He's got that Berlin internet.
I mean, it's true. I think what the thought process is that they have 2 items across the board, and Nulu's still on 1.5, right? So you really want to flex that advantage. He still has the Haunting Guys, I believe, and the Archangel, so he's not quite there in terms of firepower, and they want to force this fight, maybe pop a couple summoners before the next dragon spawns.
Yes. I'm really interested to see what this Baron's going to end out like now. I mean, it's hard because we've gone from one break instantly into another.
Yeah.
So we've seen, like, 15 seconds of gameplay since we last paused. But yeah, now that Baron is terrifyingly quick. And I think that's something that's always going to now wear at natives, even if they are able to force them off. They haven't forced them off yet, but even if they are able to force them off, they got to be super cautious about the fact that this Baron goes very quick. Like, when you've got Essence Reaver and Spirisojin on the Smolder, they are just spamming abilities, which means they're doing a lot of damage. And then on the other side, the Oriana has got the Leandri, so you have that burn, that health percent burn. Like, Baron melts to this, and it's a relatively safe Baron with the volley shields, the Oriana shields, both the volley and the Cassante to tank, and then you've also technically got shielding and healing from Rakan. Like, it's very safe for them to use it as a tool to tempt a fight, because they don't have to use too much to stay alive, and therefore they don't lose too much health and then get chunked out because they were trying to bait and they lost half their health to Baron.
So I think that the only thing I have an issues with is that they have very good tools to force LC off of Baron, right? Like natives have Hui, W into Maokai ulti, into Ornn ulti. They could just throw a bunch of stuff at the wall and stop them from doing it from long range, non-committal engage. So I don't think this Baron is going to get completely burned through. But harping on your point, Smolder also has potential max health true damage, right? Whilst it's capped against monsters, it also shreds the Baron as well. But yeah, really curious to see how that goes down. Again, Nulu on 1.5 items is going to be the pain point here. I think whilst he's had a fantastic game, he's definitely far behind Tempt at the moment.
Yes, he definitely is. I just want to get into the game, bro. I just want to see what happens.
Yeah,
so I'm curious to your thoughts now that we've had a little bit more time on the bot lane. Do you just feel like, Rusty's done a pretty good job, but Jinjo's also done a pretty good job? So, like, how are we feeling about this bot lane?
I think it's kind of inevitable. Double range lane, like Hui, Zeri, dominates a Smolder Rakan lane, because these are some very weak early game champions, right? You haven't got that much to work with in terms of what Johan can bring down as well. Your 3v3 is losing, your 2v2 is losing, you're being perma-pushed on the tower, it's miserable. But it's kind of like what we saw last game from Venom Crest, where they had to survive and then eventually outscale. But I think Rakan Smolder can do it a lot better than a Jinx Tarm against a Kalista, I believe it was an Ashe, right? That is a lot more bullying brutal than a Zeri Hui, I think. Only comparable to Varus Ashe, which is even worse. But
to be fair, the Zeri also does have scaling, right? And like we're seeing Rusty actually play very, very well in the team fights. Might have to come back to that, because it looks like we're into the action. Banderas losing a fair amount of HP, pops the W just to keep himself up, gets a bunch of damage onto Yaki. They've zoned off for the moment, but Banderas is eating everything. Yes, the flash, the shockwave only lands onto one. They do get the knockup. Mum comes down. Yaki, low HP, as they throw everything. They're kidnapping Shirakatami, able to take him down. Lions Creed find their pick.
Yeah, managing to burn down Shawi Katami after isolating him with that Cassante. You can see Banderas is doing so much work this game, finding the angles and the flanks. Somehow Kasing managed to end up behind them. I couldn't quite see how that happened. Ended up behind them, and you could see the second that the RW comes down from the Rakan, Zeri tries to make a moment, but couldn't find the uptime, and in the end, one pick is all that's going to go the way of Lions Creed. Now, what's important there is that all summoners were used for Shawi Katami before the next dragon fight, so that's a pick they can make freely if they manage to find the engagement in another flank with Kasing using that bull delivery.
Oh, boy. Righty. 2 minutes 30 until the dragon comes up, the next one. Again, that is soul for natives. Not the end of the world to give this soul over, but you'd rather not give them soul so early. And to be fair, that tenacity that they do have from the one Chemtech soul probably did help them a little bit there in the fight. It was able to kind of break out some of the CC maybe a little bit earlier than they would have liked, and having some extra tenacity for the Maokai ultimate is going to be very, very nice for the side of Lions Creed, so they're probably going to want to try and get their hands onto this one. We'll see what the item situation looks like in the next 2 minutes, because that's going to be the big one to see kind of if any major spikes have been hit, or if it's just more, catching those waves and waiting for those third items to come in.
I think you have a couple choices now. I think one of your big choices is to look for side, try and force some summoners before the next fight. Anything onto Zeri is fantastic. Pop the Ghost, pop the Flash, because you really want that before. You could also perma push mid, lean into bot, and try and play for that bot tower and perma vision around bot side, giving you some potential TP flanks for the next dragon. But it is all about setting up for this next dragon in any kind of way. You have perma push top side as well, some potential TP play with Tempt. He's never realistically going to threaten the tower. And Banderas, he just might. Take a look at Johan. He's flanking, constantly pressuring the Victor, who has to constantly respect. So with a Demolish proc, that tower might be gone. Nope, just looks like he's going to reset.
Getting himself a little bit of vision there, but he's going to be sitting okay. It's, oh, hello, Yakey. Almost walking into Kasing, but it's got that safety net in the fact that he can just check bushes with his saplings. It looks like the resets are coming in. They've got 50 seconds until this dragon, so everyone kind of wants to hit those next items. See, the Haunting Guys has been picked up here for Jinjo. There's been a Blighting Jewel for Tempt, so some major components have been picked up coming into this next fight. Not a full item, but big enough components. Also, on the side of Natives, you can see Rusty Sniper picked up that last Whisper. And Nilu, unfortunately, not halfway through their next item, has only just really finished their Leandri's Torment, as they were taken down prior to the previous fight.
Yeah, well, Gage going down. Kasing is locked up. He doesn't have the quickness, does he? He has.
No, he's looking to try and get out. Here comes Mum, though, doing a lot of damage. Look at the burn coming in. The tanks are just melting. Shockwave on the backline. Rusty is running amok. He takes out Thames. Everyone else is just completely blinking health bars to the side of Lion's Creed. Rusty Sniper comes in with the double. Jinjo just gets ignored that fight, and it doesn't matter. The team just get completely mowed down.
Yeah, Rusty Sniper just does it better. Jinjo tried to do the exact same on the other side, burning down the enemy front line, but they just ran away. It was nothing compared to Rusty Sniper's Ghost Flash rundown on the backside, and you saw that convert. Tempt couldn't do a single thing, and now Soul is going over the way of Natives.
Absolutely huge stuff coming in from Rusty there. And I think, the sad thing is his Tempt didn't hit that shockwave. If he'd hit that shockwave,
yeah,
it would have been enough to force Rusty back, but he missed it. Just down to the flash, down to the ghost, and just very hard to hit a ghosting Zeri, who is just bolting towards you. They've gone back to base, finished up a full item as well. Very much online. And Jinjo now is beyond that 225 stack mark. He's at the 265, so he's in the clear. And we saw we saw a taster of the damage they were capable of doing. I mean, the difference is Rusty was on the squishies and Jinjo was on the tanks. And he did melt through those tanks, but not quite enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, TP came down for Orianna topside to push in and then potentially... I was wondering if they were going to start up a Baron or something to fight before any kind of significant item like power creep comes in from Rusty Sniper. He's already so strong, but it looks like it's not going to be the case. Pause comes in, but really, really important to note is that that triple item Zeri is just going to demolish any fight. He's so incredibly strong in the front to back with that Lord Dominic's regards. Banderas isn't even going to be able to tank it.
I mean, they really need to make sure that they're able to catch that Zeri. But the question is like, what have they got to catch it? Because when you look on the other side
with ball,
yeah, but like again, that's technically, I mean, it's a skill shot, isn't it? Like, you look on the other side. If it was Jinjo who was like monster fed, and to be fair to Jinjo, he is pretty fed. You just have a point and click in the Maokai W. You have a massive ultimate, which is very hard to kind of avoid in certain situations. You have tools that can quite easily catch and then follow up with the damage onto for Jinjo. On the other side, you have to make sure you hit that quickness and the W. And the quickness, to be fair, you just have to walk through him to get the charm off. Yeah. But the W, when Zeri's ghosting, she's super hard to catch. She has walls to jump over. She has the ghost. She has all that move speed. It's going to be harder to lock them down.
I think they could just start. I think Natives can just start up Nash. I really think they can start up Nash, buy enough time and force a fight, or buy enough time to rush it down with the Maokai ulti if they really want to. I think they've got both options here. That Zeri is so damn strong that they could probably win any fight they take, even if it goes slightly wrong. They have, I think Lion's Creed have no way of easily stopping them without walking in as a unit. Yeah. So yeah, I want to see Natives start the Baron here.
Yes, I agree. I would like to see Natives try and kind of push their advantage right now, because that Baron, we saw it being very quick from Lion's Creed when they did it as a little taster and a little tempt to try and force a fight. But this time around, like, you've got that 3 out on Zeri. We talked about it so many times, but like, that is going to melt through the Baron. And I mean, Victor's got the burns as well on the Leandries. You've got plenty of people to tank it. You know, you might not have as much shielding and healing as the other team do to kind of do it safely in that sense, but like it's safe in the sense where you just melt through that Baron. It will absolutely evaporate to Natives. So Natives very much still in this game and very much trying to keep their dreams of making it to playoffs alive. Because remember, this game means everything to them, especially with Verdant finding that win in that last game. That really shakes and scares a lot of these teams as we are heading back into the game. Unfortunately, Nulu still suffering with some poor internet issues. I actually don't know where they were. I said Berlin internet. That was more a joke at Aragon, now that he lives in Berlin and has to put up with a city, a capital city, that uses goddamn copper cables. Ah!
Got so much pent-up rage.
It drives me mad.
Where you don't live.
It just drives me mad. How does a capital city use copper cables, man?
Yeah, well, look.
I live in the countryside and I have 900 up and down.
Look, my internet, it's completely fine at the very least. I don't mind. I think it's like 150 of, you know, I'm completely fine with that. But a siege coming in past the ramp with hit brain. Gonna be able to break open that mid lane tier 1 tower. I'd really like to see them force the issue here. This is only 2 items up for majority of Lion's Creed. They could force absolutely anything and then turn, but it doesn't look like they'd rather play it slow. They think they've already got this game in their hands if they play potentially Elder Drake or controlled sieges. Top lane tier 1 is standing gold. Tier 2s are always fantastic, but they don't have the best side lane composition. Right? This is why I'd rather they start a neutral objective. They don't really have anyone who could split push outside of maybe an Ornn with Demolish procs.
Man, Jinjo is actually going to really slap in the fights now that the Leandries is
Yeah,
finished.
he does have Leandries.
Yeah, like he is going to hurt. He's also got a level over Rusty. He's been able to catch a lot of waves, considering, you know, they started this with the harder lane. Been able to kind of really make sure that Jinjo's in this game, and ultimately, it hasn't actually cost Tempt too much either. Tempt is still, you know, relatively equal in farm. Is down a level, and that level 16 on the Shockwave is going to be huge for Tempt when he can pick that up. It's really going to make that hurt, and it's a little taster as he just throws out the ball.
Yeah. Full vision control. Observers toggling the vision that we see. No potential turn. I think they could just keep checking this with Sapling. I don't think they're under any threat.
If Tempt got hit there, that could have been him having a flash.
I think the Maokai Sapling beelined for the base because it targeted Tempt and Tempt recalled, and it just ran down mid. I've never seen that in my life. Yeah.
That's what we need. We need Maokai Saplings to work like old ZZ Rot summons. To start running to towers.
A lot of action here. Both teams are really, really strong. 3 items across the board for LC. Their gold lead is fake right now. It's completely even.
Yeah. I mean, it's
wait, Rusty Sniper?
Johan dead. Oh my word, that is a terrifying
What just happened?
Zeri. Well, Zeri is apparently still quite strong. Oh no, he's fine, he's able to jump away. But I say that, they're going to continue to chase in. Jinjo getting some damage down onto Smurfface. That's a tank.
Uptime.
In comes the ult from Mum. Oh my word.
Yeah, damage reduction from the Chemtech Soul is not going to do a thing versus the burn passive from Jinjo. Showing the DPS, if he manages to find uptime, that's really all that is about. It's a front-to-back team composition versus another front-to-back team composition. Which AD carry can find uptime, which AD carry gets pounced on by the ball, or potentially the Ornn and the Zeri. So, you could see that. The potential is really there. That pick ultimately going to lead into nothing. Johan didn't even have to burn a flash for it.
Man, I dread to be a tank in this game because you were saying the gold lead's fake. I just think tank items are fake. Like Rusty Sniper or Jinjo will absolutely obliterate any tank that walks near them. They will just die. Tempt has now hit 16, finished up the Crypt Bloom as well, so 3 items in. Crypt Bloom finished on Nulu, but they also have the upgraded Leandries, which I can't remember the name of. It's probably something really edgy.
Yeah,
wait,
I'd bet that.
They upgraded Shiro Katami's item before Rusty Sniper. I assume Rusty Sniper wants his last item to be the upgraded one. Wow.
It's so hard for Johan to get on anyone. He functionally has to be a peel bot, but he's getting so much range and CC that stops him from getting close. This is why you typically have to hold that as the engage comes down.
Look at Nulu. Mum comes in. Nulu's burnt pretty heavily, but he's able to get away thanks to the shield. In comes Yaki's ultimate. Shirokatami comes in, connects onto the ult. Rusty instantly hit. They throw everything onto him. He's shut down. They're healing for the Crypt Bloom. This
fight's not over. Banderas is continuing to be on the back line. Nulu gonna get knocked back, and Jinjo takes him down. Smurfy under the tower, but that means nothing to Lion's Creed as they launch into the fray. Off to Baron.
And Rusty Sniper dashes forward, but everyone on Lion's Creed is ready. They all pounce on him using all their spells. Volley Battle, Flash from Banderas ult, every single thing that you can think of off of the back of Temp's ultimate Orianna Shockwave. And just like that, whichever AD carry can find uptime wins the fight.
Absolutely monstrous. That was, honestly, that was just such a good example.
Synergy.
That was, yeah, that was such a good example of good communication and planning. They said, we know as soon as we start a fight, as soon as Rusty comes in, he has to be the target. Because if he is left free, it's over. They played that so well. Great shockwave from Temp. Beautiful tidy up. Elder's getting started up, but Yaki's on the flank. He doesn't have his ultimate yet up, but it will be coming up fairly soon, although that Baron is going down very quickly. Smurfy trying to just play the zoning job here. Newly stepping forward. Rusty has got his flash. He's about to get Ghost back. That's going to be the big one to keep your eyes on. Maokai ultimate now back up and available. Dragon going to get reset. Lion's Creed actually just going to use this pressure, force into mid. Look at Yaki. He's still on the flank. He's only going to reveal himself now. Tent also off to the side. Going to throw down that Maokai ultimate. Banderas is going to find him. Yaki flashes over the wall. Smurfy lines the ultimate onto no one as they jump in. Shockwave comes down. That's Elder. This should just be the fight here for Lion's Creed. Temp's low, but he's able to escape. Rusty hasn't been touched. He's already had to use the flash though as Smurfy goes down. The Crypt Bloom heals the team and they continue to pressure forwards. In they jump, in they slow. Yaki taken away. Jinjo with the Elder, able to secure himself the kill as he's chasing onto Nulu. Nulu will be next up in line for the Dragon to take down. Double kill for him. Banderas gets himself a kill to Shiwakatami as Rusty now looking for the tidy up, looking for the kill onto Kasing. Is able to get it, but he gets jumped onto in response by Johan. Low HP. Johan tries to find the turnaround, but what a triple from Rusty. Oh my word, this game is so back and forth.
And it's just Rusty versus the world, managing to find the picks versus Elder Dragon. Wow, I thought the game was over there and then, but he just turns it around using this Chemtech Soul and Ghost. Absolutely manages to pop off.
Woo! Look at the damage dealt this game. Well, these fights. It's all
a battle of
ADCs.
AD carries.
Bro, Smurfy's having it rough, bro.
Can you believe that there's a discourse right now about whether or not AD carry is balanced?
Yeah. It's literally. I hate that role so much. Don't rant, Jake. Don't rant. You've already ranted about Berlin's internet. Don't rant about ADC and how stupid that role is. Do you remember when Reckless quit? That was my favorite meta. Genuinely, one of my
AD carry.
Yeah, when we had like Janna and stuff, like double support. That was the best mid lane meta, man. I love that meta. Darius, Yasuo bot lanes.
I think it's super important that we have to celebrate Johan managing to secure the smite steal 50-50, and I think Yaki might have just been a bit out of position. I wanted him to throw the Maokai out sooner, which is why I called it out, but they didn't manage to find it. And crucially, really big win with the Elder Dragon. Now it's really important to see how they functionally use this Elder Drake, because if they don't manage to find a fight, they might as well have not gotten it. They're going to use it looks like, to hover topside and secure that tier 2, whilst Jinjo manages to secure some pressure down in mid lane. But I think it's only 2 people with Elder Dragon right now.
Yeah, it's not too many people. They've actually done a pretty well. I mean, they took out 3, remember, in the fight. So yeah, Rusty 1v3ing. ADC really balanced, by the way. I'm going to use this pressure, though, just to get onto this tower. Jinjo, he's very strong at this point. Towers will melt to him. All of the outer towers, other than that bot lane now, are down. And then it is just a sieging game. Like I said, gold lead at this point, pretty fake, but just purely because of the fact that like most people are actually approaching full build, if not full build. Jinjo, all the way there. And once Murphy gets in range of him, he should just level up his item for him. Yaki, it's tough being a jungle, my guy. He is 2.5 items in. Oh, that is so sad. Watching his ADC running around full build, almost level 18 as well, while he's level 14 with 2 items. Ugh.
This is... I do think this is one of the fakest gold leads I've ever seen. They are down 6k, but their AD carry is so incredibly strong at full build. My only problem now for Lion's Creed is
Yaki?
This flank.
That's pretty big. Temps looking to break away. They don't get caught at all. Jinjo's somewhat caught on that sideline, to be fair, but that's it. We're
Yeah,
done,
I think the
so-
problem is now this stalls Lions Creed Siege down bot side. They wanted to play for bot tower, but they had to TP in with Banderas. Now, the only problem I have with potentially sieging is that Lions Creed, they don't have any way of hitting tower. The wave clear coming out from natives here is too strong. They can always Maokai ult to dissuade any hits, and then they have Victor wave clear. So any overextension is also punished by a Zeriar. So I think it's going to be completely rough, but it does look like they're a little bit late. They throw down Maokai ult here, and they should be able to dissuade any kind of siege.
They don't have Maokai ult. They just used
So
it.
it's down.
Yeah, so this is
Or
actually
not,
just
could
going to be
work
this
too.
tower down.
Yeah,
Or
so
not was also
utilizing
used.
utilizing both of these ultimates downtime, maybe that was the idea, and forcing them out, and then being able to siege the tier 2, because without that, I don't think they ever get any uptime on the tower.
I feel like the only way is build a big wave up and then volley bear ult under the tower, so you don't have like the immediate threat.
think,
But like
yeah.
even so, that's like
Yeah.
you want Baron.
Yeah.
You just want Baron. I mean that's up now, so well it'll be up soon. The timer baited me.
Yeah. 6 items now coming in for both AD carries. It really is a question of which AD carry can hit and which team plays front to back better. As Johan gets a little bit chunked, not going to matter ultimately. He's a lot of Omnivamp from the camps.
This build is so ridiculous. That champion is so silly that he can go half AD, half AP, and still be as strong as a full crit. That's 100% crit. Zeri.
Engage Banderas. He's found it on Shelby Katani.
Oh, there's the knockout coming in on the back
Oh,
line.
the
What a shockwave! Mum comes down. Rusty's toasted. Temp finds the kill. And this is just the Jinjo Talia flashing over the wall. Yakey. Tree is burnt down. Next is Goat on the menu. Easy as you like. A triple kill for Jinjo. A clean ace for Lions Creed. And they're coming up big.
Banderas finding the engage with a ghost in the Q3 onto Shawikitami, turning that into a Kasing flank and an Oriana ball. Beautiful from Banderas the entire game round. Managed to find the game-winning play in the mid lane, not even needing the Elder Dragon or the Baron.
Absolutely huge game coming in from Lions Creed. Showing us why they are on top. Showing us why everybody was saying they were going to be the top team coming into this split. Enormous game from Lions Creed. Shiwa Katami loses half his health on the fountain just to pad the stats a little bit more. 38 minutes on the clock. Lions Creed take the win.
Little bit of a slow one.
Yep.
The nature of it with the front-to-back team compositions, but in the end, the team fighting, it just goes the way of Lions Creed, doesn't it? The synergy coming out, that mid lane engage, I think impressed us both. Punishing Rusty Sniper, the dash forward onto Zeri, I think just showcased just how good individually these players are.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely enormous game. Anyway, again, unfortunately, we're still off schedule, so we're going to throw to a break and we're back after this one, so see you in a moment.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Natives is no longer rallying for playoffs.
They're out.
It is a reality, and Lions Creed lock in the first place of the spring split of 2024 Northern League of Legends Championship with a game style a little bit different than we have seen usually or lately, with the let's scale, let's take it easy, let's not force fights. That's not the Lions Creed way at all, like the recent way.
It was kind of surprising actually, because to begin with, it was quite rocky actually for Lions Creed. And I think the natives looked really strong, and even as the game progressed, you know, the casters were talking about it. Both Jake and Aragon were like, "Yeah, this is a really like this gold lead lies," because Lions Creed, even though they were ahead and had more gold, the actual way that the gold was distributed on the side of natives. You know, like Rusty had like, I think it was like 10-1 at one point, right? Like he was absolutely insane and really, really strong. So it was a really close game, actually, which I wasn't expecting considering the draft coming in and considering the caliber of the teams. But credit to natives for really bringing it to Lions Creed. Unfortunately, just not quite enough.
It's not enough, so let's talk with the team that secured themselves the first place, with Jinjo, who played the Dragon. He's waiting for us for the interview. Welcome to the interview. You got your first place. How are you feeling?
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm feeling fine.
I'm feeling fine. You secured first place for the split. You're just fine. Nothing else.
I mean, I would say that game was quite disappointing to play. So yeah, fine justifies it, I think.
So why do you think it was disappointing to play? Because of the way they actually had a shot and you had to scale with your champion. You couldn't just carry like the composition. What do you believe happened?
No, I think the enemy team definitely played quite solid. But I think our team fighting this game was below the level it should be, and yeah, we'll definitely review. It's nice to win. But yeah, not super happy with this one.
But there's some weight with that victory, and there's something that I wanted to ask you. The fact that Kaseng, I think it was Kaseng that touched on this subject during the split. The fact that it's okay to lose a few games during the split because we need to prepare, we need to practice on competitives as well. Do you think there's a way for you during the playoffs to lose, even though you adapted to a lot of different playstyles, but you still see some flaws in your gameplay?
Look, so I would say I would give us some leeway as a team when we're trying to play a fast-paced early game, because that's in practice, or in theory, the harder thing to execute. But if we're playing the slower style scaling this game and we're mis-executing in team fights, I think that part's not super acceptable. So if we were playing the fast style, Draven, Elise, dive bot, snowball, and get Baron at 20 minutes, I'd be a lot more forgiving if our play was rocky and shaky. But I think if we're going the scaling approach, yeah, we can definitely do better than that. So yeah.
So do let me know, is this the playstyle that you like, or you like the more aggressive playstyle with the carry that can just start carrying as soon as possible? Or do you like to scale into late game?
To be honest, I don't really have a preference. I just like playing what's strong in the meta, and I'm pretty happy that I got my hands on Smolder for once. That was fun.
Of all the teams that could make playoffs, this is a question for you specifically. Is there any team that you want to face off as a revenge, as a let's show what we have?
I wouldn't say I have anyone specifically in mind, although I would say I find Venom Crest's game quite interesting to play versus and interesting to watch. They're quite a fun team. Their jungler is very explosive and likes to gank a lot in early game, which can be bad, can be good, but I appreciate that he is willing to go for things. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing them actually.
This is the last one. Comes in from Aragon. Is asking, how do you feel about the 10 out of 17 last pentakills globally being a Smolder pentakill?
I mean, yeah, champ is for sure not balanced. So yeah, I don't really have much to say on that. Max percent HP executes.
It's fun, isn't it?
Developers, someone's in big trouble after that champion's release.
I bet he made Yole or something like that as well. Well, thank you so much for this interview, Jinju. And best of luck for the game tomorrow and for players as well.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Even an AD carry going through one of the worst metas on the AD carry position can look into Smolder and say, nah, this is bad. this is bad. Oh, we went really fast. I guess time went fast for us, so that was a lovely game. Moving on. Ruddy versus DMG, because we have to skip it. We have to look into this one, which is do or die for Ruddy. DMG are just having fun.
Yeah, but the pressure could not be higher on Ruddy. And last time we saw DMG play against a team that didn't have anything to play against, really, that was when DMG played Nord. And when did DMG pick up their second win? That was against Nord. So with all the pressure being on Ruddy, they are worried about every single mistake or every single misstep that they make. DMG, I mean, they can chill. If they win, they're 8th. If they lose, they're 8th. They're just trying to play good League of Legends, and they'll do their best. So this difference in pressure could mean something. I do prefer Ruddy in this matchup for sure. I think Ruddy have been just becoming better and better as the split progresses, especially after the middle part. So I do prefer them, but I am really excited to see how they cope under the pressure, because they have won their game so far under pressure, but it have been some tight rodeos, and up against a pressureless DMG, anything can happen.
I like it. I think this is the interesting part of the split, where it's always. I mean, it's kind of like that last game with Lions Crew, to be honest. Like, yes, they still had first place to play for, but they've qualified for playoffs. They're going to get top 2. Renicrest are just lost. Odds are they're going to finish first anyway. Are these the games that teams like Lions Creed or teams like DMG are just kind of like, as you mentioned, nothing to play for, kind of just chilling, or is it the fact that they've got nothing to play for, that they just whip out stuff and there's no pressure, and actually that works out in their favor, right? Like, that's always the debate when it comes to these kind of topics. So yeah, I'm curious to see how it's going to go down. And Ruddy has to win another must-win game for Ruddy. They should, on paper, obviously win this one, but I absolutely would not count DMG out. I think DMG have looked, they look better. They've been better than 2 and 10. I would say, and so they're certainly not someone that you can just write off for sure.
Smolden is out. That's a good start.
Yeah, that's good. That means the game will be fun to watch. What I want to see for DMG, I want to see them ban the ready pocket picks. We did see Bill get his hands on Riven last game, I do believe it was, and he was phenomenal on it, understandably so, as he is one of the best Riven players that we have in our region. So I expect them to ban that away, to be honest, because we now know Ruddy have the balls to pick it up as well, even in a situation like this, where it is to a die. But I do still like the Karma ban. I said that multiple times throughout today's drafts. I do understand that. I think Ruddy have gone for 3 standard, but very good bans. The Uriana, Smolder, and Varus makes a lot of sense in my eyes. I think they're denying 3 strong picks that necessarily won't be picked up in the first B1 pick, but could be picked up in red 1 or 2. So the Ashe, that does leave the Riven open. The question is, will Build blind pick it? Obviously, you don't need to first pick it. There's no need for that. But will he pick it in this first phase? Or will DMG get another chance at banning it out? That's what I am looking at. But the Senna, strong first pick, also has that little bit of extra flexibility between support.
Comes the shields.
It's heals and shields. It's what is built a success on the split.
They're healing their split. That's the way I look at them. They need to heal and shield their splits.
You're not wrong. This is always the question though when you see one of these come through. Who's it going to be paired with? What's the answer there? Is it going to be like we've seen Ornn get paired with it as well? Yeah,
no, gosh,
is it more traditional?
No.
Stop.
Like that's the thing, right? So Ruddy here with a few options as to what they can whip out in this situation here. The Jax hover though, yeah, it is just straight up Jax for build. Like, okay, I absolutely love that. Completely throwing down the gauntlet there. No messing about, no funny business, just straight up gonna slam down the Jax. I think it's ballsy, but it's great. And if that is actually gonna be the Akali as well, I mean, you know your matchup, yeah.
I really
okay,
like that.
Jax Akali in the same pick here in
That is
draft
powerful.
is yeah, that's crazy. That's really good.
That's incredibly strong. I mean, just when you know the players, you know how they like to play, and where I think they've had the most success. These 2 champions fit directly into that slot perfectly. Now I'm excited to see how they round it out to draft a more full team composition around it. DMG, I think what they're doing is completely fine as well. Agony Plane has played a lot of Syndra in the split. He's done decent on it. Agony Pain are locking in that Sire for Caps. I mean, Caps not someone we've seen too much of the split, obviously. He's been substituted in a few times, so haven't seen him on the Sire yet. Excited to see how that pans out. Maybe, obviously, you can pair it with the Rakan if you don't go for the Maokai support, though, which is obviously still a possibility. Banning out the Seraphine, I think that is a very, very smart ban. Getting that off the table. What else could they look to ban out? That is the question, though, to try and limit something from Ruddy here. Maybe some tankiness or good engage would be what I would be looking forward to. But from the side of Ruddy, trimming, do they want to trim the support pool? No, probably just trim the top lane pool, make sure you get a good matchup for build. That's what I'm expecting here. Oh, they do take the Rakan actually.
All right, let's see what they go up from here. There's still some engage options left open. I think Ruddy, honestly, with well, the thing is, like, I think engage is very important when you're building more of a teamfight focused comp, but I don't really think Ruddy wants to teamfight too much already. Like, you got Jackson, Akali, like it's picks, it's you know, splitting as well. Like, you don't need to go for anything crazy as far as the 5v5s go. So Rakan being banned away, and no surprises on the other side. Just get like support pools being pinched left, right, and center, which does kind of imply, like, you know, what's happening with this center. See what Ruddy decide to do with it. A lot of vulnerability, though, I'll say already, though, from the side of DMG. Really easy to attack the Syndra in mid lane. Kind of, I guess, Xayah bot a little bit. It depends on what it gets paired up with, of course. And I think that's just why Ruddy is banning what they ban, so they can also opt into attacking bot side.
Yeah, the Viaduct in as well. Yeah. Getting some good pick potential. I think this is definitely something that could be useful, especially when DMG maybe look to respond to the picks that Ruddy might want to go for here. And I do like that. Even the denial as well, just making sure that they won't get the freest pick composition ever on the side of Ruddy. So for Ruddy now, they need something to round out this draft. And yeah, I mean, the Rails seems like a good choice. You get that bit of engage as well, which will be nice when you try and play for these neutral objectives. And it is also yet another champ that can look for a flank as well. I think if they want to play the team fights, they want to play them scattered, and they want to look for the right engage angles that just played front to back with the squad that they have. And I think Rel is someone that offers either just a straight up engage or someone who can add to the flanks as well with coming over walls. So I do like that. It could be played in the support position or in the jungle. See, now this though is interesting if they end up blocking it in, but I'm not gonna say anything else until we see it. It is locked in the end.
Okay.
Is this AD carry Twisted Fate then?
Yeah,
I would assume
I'm
it
gonna
is.
say, is that bot? That's got to be bot TF,
Yeah,
right?
it has to be bot lane, but I do assume it's still the AD. Hasn't been nerfed yet. That will happen in 14.5, so still incredibly strong on hit Twisted Fate. Yeah, I think they have a lot of damage. I like what they've done. And how they can split the lanes up as well. The Twisted Fate, right? Whenever someone like Hild that wants to make a play on the side lane, or Alex wants to make a pick on the side lane, well, what happens? TF ults, he's there in a couple seconds. It's on a low cooldown. You get the Sen ult in as well from downtime, coming from the base or wherever Just Ken is placed. So, yeah, I really like this. Oh,
this is Twisted Fate top
it's
lane
built
with
Twisted
Jackson
Fate top.
jungle.
They put Netinet on Jack's jungle.
I was trying to let you guys talk. I was like, nah, Build played this before, and that's
I still really like this though. I really like this. Yeah, I think this is strong. That's
I
an
agree. I
interesting
think this makes more sense, I would say. But again, just so much strength in the pick as well, where a DMG are just like press R, go. It's such an easy to execute composition. Via Malphite will usually make that happen anyway. But yeah, like if you're trying to actually catch like the TF, trying to catch the Akali, you got tools to do that, make it easy for you, and you've got the damage follow up as well.
It's one of those, on one side you have the easy going into the team fight, but you have to survive until you're able to pull the trigger on those lanes. And to survive, Ruddy has to win this one. So after the champion select, gentlemen, I just need a name on who do you think is going to win?
I'll throw Spice and say DMG. Yeah, I'll say DMG.
Spice. I'm gonna say Ruddy. I think they have success at playing the picks and playing these messy fights. That's something that they've really been good at in the whole split. So I want to see some messy fights. I want to see some good flanks from Alex, Netinet, and Build. And I think Ruddy will take it and keep that dream alive for at the very least one more day.
Well, it's second to last day, so we need to see who's going to take this one, Ruddy or DMG. DMG is just for fun, Ruddy for survival. And for the cost, it is Aragon and a hip ring.
Man, I feel like the C in NLC stands for cooking, because it's like Gordon Ramsay showed up. These drafts, these teams are cooking today. Like, it's been so bizarre. Twisted Fate top lane. I mean, he's going to have a relatively free lane. I assume it's ADTF as well. Obviously, since the changes, that's kind of what we've seen a lot of TF starting to build. How does this work? Like, other than gold cards done?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while, right? They've been doing TF top lane for a while with a bunch of buffs and a rework to how we worked with the crits. But there have been a little bit of nerfs. My big high. I love this draft, right? It was super interesting to follow and analyze because they early picked Jax, which made it look like they were blind picking both the solo laners, but instead of being a Jax top lane, it was a flex continuously, which was kind of a fake out because normally you have Jax specifically into Xin Zhao, and then they take the TF, and instead of having to ban the Jax, they already had Jax picked away to stop any kind of counter of Jax into TF. So just, I mean, it's props to Wolverine. This draft was incredibly interesting to follow.
Yeah, it was a really, really fun draft. Like, Jax jungle is not something I've seen in a while as well. You were saying, you know, it's typically a specific Xin Zhao
exactly.
counter, but it's going to be interesting to see what they can do with it. Obviously, the clear on it, it's a very healthy and a very fast clear. The Counter-Strike, incredibly effective tool for dealing with AoE camps. But you know what? There's no point in waiting anymore. Let's throw ourselves into this third game of the day and see how this goes out between Ruddy and DMG. Here we are. Onto the Rift. DMG are going to look for like a big multi-man invade. They've actually just sent Carbs on his own down to bot lane, and everyone else is no way they're going to cheese built.
Yeah, some interesting things to note, right? And the reason they're probably doing this is for bush control early in range versus melee matchups. It can be important, but Bill doesn't have Ghost this time around. He actually has Teleport, which is a little bit unusual. Usually you go Ghost Flash on Twisted Fate, and you're just an absolute menace with the move speed potential. Still, that means that any gank topside means he can still recall. He can still teleport back even if he dies or gets forced out. I want to highlight though compositional advantage that DMG does have, or rather their identity. They have a ton of single target burst with Vi Syndra, classic combo where you Vi ult someone in Syndra and you just absolutely nuke them. So the way they want to play fights generally is going to be around that hardcore engage they have onto single targets with the Syndra, with the Vi ultimate as well as the Malphite ulti. On the flip side, you have a bunch of dive. If you're the side of Ruddy, you have a bunch of dive, a bunch of 1-3-1 potential on side lane as well. And that's my main concern, right? How do DMG match side? Because they don't really have anyone that can match the Akali. They have a little bit of collapse from mid to side, I guess, in terms of push, and then the ability to pick off using that point and click. But it is going to be a little bit rough matching side versus Twisted Fate and Alex's Akali.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see exactly what the attention for the jungle's going to be early, because I expect that's where, you know, we're going to see any action really, unless somebody heavily missteps.
Ooh.
That
Great
is already something.
invade.
Yeah, that is already something here from Natty. So came in ready, and remember, like I said, Jack's very quick on these multi camps because of the counter strike. He may even get the Gromp here. They have a ward on the Raptors, so they'll know when Shift gets to them, which is now. So Natty's going to be able to take the Grump as well, and this is a really effective steal coming in from him.
Yeah,
Huge
punishing Vi's slow clear shift is... I wonder if he'll move into blue, but because like you said, they did have a ward on the race, so they knew where he path to. This is a clear that we've been seeing more and more often this season because of the path that opened up.
He's gonna jump him.
He could,
no, he's not.
He could cosplay a wolf here.
He's not. He's going to queue over. He's going to find Natty. Natty's going to counter-strike him and get the damage in. Shift's low HP. No red buff ticking. Ruddy.
Oh, no. It's a disaster.
Natty Nat is just forced Shift away. There's
watch Rel. Watch Rel. He's on the way too.
Oh, Shift. If Natty just beelines to his blue side, this game's over for Shift.
Yeah, because he has Twisted Fate. He can hover down as well. Oh, no. It's an absolute disaster. Alex. Much better than the skirmishes on the Akali too.
Yeah, Agony's in danger. Natty gonna jump forward. He's got the first strike. There it is.
Natty nuts.
Oh, sad times.
Natty Nat with the flash behind, avoiding the Syndra stun. Agony, pain, and Shift getting the better of him.
Wait,
Shift's not done here. He's
but
not
no,
done here now.
Look who's coming.
Do they know? Do they know? Akali, is he on the way? They don't have vision.
He's going to jump the wall. He knows it's happening. Shift is.
Oh,
Shift's going to have to queue over.
No.
But he's going to get himself caught in the
cancels
counter strike. The flash comes out. Natty ward hops forwards and Shift. He steals the red and makes a grand escape. Crabs up.
Oh. Managing to find something. But Rel is on the way too. Bot lane has first move. Natty Nat might just get bursted here, but I don't think they have the damage.
Natty actually just walking into the bush was what forced that from potentially being an ambush to actually being a good play for him. Huge.
What a masterclass from Natty Nat, finding the invade angles, using the skirmishing potential of the Akali too to find picks in mid, and now he's going to get his respawn Wraith Camp. He's going to be so far ahead.
Shit.
Oh no!
Oh
Shift,
no! If this E hits, there it is. Dunzo. Alex gets the kill. Shift's out. This game is so over for him.
This is so miserable to watch. I feel so bad for him. LBS,
Wait.
my rundown built here.
There's
Might get to be
no
a
way.
No, fleet footwork threat might be too much alongside the gold card also reset. So
Oh, hello, bot lane. There's some action breaking out here as well. Silky's looking for Ducks. Ducks able to get away. They're not giving him bread. They're looking for Silky, though. Silky's in danger. Cards. The healing comes in from the Q. The arcane smash. The flash forward, and Silky secures the kill. Now Ducks is going to be looking for him. He's got a lot of healing with a passive. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes, he is. The smash comes down. Justcan launches over the wall, catches the stun, catches the damage. Ducks should be able to heal up with the passive, though, and should be able to break away from this one as Justcan can't get the remount in, can't find the damage. 1-for-1, ADC for ADC.
yeah, Q a little bit too far off cooldown there, maybe potentially mana issues as well. That was a 2v2.5. All summoners burned, so now my eyes are on how they punish the summonerless bot side. Still no ultimate for Cabs for a while, so anytime Natty Nat decides to join bot lane, or maybe if Built runs from base down bot side and finds an ultimate down bot as well, there's potential there. Potential gank onto the Zarya. Now, Grubs over the way of Natty Nat, and no cross map, right? So it's really important when you see enemy jungler on the Grubs that you try and cross map onto some kind of camp, some kind of bot lane gank or dragon, but that's not going to be started up, so full neutral control over to Ruddy.
Yeah, interesting as well is I actually really think Natty needs to farm a bit. Like, he's got a farm lead, yes, over Shift, but his Grump, his Wolves, and his Krugs, I don't think he's taken at all. So he needs to reset them because they're still like level 1 camps right now.
I absolutely love it. I love the skirmishing from the Jax plus Akali combination. You're just so strong in these skirmishes compared to the Syndra early on.
We were critical. We were critical of it, but he's proven us wrong.
Dragon up now. They potentially beeline there and start it up. Natty Nat has no camps to take after this wolf camp, so I wonder if there'll be maybe a human ward of the Rel. But doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're just going to give it up here. And this is the price you pay for taking Grubs and then clearing downwards. Not the end of the world. It's just first Dragon. And now Grubs arguably going to be a lot better, especially in these lanes where you can hit the tower. So how do you punish this flashless Cabs? That's my eyes are on. No cleanse, no flash for another 2.5 minutes.
Oh, top. Didn't see that.
Chunked. 160 HP on the indicator.
No flash either. He has fleet, so he is going to be able to
No
red
ult
guard and
Malphite.
clear this wave.
Yeah, no ult Malphite. I don't think he's under any threat here. So, gonna be able to just catch this wave under tower and potentially recall back. Maybe this is the idea. Maybe the lane is so rough that you need the teleport to bail yourself out of the lane phase. Because you get poked by Comet so often from the Malphite. So that's why he doesn't go Ghost. Regardless. No action gonna happen around bot side despite that summonerless advantage. But Alex and Jax are on the way now. So what can they do on this slow push? It looks like they're gonna use the Prior from mid and bot lane to invade this blue buff camp. And Shift is, he's gonna lose out on just another camp. Bit of a disaster, really.
Wait, is he losing another blue buff? Mm-hmm. Oh, that is so tragic. To be fair, Natty hasn't had a red buff this game either. So it's both junglers are missing one buff this entire game. Is this going to get that reset off and spend that gold? We'll see what he decides to pick up off the back of this one.
Yep.
I assume it's going to be...
Gonna come out.
Can't remember the item now. Oh, I forgot the name of it. But yeah, he's building it. Warhammer. Got him himself the drill as well.
Sundered Sky. There you
That's
go.
the one.
I didn't
Thank
even know
you.
which champion you were talking about. But yeah, Sundered Sky is going to come out first item usually for junglers. And I believe...
Yeah, I assumed. So if you're wondering why we're looking at a poor screen, unfortunately, we had a bit of an issue with some internet stuff. Today has been cursed, man. Today it's been just a wee bit cursed.
Just a tad. Yeah.
Hopefully
the weird thing
back.
is that we still see items coming through, and I don't understand that.
Yeah. Weird.
But regardless, game state, I judge, is overall pretty good for Ruddy. I think.
Yeah,
they managed to
know.
generate a good enough lead with the priorities they've had, with Natty Nat's 1v1 potential in the jungle, using this flex blind pick Jax that I was completely caught off guard by, and using those invades and with priorities. I thought it's been fantastic gameplay so far. Grubs secured early too, so how can they use them?
It's almost similar to the Xin Zhao, which is built as a counter, right? Like you're very strong early, and you have really good dueling capability, and that's what he's done with it. I mean, the Counter Strike, it is one of those tools which is so effective, especially versus like a Vi, because you can block the E, or I don't know if you block the splash damage, but you can definitely block the auto part of it.
Yep.
And then it's also got that stun built into it. It's one of those champs where like it's a bit like it's kind of like a Mumu. It's one of those very like low elo, easy to pilot in low elo champs because the tools are very basic. And I think sometimes because of that, people kind of forget that actually you can still run them in like high elo games, because people kind of almost don't put respect on Jack's jungle and kind of don't really realize, oh yeah, Counter-Strike, while being a really good CC tool, is also very effective as an early clearing tool for the Jacks. And I mean, it's not like Jax falls off a cliff either. Like, that champ can scale into the late game and actually still have relevance thanks to the resistances you get from the ultimate on that champ. But on the swing side, the Vi has that ability to be able to target one key person in particular, something like an Akali or a Senna, lock them down and take them out. Or actually, there's a Twisted Fate as well, so there's plenty of like squishy options do get taken out of this. Hopefully, our observer comes back soon and we can get into the game and see what's going on. Man, they're also rocking that Berlin internet today. It's been pretty doomed. I actually don't know where our observer's based, but it feels like everyone's got Berlin internet. I should know.
My biggest concern, I think, in this game is how the 1-3-1 transitions and how DMG stop it. Because I think you're going to get push mid, right? And then you're going to be able to collapse on side extremely easily. You have an amazing side laner in Twisted Fate, amazing side laner in Akali, and you can even use Twisted Fate to gank Akali if you want to on the same side. But then you also have that insane 3-man unit of the Senna, Rel, Jax to gank whichever side that you're playing for on side as well. So I just don't understand how DMG are going to stem the bleeding. And I think it's champion pool, but these early Syndra rotations seem pretty common, just leading up to an Alex, Yone, or whatever he feels like into control mazes like the Akali. So DMG, I think they're in a really rough spot in terms of how they can recover this in terms of mid game as well. Hey, Brain, you're muted, mate.
I was muted. It's honestly today everything's on fire. If this backdrop comes down, you'll just see a burning bed. It's all doomed. We're gonna throw to a break, unfortunately, as our issues are still ongoing, and we're gonna wait to see how long that's gonna take. So apologies for everyone at home. It has been a bit of a rough one today with all the pauses, but we'll try and get back into the game as soon as possible. See you in a moment.
Break it down, step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what we never done. Oh yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. It's leisure, we go do.
We are back. Hello, and apologies for everyone for all of the Giga-doomed delays we've had today. It's so sad when it matters, but everything goes wrong.
Yeah.
We are going to get back into the game. Just as a quick update, it took us a while to let the players know that there was an issue. So they have played a little bit more while we were in the pause. So we'll be jumping in a little bit later on in the game, and I believe we were close to an engagement. Oh, no, don't worry. We reversed time without Corona break.
Somehow.
Look at that.
Echo. Who knows? But yeah, fortunately we don't skip too much. And this game state, I think we were discussing before the break, it's pretty good for Ruddy. They managed to accelerate a bunch early game using the jacks to find grubs, find invades, using priorities, sneaky little wraith pathing into bot side jungle to abuse shift slow clear on the Vi. And now, Dragon is over to DMG and 3 grubs over to the side of Ruddy, which probably will turn into 6 as Shift. I just find an invade.
Oh, hello. They get a lot of damage there off onto Dux. Just chunking him out. It'll be alright though as he tries to contest this ward. Just-Can is gonna... Okay, yep, don't worry. I thought there was a sapling in that bush. I got really baited there. Wait, hold on. Shift is maybe in danger.
I think
this might be our internet issues from earlier.
Yeah.
Ah, so this is when the observer DC'd. Okay, I thought there was a sapling in that bush.
Yeah. This is what it's like when
observer,
you DC in solo queue.
You might need to just fast forward a bit. Unfortunately. Yeah. Oh my god.
It's okay.
What a day.
It's okay. What a day. I mean, sometimes it just happens. That's life, right? Sometimes it happens. It's internet.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's been one of those days, hasn't it? Honestly, I actually felt like I disconnected, but then I was like, wait, I'm not in client. That's so weird.
I've seen that happen too many times when my internet dies in like an ARAM or something and my character's still going. And I just knew that was DC'd.
It's the worst when you DC and all of your teammates stand still and you're walking towards the enemy mid and you're like, what's everyone else doing? Oh, no. Oh, no. And then it reconnects and your body's on the floor and your screen's grey. You're like, yeah, they weren't even nice about it. They just let me go down.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we won't be too long before we get into this game.
Hey, Brain, do you kill someone that's DC'd?
Right. No, unless they've been an arse. So if someone's been smack talking, then I'll kill them.
Okay.
That's like, there's a few things. Like, if you're on a champion like Akshan, I don't care if you've been the most lovely person. I don't care if you've Captain Tom walked around your garden 100 times. I'm taking you out. Like, you deserve it if you play Akshan. If you smack talked, I'm taking you out. In any other case, I will just farm the wave. And unless like taking you out like gives you it gives you like a freeze or something, then I'll leave you be. Because sometimes like they could just stand still and like then build a minion wave up and freeze, and then it's just like cool. My niceness did bite me in the backside. So
I'm not honourable.
No,
I'm not honourable at all.
You play Renekton. You're a top laner. You people
I'm
are
very
animals.
sweaty. I will just kill.
I also
and then I'll flame them and say I'm better.
It depends, I guess. Like also on like if I've lost like 3 ranked games in a row, I might be a bit tilted, and I'm like, I'm taking the free win here. I'm taking it. I'm normally pretty honourable. I also like I haven't got time to flame the enemy team. I've got to flame my jungler. I've only got so many. I've only got so much typing in me. You have so many types in your life. You got to use them on the jungle and the ADC, of course. Of course, the ADC.
Yeah, it's true. Actually, I don't think there's a single functional use of all chat. I don't think like there's any productive use outside of trash talking. Like
it genuinely offers nothing.
Yeah.
all it's used for is trash talking, flaming, and asking for someone to report your jungler. Like that's it.
Yeah,
they're the free uses of it.
There isn't anything productive, but what is productive is we're finally in a game again, and holy moly, I don't even know what's going on anymore. I'm not gonna lie, but the invade is still coming down.
Okay, yeah.
We're back in time.
We are back in time.
We're back in time.
Wait.
And we're seeing the invade again with Vi on the Krug. So he already took red buff, and this is where the ice skating started happening, with Natty Nat chasing Shift. Now, if we do see a 3v3, I'd wager that not having level 7 Silky Smath, rather, is pretty impactful. But it really depends on who engages first, because there is a lot of lockdown if DMG try and pull a trigger here.
Oh, no. They've seen Shift, Silky. Can't land it. Oh, but they guarantee the chase on. If they land the Q from center, nope, not going to happen. Shift's going to be able to shift away, get themselves out to safety. And Natty, he's lost all of his red buffs this game. He hasn't had a single red. Oh, no, he has a red. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, and you can see the perma-push.
Yeah.
Perma-push from Alex with trading HP for the Prio, and always able to move first because you don't want to be a Syndra in River. That's essentially just asking for your flash to be blown. So, going to be able to hover down bot side, and now they're going to transfer that pressure up to top side and be able to pressure on these grubs. Now, I can't quite tell who has Prio top side. Alex!
Hey, Alex! Agony's down. He might just about survive. Yep.
Using the counter pick. Post level 6, this does become a bit rough, but managing to find a solo kill under tower, even through flashes. And Built's going to transfer his pressure from top side, his Prio, skill some grubbies. And ready going to be A-okay with that trade.
Yeah, that's going to be a lovely little pickup. That's 6 grubbers as well. Over to the side
6 grubbers for Wraiths. And a TP's coming in. They're going to punish because they know that there's nothing else to cross map for. There's no dragon up, so
oh, no,
they know the shift is going to be on
Look
Wraiths.
at the Raptors. It's, oh, shift. It's actually just so ogre. It's like actually just the most tilting experience.
I think Ruddy somehow have found a way to become extremely good at playing around their jungler, I feel like. They become so synergistic when early on in the split, you just saw Natty Nat running around dying, like permanently off cooldown, right? So I don't know what happened with the introduction of, for example, Wolverine.
Oh, no.
Natty Nat.
Agony's dead.
Just dead again. No.
Yep. Oh! Natty accepts death. He embraced the void.
Yeah. At the very least, it's a trade for 1-for-1. Now, he does have grubs, so this might turn into a plate real quick for some damage over time. Silky Smath, he has the move speed. I think he's just out of there.
Yeah, he's alrighty. Oh, yeah. Wow. Just about. Able to avoid that one. I believe Built just had his base recalled. LVS didn't ult him as well, so LVS could potentially go for the kill.
Flash.
Yeah, Built has to be very quick.
Yeah, Built does have flash there, so he's not going to go for a flash ult or anything crazy. Now, Built is probably going to recall and TP back, and that's going to be all that she wrote. Now, Dragon going down for the side DMG, and that is the second one that's being stacked. So despite Shift and being invaded off of cooldown, they are playing the Dragon versus Grub game, and now the real big question is how much can Ruddy use these 6 grubs to snowball before the next dragon? Because you have to contest third Drake. So this is the timer that you really want to use grubs to accelerate and get an item threshold that makes you comfortable to contest the third dragon.
Well, so this top's probably going to be a good spot to look at. Yeah, he should be able to get a plate here. Nope, he's not. Or maybe, actually, I guess the dot... No, he's not. That was a lot of damage, though, from a single auto attack. He is very scared of LVS, actually. This is a pretty rough lane for him.
I haven't seen this matchup too often, but yeah, it does seem a little bit brutal. I'm surprised he hasn't gone the Swifties or anything like this, because usually that can help you dodge out on the Comet and other things like the slow, but not going to go for it. Rush the Kraken Slayer instead, and I imagine now he gets Prio because of that. Natty Nat, there's a lot of single target burst here for the side of DMG, but it doesn't look like they're going to commit with the Syndra.
Oh, they go-carded in. They've got it. Built was too slow. He did not get in range. Agony, though, in a little bit of danger. Built flash gold cards. That's going to be rough. Not going to happen. They're just getting some plate gold bot as carbs. Able to get the feathers off. Does get himself stunned, but he's losing a wave. He's losing plates. That is all going over to Silky. He's able to pick that up nicely. Will be able to get himself onto another plate.
Yeah, I was really worried he might be zoned off of a CS and XP there, but he does have Cleanse Flash go. Oh no, Agony Pain. What is going on? Alex is just 1v9ing every single game. He's 4-0 with a completed Lich Bane and 10-stack Dark Seal. I would love to see a Medjai's being built here. I think he definitely has the game for it. But every single lane, kind of just winning across the board into either CS, kills, XP, literally anything you could think of. No feather pullback. This isn't a kill. Dux is engaging.
Oh, they're going
without
all in
any potential feathers.
They get the ult down. There's a lot of damage has been laid up onto Carbs, and Carbs is going to be able to get away from it. But ultimately, Built, he is having a rough time of it here versus LVS. And honestly, I think it's like you were saying, it's those Swifty boots because Built. Hold on, Shift might be looking for him, but Built actually had a trade earlier versus LVS where he is now standing underneath his tower, so he might die here. Q's charged up. Yeah. Are they going to throw it down? Built greeted. He's gone. He's got gold card. He's going to try and get aggro thrown onto him first. Who's he going to gold card? Gold card's the wrong person. Yeah, this is brutal.
Shift isn't even going to assist. It is just absolutely... The counter pick, right? They expected the Twisted Fate and they had something prepped. Now, Shift, they have no ultimates on LVS, so Alex could just run him down here. Now, Maokai is on the way too.
Oh my word, this damage from Alex is nasty.
Yeah, Lichbane is a gross item. But that skirmish down bot side, before we quickly forget about it, was really odd. Ducks flash forwards after Cabs uses the Eon Zarya, so they just have no extended trade damage. A bit of miscommunication there from the Maokai and the Zarya, but still, Ruddy coming out on top. Alex shifting topside to cover after Built dies. Someone loses on Ruddy, someone else covers for them. So it looks like, you know, with the power of the Akali into the Syndra counterpick, now they're going to convert that into a Rift Herald, and it's just another neutral going over to Natty Nat.
Yeah, Natty, he's to be fair, they've been trading objectives, but this time
that's true.
it's hard to trade those objectives because it's 1 minute 30 until the next dragon. So plenty of time to get this. Then pressure maybe top or even bot with it. Probably going to be mid. No, they can't take mid. Mid's already down. Are they going to go for a 2 tower here? I mean, they got 6 Void Grubs, remember? Like, this could be a really big one.
They could drift into it, and with the 6 Void Grubs, they get 1 million Void Grubbies consistently. Because they hit tower, they get 2 more. So I would like to see it as LVS. He should be fine here. He does have flash.
You say that. Look at the damage he just took. He's losing a lot of HP. Gets to knock on the 2 members. But Natty, he's got the Grandmaster's Challenge on. He can tank that one up lovely. They've got the charge as well. They're not even going to use it. They're just going to use the grub power. They may go for an inhibitor tower, but I feel like it's too early for that.
They have no cross-map potential either on the side of DMG because the dragon isn't really up yet. They still get a tower, which is okay, but Bill is respecting the potential cross-map, and the dragon not going to be taken. Now, just can fine shift, but again, not going to be able to make a pick on the rel. So ultimately, a huge trade coming in if they manage to secure the tier 2 top side.
Yeah, looks like where to pick up that. I can't see because unfortunately the overlay's a bit bugged.
Yeah,
and
I think just yoinked the wraiths from the Vi invade with the rel Q, so it manages to steal that away. Now shift, you know, honestly, resilience I think is the word. Props to him for surviving this game mentally.
It's already over, right? Like your season's already over, so it's not like, oh, it's my fault that we're not making playoffs. Like that's kind of already drawn, so you're kind of playing for a bit of fun here. Yeah. Maybe a miracle upset.
Yeah, but we did say rather that they needed to use grubs to generate a lead before third dragon. I think they've done exactly that. They've managed to get tier 2 topside, and now they have a bunch of different spikes coming in. All right, almost 1.5 items across the board compared to just 1. So if a fight happens here, it should be the way of Ruddy.
Yeah, Destiny has been used, although they're going to teleport
Where's
in.
the rel?
Let's see what Dux is going to do. There's the rel engage onto multiple members. They get the ultimate out from Silky. Gold card connects onto Dux. In comes
is
Natty,
very low.
gets a 2-man lockdown shift. Low HP. Alex able to secure the kill onto him. Everyone else is now limping away from the fight. They get slowed. Dux caught. Silky can't really pressure anything more here, so he's just going to happily take himself these 2 pink wards, and that's all he can get.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a little bad at the start there with Alex getting a bit caught there, but fortunately he has the arm guard status, and in the end they're going to manage to turn that into a fight they win, plus secure a bot tower down tier 1. So what do they play for next? I think you probably play for that tier 2 tower, and the ping's coming down already. Now it just depends who you send down bot side. Akali is fantastic into both of the champions. No MR Herald for the side of the Amal fight. Yeah, exactly. They could also use Herald potentially down into mid. I think the world is the oyster. They're so far ahead.
I feel like taking mid because you just completely open the lane up at that point. And mid, you know, once mid tier 1 goes down, the map opens up a lot. But once tier 2 goes down, it's just like free invades constantly. Although they've kind of already been free invading constantly onto shift as well as it is, to be fair.
I don't think they have any threat on Nash at the moment, so we're not going to see any. They don't have enough DPS right on the side of.
You have a center.
So I think we'll secure.
To be fair, they have a Twisted Fate, like AD Twisted Fate, so they do have consistent damage.
Yeah. I think I would have liked to see Akali down bot side. I think it matches the Malphite a lot better because of how Malphite has no MR at the moment. You just one shot, whereas the armor versus TF, the AD TF is actually kind of important. But it doesn't look like they're going to do that. They're going to keep Akali with the team and potentially look for picks. The problem is now you want to crack up in tier 2 down bot side because it's worth the most gold. But they just can't hit the tower with the threat of the Malphite.
Herald's about to time out. They need to put that down pretty
Herald
soon.
Is about to time out. It does look like we might see some drifting if he does place it down in the jungle.
He wants to put it down in bot side. He really wants to set this tower. Jumps forward. I don't know if he can get it out in time. They're just going to look for LVS instead. He loses a lot of HP. Is he going to be able to have time to place it?
I think
or did he just forget about it?
I think that what happens this season is that if you don't place Herald, it just auto spawns in your base. I think that's a change they made. But I've never seen that happen because usually people place it with intent, right? But yeah, I mean, I still think they can place it mid lane and then potentially play for some kind of invade or start on Nash. Maybe with the Herald as a distraction. But 2 items now coming in for the Jax. He's incredibly strong. I think the weakest member being built, but everyone across the board really, really accelerated and wanting to fight.
We did start to see now that the Krakem's finished up, what Built's actually capable of doing versus LVS. And he's got the Swifties most crucially, so he can kind of space properly with the Swifties in the Q slow. Because I think before the problem was LVS would slow him a Q and then just walk away out of range of gold card and then just consistently do that to keep Built out of the game. But it's now that the Swifties are finished up, LVS is actually able to trade and play this lane well. Herald's been summoned up. It's like we're going to have Natty going in for a drive, charging in forwards. LVS is on that flank. He's going to look for it. Everyone else has found themselves grouped up. 2-man ult coming in. That's a lot of damage, but in comes the shield and gold card charged up. Bill gets the gold card off as well. In the meanwhile, the tower's still standing. Alex putting in the work, putting in the damage. Silky's able to take him down. Tower goes down in the meanwhile. They get a double kill picked up on the Alex, and everybody is crumbling. In jumps Natty with a 2-man counter strike. A double kill, a triple kill picked up for Alex. They're going all the way, baby. It's not going to be the quad, it's denied, and Ace comes in, the sacrifice of life from Built, and they may just pressure in for a tower for an inhibitor here.
And Just Can finding the huge engage on the Rel, managing to chain that with Natty Nat's counter-strike and Alex's damage, just completely ending the game in a single fight, one fell swoop with 2 items across the board. They managed to force the issue using that Rift Herald like you called in the mid lane, and that's huge, because now that pressure can be transferred to the next dragon as Dux.
He might just be Gonzo.
He's just
Alex
run down.
The damage. That was a lot of damage. Champ is balanced.
I've never heard that sound effect in my life.
That's my
are you giving me sound effects? Because we have no sound.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the audience don't have any sound, but we don't have any sound.
That's a classic. But look at
this
engage
so you got a
potential.
very audible pretend vomit sound from me. Oh, carbs.
Yeah, look at this flank potential. They're trying to catch the wave up high, but they didn't recall. They thought ready recall. That could be a Baron now.
Give the kill over to Just Can. Doesn't even matter. LVS is clapped. You say Baron. It could just be game. I mean,
There's
they've got
no way.
Syndra. You say that.
They've got wave clear. You could just throw
Yeah,
a
you're right.
super minion away. I think they just start up. Oh, it looks like what they're going to do is have TF start up Dragon and maybe not start Nash at all. Whilst Vi tries to cross map, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen either. So TF soloing Dragon is on the cards.
I mean, he's got Rageblade, right? Yeah, he's got Rageblade, Zeal, and Kraken. This is gone. Syndra can't W that. Down it goes.
Yeah. And watch Shift. I think this is their only lifeline. If they manage to Maokai R into stealing with the Vi, potentially there's an angle here because he isn't on vision quite yet. There's a ward in that bush, and if they see him on Tri-Bush, they can zone him off. The problem is, if he gets spotted at all, Alex is just going to go kill him. So I think Ruddy need to TFL, although that's not on cooldown yet for 10 seconds now. Can Vi steal it?
Too late. Way too late. LVS is now found himself downzo. Alex 11-0 on the Akali. An absolutely monstrous performance. The Destiny comes out. Built gold card secures the kill. That was all on him. That was all in, baby.
Yeah. And it's just been a team effort to shut down Shift from the get-go, hasn't it? From the start, just constantly invading, taking every single camp, killing him when Shift tries to cross map.
Wait, Alex just 1v3'd in the base. We were watching a siege topside and Alex is 1v3ing in the base. Oh, yikers. I mean, like,
this has been a game.
This guy is turbo fed at this point. Carbs is down. Silky secures the kill. That's a double for him as well. Nothing to do but just dot the I's, cross the T's. 23 minutes on the clock. We were a little bit behind schedule due to all the pauses. Ruddy doing their best to put us back on.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the second they hit 2 items across the board and the enemy was on 1, they just exploded the game with that Herald, right? It wasn't even close. They finally engaged, they find the huge wombo combo, and that was it, done and dusted.
Absolutely huge game coming in there from the side of Ruddy, and a needed win for them as well to keep their dreams alive. But like I said, we've been behind today, so we're going to throw to a break and we'll wait for our analyst desk to break all this down after that. So see you in a moment.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
The dream is still alive for Reddy after this victory versus DMG. For DMG, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. For Reddy, it's a lifetime changing situation, which means we're going to toss it to Wolverine. I don't even want to talk to you guys. Just Wolverine. First of all, did you sleep?
I did sleep today. Today was it was a relaxing day. Tomorrow's where the work comes in.
Actually, yeah. Tomorrow's gonna be a big day. But the game plan for this one specifically, what was the plan with the Twisted Fate on the top, just flexing it, pretending to be a bot lane, top lane? Talk to me about this.
I don't know. I don't care about this game. This game was like a tally mark that like I checked off like 2 weeks ago. Like my mind's on Venom Crest.
Tell me about Venom Crest then. Okay, let's toss this one to the back. We don't care about this one anymore. Let's talk about Venom Crest. How do you think you can take them down to make that 4th place viable?
I mean, I'm honestly glad it's them, right? Because like first time I was on here, like I said, like we were a way better team than Venom Crest, and like I keep getting asked like if we're making playoffs, like if Ruddy is a contender. But it's like I never like even considered the question. It's like this is a miracle run for like it's the fans only, like the spectators, right? Like they're watching, but like they're not seeing. It's like it took me about a day when I joined this team to like know like where we'd be going. The day before that, like I was sleeping like on the concrete. It's like I'm like $100 from homeless, putting like 60 hours a week into this. It's like if I didn't believe, like you wouldn't see me here. Like we got real killers on this team. Like it's almost every game. Like Natty sending the enemy jungler home, like walking in their socks. Like let Alex get in that mode. Like your whole team, like doing like the Millie Rock. Like there's not a single person like on the squad who wouldn't like dog your favorite team. Like I've known like this would be what would happen. Like I'll make it like real simple. When we're against Lions Creed in finals, like that's a match where you can ask me how I feel about that. Like that's a match where like I might have some thoughts. Since 3-7, like this has not been a question for me.
Hey, some people call you obsessed or crazy. Other people call you successful. I like it. I like that one. I like that one. I'll talk to you tomorrow, I hope. I hope I can talk to you tomorrow. Is that a deal?
I might just come back on.
You might just come back on. Thank you for this one. Have a lovely day, man.
You too.
Nice cooking.
What a legend.
He's cooking.
What a legend. He cooked.
He's cooking. Nah, I like this one.
Send the enemy jungler home on their we're walking in their socks like that. Banger.
Nah, he's ready material. That's
he is
what
ready
all
material.
I can say. He's ready material. I love this. I love this. This is for the fans. It's for no one else. It really keeps the hope alive. I mean, okay, if I talk with Wolverine and he gave me this, I gotta talk with pride on DMG, okay? I was not expecting this one, but I gotta toss it to the other side. I want to understand. Pride.
Hi.
It didn't work, did it?
Didn't work.
I mean, but you can't destroy LLS tomorrow, right?
Yes, we can.
It was not a bad split, was it?
That was okay.
You had fun.
I had fun. Players had
Simple
fun.
question to end this one. What is the nature of dark matter and how does it affect the formation and evolution of the galaxies?
You would have to ask someone else.
Oh, that's a lovely interview. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Hi, bye.
Short and snappy. I like that. I mean, straight to the point. No BS. The last question. Well, I don't know what you were cooking there, Ashram, but it certainly wasn't good food because that was horrible. No. Are you ready to move on to the next point of the day, Ashram? Or
Do we even talk about this game? I think we
No,
don't care
just
about
move
this
on.
game anymore.
We move on.
No.
And
there's a
we look
jungler
forward.
walking with wet socks, so let's move
walking
on.
in his socks home. So
Light side
I have
north.
been playing with the folder sheet here, right? I've been looking at the scenarios. I've been seeing the opportunities for what can occur as we look towards the next game. But what I want to make clear, if Nord win, we sadly will not have a tiebreaker. If light side win, there will still exist 2 scenarios with a tiebreaker in them. And after today's game, we will have 16 scenarios remaining. So you can do the calculations. You know, I do teach kids at school to learn math, but I'm not going to do that in my head right now because I'll probably fuck it up. Regardless, though, I do want to move back to this. Regardless, I want to say, how do we complete our ties? Because regardless of how the season turns out, we will have some teams with the same score. We then first decide the team who will be higher seeded will be based first and foremost on head-to-head between the 2 teams. And if not that, then second half of the split wins. So if you don't have the head-to-head, then maybe you've won more games in the second half of the split than your opponent, and you will be the higher seed in playoffs. And if that is not the case, then we move to a tiebreaker. So regardless of what happens, you will be looking at the standings at the end of the split, and you will see some teams being tied, but we won't be playing a tiebreaker most likely, and that is because we saw them either by head-to-head or second half of the split wins.
Foxtrot, before you start talking, and I just want to say thank you so much for that explanation. But if you're a teacher in Denmark, I fear for that country. I wanted to move there, but
don't worry, I'm a substitute. I'm not regular with classes. I just come in and make sure it doesn't all burn down while the teacher's gone.
Oh gosh, if you're the man to keep it things from burning. Oh gosh. Nord wins, Nord locks. That's quite important, but Fox.
That's me.
Yeah, I mean, with this in mind, I'm still fun, but with the roster and all this in mind, this is such a good story from Light side, but this could be the downfall as well for Nord.
Yeah, definitely. Lightside. These are the two teams I think have trended in different directions, right? Lightside started off slow, and they've come back up, and Nord started off pretty strong, and yeah, not. I mean, they're still doing good. 7-5 is good enough for third place right now, but it's if they win this, it will be a lock in for playoffs. Lightside really wanting to secure that place. You know, they've still competing for that last spot with a few other teams. Obviously, Ruddy being one of them, Verdant as well. Definitely want to separate themselves from that pack. Let's see how they go about and do it so far. Karma's getting banned here for, I believe, the 4th time. I think, you know, it's our last game, and I think she's been banned every time.
Yeah,
it's at least 3, but yeah, she's no one wants to see that, taking that away. And the Twisted Fate, which has kind of risen in popularity as a bit of that flex pick, even being seen in the top lane as Ruddy just demonstrated last game.
Yeah, and yeah, so we know the TFY is getting banned. Smolder as well, obviously makes sense to get that off the table. Ragnar has been very, very happy to play that. Just one key highlight here: if Lunkers Lightside lose this game, they are not out of playoff contention, but it will heavily, and I mean heavily, hurt their chances. There will then only be 2 scenarios remaining where they will get 4th place. So it is not quite do or die, but it is pretty much do or die here for Lightside, because otherwise the odds will not be in their favor, as the Kalista does round out the first ban phase. That does leave the Varus open, that has been open, or hasn't been open pretty much throughout the whole day. So as it is finally open, we will see it first picked as usual, you could say. Merp's getting his hands on that. This would be interesting though. I believe we have seen Misfortune a couple of times throughout the split, but it's certainly not something that you would expect to be seen as the instant response up against this Varus though. So we'll be changing it. See, this is the beginning of the NLC if this get locked in.
I was going to say.
At the start of the split, we saw this for 3 weeks straight pretty much. Varus versus Jhin. And he brings it back. Ragnar, happy to lock that in such a crucial game.
Yeah, going back to week 1 of the NLC here in the final week. Jhin versus Varus. Very uninteractive, very long range and boring, and kind of just handshaking simplicity down there in the bot side, which means you can expect a little more action to be around the rest of the map. This rail as well, being a flex at this point here, could be a support down bot side for Dr. Chaos, which, to be honest, I would imagine is more likely. We've seen him play that. It is his style of champion, but could still be in that jungle for EMP. So we'll have to see how that one plays out here as Nord now hovering through their different jungle options. I see, this is the thing, right? Is this a support Maokai or a jungle Maokai? Like, maybe this is mind games, because they hovered through like 10 different junglers before locking in Maokai. So maybe they're trying to like plant the idea in the other team's mind, like, oh, we're choosing our jungle here, Maokai, when actually it's the support Maokai, it's not the jungle. Maybe 5-head gameplay right there. But maybe not.
This is a sniper's battle. I see where we're going. This is a sniper's battle.
Yeah, the range will be important, and obviously the Maokai does hit pretty well into that. Has the opportunity to poke out with those saplings as well. You don't go the AP build anymore, but the zone control both of these teams will be having with the draft so far is absolutely insane, and the area they can get. So it will a lot around the neutral base be around who gets there first and who's able to control the area and stop the other team from coming through, at the very least, without taking half their HP and poke damage. So moving on to the ban, seems like I do think this Maokai will go towards that support position for Romeo, which is also my initial thought, to be completely honest with you guys. The Vi is then banned, and obviously this could just be bait from North. They're happy to say Lightside are now wasting bans on jungle. We then move the Maokai jungle afterwards. But I do think this is good fail-safe for Lightside, just to make sure this won't be seen, because it will certainly hurt when you have 2 immobile carries on your team to have something like the Vi go up against it. Cassante ban makes a lot of sense. Bucci Gang has had a lot of success on that in the top side, so taking that off the table, I think, is an understandable one. So far, the ban phase seems, to be one of sense, and the brand ban really telling me that Lightside, they think this Maokai for sure is going to the bot lane.
Which it could make sense as well. If not, you want to see Romeo on something with some kind of hard engage. Like Nautilus is still open, for example. Like something like that could be a really solid choice, which you often see when there's a role in the game to kind of just like handshaking those style of champs. But we'll see it, like you say, it could just be that Maokai bot, and not something for us to think about here. This Jace as well, though, at this point still is also a flex. You know, Jace can be played in mid by Warzy, which he has done before, or it could be top for Nile. We haven't seen Nile pick it up in the top lane just yet, but we have seen Jace top before. So waiting to see what light side lock in here to decide where this Jace will end up ultimately.
Oh, that's a Dr. Chaos classic if he locks it in.
Do you want to continue
There
with
it
that
is.
poke idea and bring in the Corki to make it even worse?
Oh, that is spicy.
And just spread out your poking potential, making it awkward for Dr. Chaos. But I like the idea that you pointed out. Like, it's Romeo, it's Nautilus, just like the first game we saw them. This could be it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nautilus
and
is so OP versus that comp. It's crazy.
Yeah, he has a lot of range as well, and obviously the opportunity to stop the engage from EMP will be massive as well. I think it's an obvious one. We know Romeo is just incredible on that champion, so it's an understandable lock-in now. It's time for them to really show their hand. Yes, the Maokai is going jungle, but is Nila picking up that Jace in the top lane? I think it's going to go towards Warzy in the mid lane, if I'm being completely honest. I think they'll find something for Nila up in the top lane that gives him the confidence to either maybe look for the split push or just play for the team fights as well. Dinar seems like an obvious choice. He's in the meta, but he could obviously spice it up. I mean, there are a lot of options in the top lane. I don't really care what he goes here. I think they've already secured a good draft. The Gragas, certainly spicy, but I mean, if he manages to close the gap, very strong against this comp, but if he goes AP, he could be poked out beforehand, so I think he has to look for the flanks.
I think the Gragas also brings in more of a mixed damage profile here, which is beneficial. Otherwise, you're kind of just relying on the not too much magic coming through. But the thing is as well, like the main carries on the side of light side are vulnerable to displacement and crowd control because they're quite low mobility champions. So something like a Gragas ulti can be really, really scary, and a good Gragas flank, if that's from like a TP or something later on, like the combo between Nautilus Ult getting set up, like the thing is, once you slap down Nautilus Ult, it's going to land. And even if, like the Hui or the Jin is positioned in such a way that the Nautilus Ult by itself isn't that scary, they're still going to be standing still for like 2 seconds while it's going through, even if they've run all the way behind their team. And in that gap, Gragas can then pounce with his big fat belly and just throw his barrel behind them and knock him into his team. So still pretty good options there for Nile to find his entrances.
So where do we stand at the end of the day? Because Nord can lock in one of the 4 spots we have available. So the first and the second is already locked in. Let's see if the third one is going to be locked on this game. But where do we stand?
I'm going to be completely honest. I predicted light side before the game started, but with this draft, to me it feels like the stronger poke champs that I prefer more in this current meta have fallen over into the side of Nord. I think Nile, that the Gragas can really spice it up and can either be what loses or wins them the game. But overall, I do prefer that draft as a whole. And I think Light side have a chance. The game hasn't been lost or won by draft, but I'm actually starting to favor Nord more and more as the draft continued. So I'm actually favoring Nord. I think they've got like 65% chance to win this game now, whereas before I was more 55-60% chance to Light side.
He's a teacher.
You just pulled those numbers out of your ass, mate. There is
He's
nothing.
a teacher. Keep that in mind.
You're a horrible human being,
Such
Foxtrot.
rubbish.
Go back to the model you're stuck on when we mentioned lane.
Hostility's tunnel on the desk, so let's toss it to the casters. Elegon and Hairbrain, save me.
My favorite thing about any desk with Duckling on is he slowly gets picked on until he just breaks and he just mental booms. It's so funny. It's so funny. Last week Archer achieved it very quickly with the quiz. Hello. Me and Aragon are excited, but also praying that we have no technical issues, because otherwise we are 4 for 4 on that one. Wow, okay, I'm having technical issues in my mouth. That sounds like a euphemism, doesn't it? Let's go into the game, shall we? And here we are, into the game. Final game of the day. Everything on the line for both of these teams. Neither of them are locked into a spot in playoffs, and both teams have a chance to make it. I was very much on the Nord hype train at the beginning of the season, but I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I'm starting to come around on light side. These guys have been really stepping it up in the latter half of the season.
Yeah, Lightside definitely subverting expectations, doing a lot to win out on games versus teams you'd expect they would lose to, especially with this newer rookie roster, right? But definitely, I think they're up against some pretty good players. Warzy in particular, I have my eyes on. In this game too, he has quite the challenge ahead of him. He's against a lot of roaming potential, a lot of gank potential, with some setup from the Hui too, with the Bard and the Rel. And Jace is a champion that is pretty susceptible to ganks. Now, my eyes in general on this game are how well Roshan and Jace can secure their early game in order to eventually scale up and become that poke threat with Merbs on this AD carry. And then on the flip side, you have a scaling isolated counterpick for Bucci with the Aatrox into Gragas, which is typically banned, as well as Bard into some immobile carries, which you can ult and pop flashes with. So those are the key micro things to take a look at, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. As we are in this early game, I'm interested to see what the junglers are going to do, because that's normally where they go. That's where the fun goes, especially in the last game. Poor Shift. That was a pretty miserable experience for him. But
yeah,
let's hope that EMP and Roshan don't have quite as a agonizing experience as them. So we'll see what their game plan is going to be and where they're going to go. Both are starting on their red side, meaning that there's a chance for Roshan to make some appearance top lane and EMP to potentially show up bot lane. Just depends on the state of the lane. Yep. Remember, for EMP, that gank is doable because he's playing into this Varus lane that's going to have a lot of poke and a lot of kind of like range shove. So I'm expecting after a certain point, bot lane to be shoving in favor of Nord. Although right now, level 2 came in for Lightside first and they got a good control of this lane actually.
I think Roshan was potentially sniffing there for a gank if Nord could hold the wave long enough, because they have the setup from the Nautilus, but they are level 1 now, so I think Roshan just decided to clear upwards, and now he's going to clear and full clear, and this is typically what you want to do on Maokai. You just slowly clear up, especially back in the day when we had AP Maokai. Nowadays, you can drop gank a little bit more often with the tank build, but yes, he's just going to clear, and if we were to see any kind of action, I think it would be more likely to be the Rel right now. You do have a lot of potential ganking options. You could do neutral objectives extremely quickly because you really good damage. Same goes for Maokai in fairness, but I would imagine unless it's around mid lane or Nautilus setup, we're not going to see too much.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you on that one. So I guess the question is where are we going to see action? Where do we expect this game to kind of really ignite? Because on the side of Nord, it's a very poke team, so they're not particularly interested in getting in big fights and trying to burst each other out. Instead, it's the slow burst.
No, this could be the steal.
Oh, Bucci gets jumped over as well, doesn't it? A single one of the Darkened Blades as Roshan. He's got the red buff on. The burn is coming down. Nilly coming around on that side. He gets himself the Q off. Sapling over the wall. Is going to get the chase. The flash! No way!
I think that Jace Q manages to tag as well to get the assist there, but the rundown with the red buff is just too much. I love that Sapling over the wall, knowing that he would dash over. Bucci, putting off a little bit more than he can chew. He crashes the 4th wave to try and invade and scout out the jungle, but he was really chunked, and that Maokai managed to run him down with that red buff.
That was so cool. I typically find Maokai quite a boring champion. Like, He starts fights, he goes in, but that was pretty sick. Especially after playing an Aatrox, a champion who, especially later in the game, feels impossible to kill because of the amount of sustain they have. So kill him early. That's how you deal with it. But yeah, like you said, Warzy got that assist for himself, goes back to base, just grabs himself a tier and a longsword for that reset. As Roshan actually looking to help Nilly crash this wave in as he is out of mana. So just going to Q down onto the wave and get this wave nice and low. Although Bucci trying to...
He really want to hold his wave.
Yeah,
I don't think he can.
to.
I think he just needs to let it crash. So he already got the win of dragging the jungle Roshan up here to delay his clear. But Roshan really needed to do that to secure a crash for Nilly and allow him to reset. Bucci tries to hold the wave and potentially hold it long enough that the Rel can gank, but EMP just going to have to settle for some camps again. And both neutrals coming up 5 minutes around the corner, and Pink's coming down already for the grubs. Now, it's important to note that Bucci's actually pushing out here, so we will have priority to cover the grubs if they do get taken, or get tempted to get taken. But Jace already on the way. Warzy going to move in there with the Maokai. They are just really one-shot. That's a lot of alien
That
damage.
was
I did
that's
not expect.
actually insane. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't casting it. I was a bit flabbergasted by how quick that went down. Caught me
Yeah.
off guard.
Just want to talk about the Maokai Jace. It's a rotation that we've seen in drafts for a little while. I don't think anything should happen here, so it's okay to continue. Jace got buffed, right? +2 AD, a few changes to the mana, how he works, and in general is extremely strong at the moment, in both mid and top. I think teams should probably go back to drafting in a way that they did about a year ago, where you just 1-2 Maokai Jace, right? I think this is an incredibly good rotation at the moment that people are probably sleeping on. We haven't seen it before this game today, and I think Nord are ahead of the curve in terms of the meta, because definitely haven't seen it globally either. As LLS just managed to secure his first dragon.
Yo.
They do have Prio with a double range bot lane, so they're just going to convert that into
I've never seen this bard skin like little pots before. The healing shrines.
Yep.
They're so cool.
I like the one with the hot chocolate. I think that's my
Yeah,
favorite.
that's a classic. That one, the Snow Day bard.
This one, I don't even know what that is. I can't tell because it's in the bush.
He puts it's like a little like bowl of soup, and there's a little man in it, little Pikmin inside. It looks like a Pikmin, to be fair.
Invade coming out from Nord. Gonna secure these camps. Ping's coming down. I don't think they know. EMP kind of just chilling on this crash because they're kind of worried that if he does go to contest, Nord Romeo can just collapse first. So he's gonna have to give up those camps. Now, more pings coming down in the topside jungle. Ward's coming out, and it's just Ward on the golems. Gonna spot out whenever EMP is up topside too. So they're kind of just running the jungle of LLS right now, the side of Nord.
Yeah, they really are. We saw as well the wolf cat
flash
getting
for
taken
Ragnar.
away there from Roshan. So while EMP was looking to make sure he covered his bot lane, lost the camp in return, and is getting very much in control right now from Nord. So I guess the question is what do Lyside need to do? Like what is their game plan right now? Because when you fall behind to a poke team, it's brutal because you're constantly low HP. So how do they stay in this game? Is that Chaos?
Oh no, Dr. Chaos.
Oh no, does he have R? He just hit 6! He's going to buy a bit of time and then immediately die. He flashes. I'm not sure the flash was necessary. Gets the stun off onto Roshan, so Roshan loses a chunk of HP, but I don't know, Chaos used a lot there and didn't really gain a lot.
Not sure it would have mattered too much, but if he managed to ult himself and not the tower at the same time, maybe the tower would have done enough damage to trade 1-for-1. But managed to ult both him and the tower, so kind of resets everything and he just gets to go for free. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Ragnar actually got his flash popped and had to reset in a trade, I believe, from Romeo. And now he has no flash. So anytime Maokai comes down bot side, they can just keep rinse and repeating ganking bot with that flashless Jhin. Trades. It's typically how it goes. Gragas.
It's boring. Top lane is boring, man. Like, I don't know what to say. I know this is hard for you, but it's boring.
I was about to break down the intricacies of
Go
Gragas
on.
versus Jace and AP Gragas in general, but you know what? I won't.
Look at the little Pikmin. There you go. He's a cute little guy. He's just vibing, bro.
Yeah,
I'm interested. Come on. As much as I think you're.
lost your
There they are.
opportunity.
There they are. Look at those turnip guys.
They are pretty cute. The chimes.
I don't know
like
what
that.
skin
little,
this is.
Little mangoes, right?
Hello, Pikmin.
Little Pikmin.
I think we're not allowed to say that. Nintendo will sue
No?
us.
Oh, that's true.
They
Sorry,
don't like
NLC.
anyone.
Sorry, NLC.
Oh
That's a
my
bunch
word.
of damage. Warzy.
Wow.
Big chunk QW.
Oh my.
Yeah. That hurts. It does more damage the lower you are, so I was a little bit worried there for Warzy.
Just a tad.
Grump spawning up. Warzy does have TP as Romeo gets invaded. Now Dr. Chaos is there first.
Here he is.
Nort is on the way. Nort is on the way.
He's coming in with the damage. Cannot get here in time. EMP throws the ultimate down. The problem is they're kind of lacking in damage. Tempered Fate breaks out. Roshan flashes away, but he gets caught by the Q. They're trying to get a bit more damage onto him, but they're unable to do so. EMP takes the portal out into the waiting hands of Warzy. EMP flashes away from Warzy's Q. Bucci's trying to make his way forward. This fight is just chaos, and that's because Dr. Chaos is here. The cast lands on the free. The pop comes in for the Q. Nilly doesn't get stunned this time by the Q, but the shields are coming in for Torok, and he's just trying to stay alive. Finally going down in the midst of everything. Bucci trying to sustain, unable to do so. Double kill for Warzy. What the hell just happened?
It's just a mess, isn't it? I'm not even going to try to break that down. Crucially, the Aatrox does not find the last auto attack, and Roshan manages to survive, nearly with a huge E over the wall from Fog and the cask onto 4 people. But outside of that, just a crazy mess that devolves into a fight that Nord managed to win.
Run out of bloody breath.
So many
lot
flashes
happening
popped
there.
as well, right? Suns
Yeah.
popped absolutely everywhere. Dr. Chaos invests running topside in that time, so bot lane just is a stalemate. Now, no summoners for Bucci, no summoners for Nilly. Across the board, every single person. That next dragon fight or the next grubs being really, really susceptible to potentially an engage on either side.
11 minutes on the clock. Dragon spawning up momentarily. This will be dragon number 2. And Void Grubs also spawned up. Looks like Chaos and Ragnar got the pressure here on this bot side, so their team could look to get their second dragon and trade off the 6 grubs. I mean, right now, Roshan is on the bottom side, so they're in position to potentially contest it. 9 seconds until that ultimate comes up. They're definitely not going to do the the dragon in enough time, so that ability is going to be up for Roshan here, and he's going to look to try and line it up. Chaos is on him to block. Here it comes. Torok making his way forward as well. Dragon, chains, everything has been thrown down onto EMP. He's lost all of his HP, but they do catch out with the Tempered Fate onto Mirth. Dragon's been secured by Roshan, so it's the steal away. Roshan, low HP, almost taken out by the ult, but the flash out of the way gets Torok caught. They're going to try and finish him up, able to do so. And now Lightside are on the wrong side of the map. Warzy lands the Q onto Ragnar, and Ragnar doesn't know where to go. He's going to be all right.
Yeah, and what was really important there was Warzy was actually forced to recall before that fight. So he was actually running to the fight the entire time, and Maokai, the Maokai ult, the Nautilus, Romeo, and Roshan stalled enough time for Warzy to join. And that was exactly what caused them to win. Eventually, Warzy joins, and they managed to win the fight.
Absolutely brutal. These fights very one-sided. And right now, when you've got a 3-0 Jace, a 2-0 Varus, both of their Ghost Blades finished up, and you've got a Noon Quiver ADC, Torok, who's just got a 180 stack Archangels. He is a long way from really spiking, so these fights are going to continue to be Nord favored for quite some time, and Bucci as well. He's into a rod of ages onto Nile, and he is just rocking a pickaxe and Merc Treads.
Yeah, huge item gap coming out for everyone. Pickaxe versus Roa is really rough. 8 more minutes, and that Roa is going to give him another level. And across the board, item and a half for Varus versus half an item in terms of components for the Jhin. It is not going well with this counter pick.
The Tempered Fate did not hit either.
A scaling poke win condition you keep talking about is kind of rough. And 6 grubs now for Nord.
So, like, what do Lightside do? Because it feels like, they still got tools.
Yeah.
Like, Ragnar on the Jhin. Jin's a very, very effective champion after he gets those couple of items. Same for the Hue as well.
Yeah, I think Warzy must be managing the wave extremely well, because there's so much opportunity usually onto Jace's extremely gank susceptible champion, especially when you're against a Bard and a Rel, right? There's so much opportunity to just die. So I would love to see Bard maybe throw out some ultis onto the flashless carries, immobile carries, just kind of fish for anything when that ultimate's up.
Yeah.
Other than that, there really isn't much of a play until you secure some kind of item, because you cannot fight at the moment, right? You're probably going to have to give this Rift Herald. You need Jhin. You can see exactly what LLS are thinking. They can't fight this Rift Herald, so they're just sending Jhin bot to farm out to eventually score his Stormrazor.
And that is going to be, obviously, 6 grubs onto Nord, and now looking for the Herald for themselves. Nilly, I feel like this ain't the one. Like, I don't think diving Nilly's really an option. He's got quite a lot of HP.
And with an itemless Jhin, I think he might lack a little bit of damage. Optimistic cross map, maybe.
I think even if EMP's... Oh, no, sorry. Even if... even if EMP is here, I just think this is not... They're not ready yet.
It's not doable. And they invest resources into a non-dive, and they just get cross map for it. Now the Rift Herald coming down, and...
Oh!
The Bard.
They were No, they did it at the right time, I think. They were able to stop it.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff coming in. Now
and the counter engage.
Throws his ultimate down. He's low HP. He tries to flash away for the moment, but they do have the curtain call from Ragnar. Mostly eaten by the weak side. And down they go. The tower still stands for just a bit longer. They're going to be able to finish it up, but the hook comes in from Romeo. Instant cleanse out from Ragnar to break away from it. Unable to hit it. They take down the health so they don't get the second charge. Out! Whew, EMP is squishy.
Yeah. The problem is they invest all their resources and try to turn a fight with, once again, Ragnar not having an item. I think they've just got to wait and be patient, right? They defended the Rift Herald charge. Great. They clear the Rift Herald and they go back to neutral and play for their next item and farm up again. I think that they have to be more patient on these spikes because they cannot fight versus the 2-item Jace. It is impossible when you're the only item between both of your carries is an Archangel's.
Yeah, I mean, they've now got the Stormrazor, but his Stormrazor into Ghostblade, and I can never remember the name of that item, but Kha'Zix's Claw.
Opportunity.
That's the one.
I've never heard that one.
It looks like a Kha'Zix's Claw.
It is true, actually. Yeah. No, I'll give you that. I haven't heard that before. But yeah, 2 items across the board for carries.
Do you want a little confession from me here? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the first confession is Ragnar's dead. Second one is I actually still don't know what opportunity does. I've never built it. I always forget to look it up.
It's a reset item where you get a bunch of move speed on takedown. It's super nice on champions like
good
like
on Varus then.
Yeah, I think it has another passive, but that's the only one I remember. It's a bunch of lethality. It's extremely cost efficient, and you usually see it on a bunch of different lethality champions. But take a look at this. I think Bucci might be getting dove now. They're moving from mid to bot, and he can get away, I think, with the move speed. Or just walking away. He does have cover. A little scary, though. Damage onto the tower. They have 6 grubs, so it's going to be tier 1.
Yeah, that's gonzo. Can we actually just talk a little bit about how both Warzy and Merbs look like complete MVP candidates, but I actually kind of think Romeo might be the one for me, because this guy has been so clean with the hook, so crisp. There's been so many crucial, like, max range onto the right target hooks from this guy. He's been very, very consistent in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all the macro dictated. He has been throughout the entire split on all these kind of hook and engage champions, extremely consistently good at snowballing his team. I think he's also incredibly good micro as well, from what I've seen too, on champions like the Blitzcrank. He seemingly lands every single hook, and I'm not sure how. So yeah, I'd completely back you if you said MVP Romeo. I just think Warzy has been even better.
Yeah, Warzy has been everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So many different champs.
He just killed Bucci, as you're talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of proves the point, doesn't it?
Guy's kind of a menace right now.
Yeah, I think Jace is incredibly strong.
This is pre-Muramana as well. Like, it's not even fully stacked. He's just got the Manamine.
Yeah, it's not even just Jace mid at the moment. I think Jace top lane is a candidate for being one of the best top laners on the patch. You just beat up everyone. And because it's a flex, you just have so much power. Now, you have to be a Jace player. Yeah, that's the completed Muramana poke.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty.
Yeah. Warzy kind of running the game a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like Lightside might just be out of options here, as they do look for Romeo, but he's just able to sidestep thanks to his
doesn't even flash.
Thanks to his confidence and skills at the video game we are currently watching. I filled that sentence out like someone trying to fill a word count out in an essay.
A 14-year-old writing an English essay, 200 words, you know.
Hey, we're all guilty of it.
It's true. GCSEs were hard, man. Okay, anyway, coming out, this cast has been too long.
As for anybody who's just tuned in, we've had so many problems today. Like, it's actually been comical. So we're a little cooked right now in this last game. And it's also a very one-sided game with a poke team. So, you know, I don't know what you want from us.
But let's talk about LLS and how they get back into the game, right? And death pushes are one way to start. Warzy has a big bounty.
Oh, they get the fear off. They get everything down. They got the ultimate coming in from Torok. It needs to be Torok who gets the shutdown. 900 gold in the pocket. Beautiful stuff. Nilly on the flank. Chaos is going to try and zone away. Cast comes down just to send them all out. The curtain has been called though. And Mertz getting some damage sunk into him. Unable to completely make that stick there as EMP is in danger. Torok finds himself on the run. Gets the fear down. Flashes over the wall to break away. Ragnar comes in on the flank, locking Romeo in place. A little bit more damage is coming down, and Nilly able to secure himself the kill. They're chasing onto Torok. He's 1 versus 2 on the backline. Nilly gets the belly bop down, and down he goes. Double kill for the Greg man. Ragnar on the run. 4th shot's not going to give him enough damage to kill Romeo, but a great little dodge there to break away to safety. Roshan keeping the pressure up, gets the W in, and they're out of there.
And Nord, they just win a 4 versus 5. Even after Warzy, their kill and gold leader, falls. They managed to pull it off. Crucially, a bunch of good plays coming out from the side of Merbs and Nilly. And yeah, just turn around the entire fight. It was really close though. LLS showcasing the range they have with the Jin and the Hui potential combo at long range, using the Ws, using the ultimates, and Torok's poke, but it just wasn't enough despite one-shotting Warzy.
I think once they get a little bit more items in, you can see the potential of that build. But
Yeah.
right now, Ragnar, as soon as his ult wore out, like he kind of lost a lot of value because his damage just wasn't really there. And it's because it's a Stormrazor Jin versus 2 items on the most of the rest of the team and a lot of armor. There's a Frozen Heart on Roshan, which obviously it cuts the attack speed, which directly cuts his damage output off that back as well. That's a very, very strong Roshan right now. As EMP finds himself somewhat caught. They actually do get the arrow down onto Torok, but thanks to the shielding from him, he is able to stay up and okay. Now he's got his Seraphs back and immediately loses half his health again. Wow, poke is fun.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? One chunk can also turn into a Nash threat. Now, they don't have that much damage in their comp usually, but because they're so accelerated, I'm sure they can do it pretty quickly, but you gotta watch the engage. Any kind of hook can land here. And they have so much guaranteed chain CC among the Gragas, the Maokai, and the Nautilus. Not even mentioning the Varasol. So, gonna look to push it in and then start it. I think they could just do it, honestly. For the amount of threat they have, they can... If they do start it, they can push everyone off with a Maokai ult.
Yeah, they do have Chaos's ult to kind of potentially go for the interrupt, but the EMP's immediately found out. Throws the ultimate down, just trying to break away from that Maokai ultimate. W comes down, they throw the curtain call out as well. Just genning some chunk in, but Ragnar gets immediately forced out. Cast comes in over the wall. There's Nilly. Ragnar with the 4 shots, just got to run to the wind. No way he's going to be able to survive this one, and they are outie.
And Nord, they just know they win any fight they take, so they force start the Nash. I think LS might have been able to do a better job, but...
Bucci's done. There's nothing he can do. I mean, that's it.
That's it. Highlighting them in gold as they pick up Bucci, their teammate. Now, how can they contest? They really can't. So it looks like they're going to try and cross-map. I think Jin, Ragnar here should try and cross-map, take that bot lane tier 1, but he might... I don't think he has a big enough wave, so maybe that's the decision there.
I don't think he has enough damage either. He's just going to get back to base. Buys a BS
sad
sword.
inventory. Yeah.
Oh, he's so far. He still needs a bit more gold before he gets that IE.
Oh, no.
Is there a point where they come online?
Top an 80 carry. I think they need to be... So both team compositions are very long range, right?
Yeah.
And if the enemy carries don't have flashes, they can potentially play the long range plus flash abuse on the bard ult, right? I think that's the angle that they have. But their items just don't compare. So even if they manage to land the perfect, pick into poke, I don't think they one-shot either of the carries. So yes, eventually, if you have enough items, but the Jin has really not managed to scale well.
No, unfortunately, it's just been an amazing draft here from Nord, like all this poke, and it's just completely shut down any capability of what Lightside really want to do. And I'm still a little lost on what this team comp is like actually trying to fully achieve. Because I feel like Nord, it's very clear cut, right? Land the poke, get control, and just siege with poke. But like, Lightside, it's EMPs that are engage, but do they really have all of the follow-up they need for it?
And now they can play it really simply, right? You just push in mid and bot lane and then take Dragon as an exit objective. You can throw out ults to be able to help on the tower, or you just die.
Yeah, well, they throw down the Tempered Fate. They're going to get some damage off. They get the W in. Here comes the curtain call from Ragnar. Going to throw that ultimate down from the Maokai. Romeo underneath the tower. They're giving the gold over. That's going to be a tower taken by their top laner, but their base is in shambles. It's being sieged.
Yep. Just going to send it.
Inhibitors
Just going to send it an end. I think they could just keep going. The item difference is so huge that there's probably no way of wave clearing this enough.
Can Bucci actually do anything here? He's got an Edge of Knight. Chaos is back, but no ultimate available to him. Ragnar able to dodge away on that shot blast, and I think the waves have been just about trimmed enough, but
yeah, I think
it's just a reset Dragon and then come back.
This is probably what they're thinking here is probably, this is the only way we lose, guys. Let's not die in their base and give them a Dragon objective bounty. Let's take Dragon here and then probably recall and take siege top because of a siege bot and use the super minions in bot side to potentially take the top inner inhib.
It's going to be Dragon number 3 over to Nord. They will be losing Baron. by the end of this reset and spending of gold. That's a lot of gold that they've just been injected with as well.
Yeah.
So these are going to be some pretty major bases coming
4
in.
items.
4 items on mid. 3.5 items on ADC. 2 items on Ragnar. 2 items on Torok.
Yeah.
Like, they're
think,
looking for a Death Bush win condition here.
Yeah, you have Death Bush win condition. If that fails, your lifeline is you give up tier 2 topside and then fight on inhib. But yeah, Death Bush would have been great. I just don't think you have the damage in that 3-man. You have Bard of Railway, no DPS there. So even looking for this is kind of questionable. What I want to see is just to send 5-man as a stack to try and find a pick. They need to kind of overwhelm a side lane. But they've got too many super minions to deal with, which is the problem. And yeah, now they're probably going to have to give up this tier 2 turret and defend tier 3 here. Because any kind of Maokai ult, any kind of Gragas ult will just let Nord hit the tower for free.
Yeah. And they do have at least Dr. Chaos' ult, which if he can land it right, can really upset the way the fight would go. Romeo just hex flashing over the wall. Torok eats a trail of a Q from Warzy. Oh my word. There it is.
Yeah.
He needs to reset now.
Yeah, they don't even have to commit the ultis, and now they could save them to be able to hit the tier 3 tower. So watch Roshan, and they're probably just going to send the ulti here on this wave.
There it is. Going to send it forward. Bucci can't eat it with his Edge of Night. Curtain Call comes down. Tower's already dead. Roshan's trying to be a nuisance, but the Tempered Fate is hit onto a couple of people,
Watch
but that's
the
all they
Gragas
can really do. Gragas ult comes down. Torok has to flash away. Gets his own ultimate off of the Romeo. Romeo's low HP. Bucci's able to finish him up. It's a trade 1-for-1 so far. In comes EMP. Getting 2 with his own ultimate, but the damage from Ragnar is just tickling them. It does nothing. I say that, and then he is able to secure himself a kill. So a 2-for-2 overall. Shock Blast goes in between the waves, but they need to deal with this tower. They need to defend it. So 3 inhibs down, and this should just be it. Ragnar once again dodging away on that Q. The E does a lot of damage, and Torok is burning down. Massive amount of HP loss on his front as Ragnar just trying to hold, but they don't have the wave clear right now on him. He's desperately looking for an opportunity to keep this tower going, but another shot blast just chunks Torok
Watch the Gragas ult, it's up again.
Immediately, Gragas ult, like you said, is going to be back up. Nilly caught out with a flash, and there's going to be Ragnar going down. Torok doesn't have the health bar. He's not even got a health bar left. He's gonzo. Tower number 2 is going to fall. The Nexus is left exposed. Bucci's going to have to pull off a bloody miracle here, but he is just being CC'd for days. EMP's trying his best, but the healing is there. The Tempered Fate is too little. It is too late as Dr. Chaos has to just watch his chance of making it to playoffs fly out of the window. Nord take the win.
And it's just a stomp, really, isn't it, Brain? I don't think there's any other words for that. There's not much to analyze. I just feel like Nord were better.
Yeah.
They put on a clinic, absolutely clean gameplay, securing every single objective. And yeah, I think Warzy especially deserves MVP status.
Yeah, that was an absolutely just masterclass game coming in from Nord there. They played super, super well. Lightside, they crumbled. That's all we can really say. We're going to throw ourselves to a break, and then we'll be back with our analyst desk to break down that final game of the day. See you in a moment.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
3 out of 4 slots on playoffs are already filled in as Nord lost himself their position, or at least the opportunity to be in playoffs. We still don't know in which seed they're going to be in, but there you go. Nord with an amazing game versus Lightside. And this puts Lightside Dreams into a complicated situation.
Complicated is one way to put it. The folding sheet would agree with you. I believe, honestly, Duckling has a better grasp of it all. All that I know, Lions Creed is guaranteed first.
Yes.
Yes. And Natives and DMG cannot make playoffs. But I'll let Duckling explain the other.
Yeah, that is the main point. I do know we have an interview really soon, so I'll give you just one stat about Lightside, how much this loss means for them. They now only have 2 scenarios remaining out of the 16 where they make playoffs. That means it's a 12.5% chance, if every game is 50-50, that they make playoffs. That is not good odds considering what they had at the start of the day. They are taking a huge hit here. So this loss really does hurt them. They can still keep dreaming, but they do also depend on results going their way tomorrow. Otherwise, they are gone.
Yeah, but let's talk with Nord. It's Memento that is waiting for us in the interview. Congratulations, you got the position for playoffs. When you were actually in doubt of that?
Not really. I think our team has improved a lot, and I'm pretty confident that we would make playoffs at least. I think last week was just a bad week, I would say, and it happens. I think it's very normal. Like some days you will play really good, and wait, I can't swear on this broadcast, right? Or can I?
I mean, a lot of casters have done it before. I would advise you not to, but it's up to you.
I just want to know if I need to be like super professional or not. But yeah, I think we were pretty confident that we can make playoffs. I think it's wasn't too difficult. I mean, we had a good early season. Last week was a fumble. It happens, and we just continue moving forward, pretty much.
So with that in mind, you are one of the top 4. And my question to you is, well, tomorrow we have a game versus Lions Creed. For the standings, it could be important for you folks to get a better position. Lions Creed is already locked in first place. What can we expect from that game?
Well, they're gonna get stomped into the payment, and we're gonna prove that they're frauds. I think that's pretty basic. That's what's gonna happen. They can buy as many Koreans as they want, but it doesn't matter in the end.
Gosh, the aggressiveness today. This is harsh. So tell me something.
You gotta spice it up, otherwise it's kind of boring.
Yeah, I love it. I'm making this face, but I actually want one of it. 3 out of 4 teams are already locked in. Who do you think is going to be the 4th one? Because it could be a battle between you and them. We still don't know, but it could be a battle between you and them.
Wait, do you mean like we're not locked? Or we're locked in playoffs, right? But we're not locked as which seeding is what you're talking about.
There's still a question between the 3rd and 2nd seed for you folks, even 4th.
Well, I think for the fun of it, I'd like Ruddy to come up. I like to face them as well in playoffs. I think it's always fun to see like miracle runs, and they have like full rookie roster. Yeah, I think it'd be exciting if they could make it. The other teams, I don't really. Which are the other teams? I don't really know, honestly.
Lightside and Verdant.
Okay. Yeah, Verdant were also pretty good. I think they had some like pretty bad weeks, but overall they seem like the better team, like consistent. But for the spice of it, I'd rather have like Ruddy come up if they don't choke it tomorrow.
And Ruddy were saying on the interview that it's such an easy task, and they'll talk to me in finals because it seems they're going to smash everybody.
Yeah, it was pretty
high
on
they're
copium.
Overconfident or a lot of copium?
Yeah. I mean, they're smoking it, but it's fine. it's better that they're confident than throwing some spice. But I mean, we live in a real world, right? So we'll see. Maybe exciting to see them
in the
if
real
they make
world.
it tomorrow.
Who do you think is gonna take it? Like the entire split. Just explain to me. Imagine this. I'm making predictions and I'm putting my points in. So sell me the stocks to always bet maximum points for Nord. Moving on.
I mean, it's pretty simple. We have a jungler who's like very good at interviews apparently and starts asking questions to you. So, I mean, if you don't like Nord at this point, it's kind of on you. I think it's a very exciting team. We have some clean games. You never know what to expect. We might grief it another week. We might go 0-2. We might go 2-0. You never know what to expect, and that's what's fun about it. And even if you're betting on us or whatever, you might get a lot of money, but you might also lose everything. So, I don't know. It's an exciting team to look at.
We don't get paid for that one.
It's a fun team.
Okay, I love it.
I like it. I really like it. It's a good team. I enjoy it. I enjoy staying here. We'll see how it goes forward.
Yeah, let's see what happens moving forward.
We'll start tomorrow.
Good luck with the one versus Lions Creed. Are you on the interview tomorrow?
I mean, I can be if you like. I don't know. I don't know the schedule. I was just told I have an interview now and I need to be here. So I clicked the link.
Because you came in with such pride, talking about the fact that you're going to expose Lions Creed.
Yeah,
I would like you to be on the interview
really
tomorrow
quick.
if
Yeah, win or lose,
available,
I'm down.
I
I'm
would
down.
love-
I'm down. I don't give a shit, man. Like,
You're down?
let's go.
Okay, let's go. Let's
Yeah,
go.
I'm down, we can do
Tomorrow,
it.
if you lose, I want
I mean,
you
they
on
can
the
call us
interview.
frauds as well. Like, I don't really care. Like, let's go.
Let's
It'll be
spice
fun.
it up then. Thank you so much for the interview, Memento. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you
Who
too.
knows?
All right, peace.
And the coaches are going hard on this one. I love it.
Yeah, the coaches have been cooking today, man.
Yeah, they're. Whew, that is something. That is something. But apparently, Lord are comfortable with the situation, and just as you pointed out, Teacher Duckling, is the fact that Lightside, Verdant, and Ruddy are still for the run, and
I am a substitute teacher, okay? I am not. I am a self-taught teacher, you could say, but yes, I.
Wait,
do
you're a
teach.
self-taught?
A self-taught teacher.
I have it. You know, I'm a substitute. Of course, I don't have a formal education, man. I mean, I don't get that. I'm just there to you know, put
is
on a movie
happening
with
in
them, watch Kung Fu
Denmark?
Panda or something. Isn't it like that all over the world? I mean, I'm a substitute. My job is not to do that. Move on, dude. Move over. Look,
Marcy
so the player
is-
of the game, Warsy. What a performance, man. He was good today. I specifically noted in pretty much every single situation where you would want him to hit a good Q, he hit it, and it instantly just changed the course of many fights. He did get picked off once, but other than that, nearly perfect game.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, giving a big shutdown to the enemy mid laner. But apart from that, yeah, he was really solid. He was sick. I think Warsy's been like a pretty
Fake
sleeper.
teacher.
Like,
How does this keep... I hate our producers. They are horrible people. They are horrible. I do believe our producers are based in Denmark. I will find them.
You know what's fun? It's that hip brain hit the nail on the analysis that he did of you.
Yeah, hip brains analysis of
Instantly.
these. Yeah, I mean, he might be a play-by-play, but he could be an analyst in terms of analyzing analyst desks. He would be good at that. Regardless, though, let's move on to the players of the day. Obviously, you can head over to Twitter and vote for these. Yulbo, perfect KDA, might I note. 4-0-9. Wonderful game from my lovely Dane there. Jinjo, obviously, cracking on with Smolder, though, so don't vote for him. Disgusting champ. Alex, 12-0. I mean, perfect. Impeccable Akali performance. What a beast to watch, man. He's a joy to watch. Feast for the eyes, you could say.
Let's
Take a job, Big Ashram. I'm tired.
Let's hit it with the
he got
standings. so
3
this-
and just couldn't be asked to finish the last one.
No, I just discussed Warsy. I made the point for Warsy just before, okay?
Yeah.
And we talked about how he had a nearly perfect game and
He's a
everything else in
self-taught
between.
analyst,
He
okay?
is a
Still
self-
man.
That is also true. I'm not an educated journalist.
Look at his
I just
leg
like
go.
telling stories and facts. Still mad. I'm still mad. Yes, I'm always mad at this podcast. Producers, I hate
Show
you
me
guys.
the
You're
standings.
horrible.
Show me the standings of the teams.
Yeah,
at the end of
give
the
us the
day.
standings, man.
Lions Green in first place, tied up. Venom Crest versus North will be solved tomorrow. Verdant is now looking for that fourth spot. The fifth one is a share between Lightside and Ruddy at the end of the previous game, and then Natives and DMG are locked out of playoffs. Oh boy.
Here's a little fun
I
fact,
was
right?
expecting something else.
I'm about to give a serious fun fact here, right?
Oh.
I think, obviously, outside of Ruddy's miracle run and Lightside's slight chance of making it in, the funniest thing to me is that at the moment, Verdant have a 12.5% chance of making top 2, but they also have a 37.5% chance to completely miss out on playoffs. They could legitimately, after tomorrow, either be sitting in our top 2 or not going to playoffs at all. That is crazy to think that that is still a scenario that is happening with just 4 games to go. And for the Danish team there, anything can really happen.
There's 1 spot and 3 teams, so tomorrow is going to be very high.
It's going to be bloody.
It's going to be good.
But bloody so far has been the predictions. And I have to do
Good day
it.
today for me.
I got a perfect day, baby.
Yeah, you got a perfect day. Should have listened to you more, Foxtrot.
Oh, gosh.
I'm fine losing just the 2 points. I do want to point out, Ashram, I did gain 1 more point on you here today. That means I am slowly catching up in the gap that we had between us. But yeah, congratulations, Foxtrot. You deserve it.
you.
Aragon. I don't think he deserves it as much because you put 5 points on Verdant. That is the
he's a
underdog
wimp.
in that
That's
game, so
wimpy,
you
that's
deserve a bit
wimpy,
more
that
credit
is.
for that.
Yeah.
And look, initially I just typed in our chat that I have no formal education. I will let it be known I do have. I finished like 2-3 schools, man. I have many diplomas. I am a smart student. I went out with an average of a B across all my classes as I graduated this summer.
Can I just state that you're the tiniest Tryndamere cosplay I've ever seen. Filled with rage on every single moment.
I'm not filled with rage. I am just making my case for why all these British folks, just because they live in a shithole, they have potholes in the street, and they drink tea and eat biscuits every day. They're trying to make me look stupid. But dumb luck. You live in the UK, bro. Your whole life is stupid.
So Archer isn't from the UK. I just point that.
No,
one out.
Archer's a smart bloke, except for the fact when he destroyed me on a game
He is
show.
like your number one tormentor, but that's fine.
The funny thing is,
gloss over
I
that
was
fact.
actually a teacher for several years, and I do have education.
No
Show
way,
us the
bro. I would
standings,
never
by the way,
let you
on
in
the
the classroom.
leaderboard. When I was saying, I know Foxdrop, you're standing in first place, isolated. To
Oh
me,
my god.
I'm just
78.
waiting for the 100 points. I just want to see that. Oh boy,
we could
he's
try.
getting close. He's getting close.
I'm
Oh,
getting,
4
I'm getting
points.
there. We're getting there. Perfect
4
tomorrow puts
points.
me
I
on
should've.
90, no?
I'm
that is
selling it
close.
tomorrow. I don't even care. I'm selling it.
Can we also just take note the middle court is broken even? He was -4 at the beginning of the day, got 4, got +4 today, so now he's 0. We have no negative point predictions. I'm a bit disappointed in everyone. I would have liked to see a bit more fires, but it's fine.
Well, actually, Eragon Almighty is sitting in second place.
4 points, Asha. 4 points, baby. I am coming for you, man. I will overtake you in the standings. I might be second to last, but I'm only 4 points behind Asha, and that is all I care about. Screw the fact I'm saying middle court is like a whole country away from me at this point in the prediction race. Just like Foxtrot is 60 points ahead of me, but that's not what matters. It's the small personal victories. And my personal victory would be beating Ashram.
Just like Vin Diesel said, doesn't matter if it's by a mile or a second, as long as I win, I don't care. Moving on, as long as you win back at home with your predictions on Twitter, because this is the last opportunity for you to get this weekly community prediction contest for the SteelSeries NX5 wireless mouse. It's the last one. So head on to Twitter and put in your predictions and let me know who do you think is going to win. Probably help me out because this guy is 4 points behind me and he doesn't even have an education. So with this in mind, this could be your mouse. Shut up! I'm doing this. I'm doing the bits. This could be your mouse back at home with lights, with wireless, with everything you need. Ergonomic as well. Your hand will be pleased with this one. It will be happy. It will probably get a lot of elo. Don't quote me on that one, by the way. But this could be yours if you do it. Oh, it's Duckling again, by the way. Well,
he's back.
I'm back. I'm
Folks,
back. I'm back, guys.
For the last time today. And shut up, Duck. Let Fox talk. Tell me, how do you feel at the end of the day?
I feel good, and I love the fact that we have one more day and still 3 teams in the race for that last playoff spot. So, yeah. So it's 3 locked in, and then that one last spot. So I'm very excited for tomorrow. So, yeah, what can I say?
Tomorrow's going to be a beautiful day. Duckling, thank you so much for showing up. From us at the production.
Give me some last words, man.
I'll
I
let you
do.
talk.
I do kind of want to echo what Foxtrot is saying. 3 teams can still make playoff. If that doesn't want you make to tune in tomorrow, I don't know what will. Burton can finish 2nd, and they can finish 6th. Anything can truly happen here in the NLC.
Yeah.
And I think tomorrow will be a day you have to keep your eyes closed on the games, because who knows what is going to happen. So, tune in tomorrow. Tune in for the bangers we'll have, and then after that, we know our playoff teams. I'm excited. I can't wait.
Yeah. Tell me something, Duckling. Are you casting tomorrow? Or are you part of the desk?
No, I am getting a day off because I can only take 1 day a week of your bullshit.
Just like Duckling said, if there's no reason for you to join, well, he's not in, so that's your reason to join in tomorrow for the last day of Spring Split of the Northern League of Legends Championship without a duck. So I'll see you tomorrow at the same time as usual. We love you very much. Keep climbing. Don't ever stop. I'll see you soon.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.